Initially, it is the image of a girl tied to a chair being tortured. A voice echoes in someone's head. I thought I was just in a game. The pink-haired girl speaks up in a weak voice. Woo Hyun, I can't take it anymore. The voice continues. I just thought this was a realistic game. I'd surely escape soon. The pink-haired girl is trembling all over from pain, and tears begin to fall. I'm sorry. An arm reaches out toward the girl, trying to cling to her. Then another young man nearby speaks up. Woo Hyun, I think this is as far as I go. You must survive. The loss of each person in turn makes Woo Hyun feel increasingly desperate. No. Everyone please. Don't leave me behind. And so, as time passed, I was forced to accept that. This place had become my new reality. It all began with a game called Reverse Planet, the virtual reality game that was taking the world by storm, holding the top spot on global rankings. Players received countless positive reviews regarding themes like space portals, supernatural powers, or invasion warfare. And then, I logged into the game at my friend's invitation, only to be completely imprisoned in that world. The world where Reverse Planet had stepped out into reality, within a transcendent project which aimed to create a one-of-a-kind transcendent being. Thousands of people were thrown into this insane research. For those captured and brought here, they conducted biological experiments to modify their bodies. After many experiments, only number 62, Hyun, survived. Watching those around him slowly fade away, Hyun became determined never to forgive those who made him what he is today. If this is reality, he would absolutely have to survive to take revenge. And then, the plan began as warning sounds rang out incessantly. All the innocent people held captive shared a determination to run away and leave this hell behind. You had the same thought, too. As long as you run, there will be light waiting for you. But reality is always harsh, as everyone was blocked off. The villain standing in the way of their new door was the head of security for the laboratory. He used insane rhetoric, with the face of a demon, speaking words that extinguished their last sparks of hope. He carried an oppressive aura that made everyone stay on high alert. In that very moment, their strong will, desire to live, and collective spirit rose up. But conversely, the head of security kept spewing words of contempt. Every act of ignorance must have a price, and the end for him was the wounds riddled all over his body. He paid with his life, with the echoes of pain. But in return, during that battle, many innocent people had to fall, leaving only Hyun. The one left behind is the one who suffers the most. In just a few days, he had to accept countless partings. Now, in Hyun's eyes, there is only emptiness left after the ordeals, the echoes of his friends' souls having become an obsession in his mind. The urge in his mind for revenge is becoming deeply ingrained in Hyun's heart. After escaping the lab, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, time passed for so long, seeking vengeance for the people he loved. Hurried footsteps carried a great determination. Hyun killed and killed them again. He became much more cold-blooded. Powerful, decisive techniques were what he had trained. Now, Hyun is no longer the weakling who needs everyone to protect him as before. But everything keeps happening continuously, a never-ending cycle of revenge. His body has gradually grown weary, and his life has turned into something meaningless. Just when it seemed like everything would end there, a system window suddenly appeared. That was perhaps his only surprise in many years. It brought a special quest. Eliminate the Transcendence Project, with the reward being a chance to return to the old world. Finally, there's a chance to escape this place. After the brutal battle, the floor was nothing but a chaotic mess. A man slumped down, trembling violently as he questioned, "After everything, why did it end up like this? Shouldn't I be enjoying the glory right now?" The Transcendent Project general manager with a scar on his face screamed, "Why? Oh, why?" Test subject number 81, Kim Young-jun, hunched over, smirked, and asked, "Don't tell me you really don't know." The general manager slapped his hand away and yelled, "Shut up, you number 81 specimen. I won't talk to the likes of you." He looked at the sturdy young man with the darkened face in front of him and gritted his teeth. Baek Woo-hyun. He, with a long scar on his cheek and a tired face, is test subject number 62 of the Transcendent Project. The Transcendent title, Baek Woo-hyun, isn't much better off. He was gripped by the neck by that hand, his face deathly pale, but his mouth kept rambling. "You are the one who broke all mortal limits. touch the realm of the extraordinary, a true transcendent. You are the most perfect masterpiece the Transcendent Project has ever created. Anything, whatever you desire, I will offer it to you. You are completely different from that bunch of idiots. Woo Hyun coldly raised his arm to refuse. I don't need it. The general manager still wouldn't let go. Wait, you fool. Do you think killing me will end everything? The alliance of corporations certainly won't spare anyone who dares to bare their fangs at. It won't just be you. Your family, relatives, and colleagues will all suffer the same fate. As the words finished, a blinding beam of light appeared, cutting everything in two. The project general manager then lay there forever. Young Jun quickly raised his knife to block the filthy slime from splashing onto himself, and didn't forget to exclaim, "Whoa, blood is splattered all over me. I still had things to ask, and you finished him off immediately. Where are you looking?" The status board immediately displayed. Special mission to fix the error completed. All special missions are done. Promised rewards will be granted. Are you willing to return to your original world? Woo Hyun looked at that light and thought to himself, finally escape this place. Just need to press this. Finally, at that exact moment, a surge of black energy radiated from beneath his feet. A voice kept echoing in his ears. Woo Hyun, where do you plan on going? Have you forgotten us? What about the others, then? Please kill them, take revenge, settle the blood debt, the most brutal vengeance possible. His hands were now stained with blood. You guys, I am so exhausted. This is more than enough, isn't it? My absence now probably won't affect anything anyway. Besides, this is perhaps the first and only chance. Suddenly, young Jun patted his shoulder. Baek Woo Hyun. He turned to look at him and spoke. I am returning to the old world now. Jong Young Jun asked in confusion. What is the old world? What are you rambling about again? You have been here from the very beginning. Woo Hyun pressed the button, and immediately a blue light appeared, while he whispered, please pass on my message to the others for me. I am sorry. Transitioning to the modern world, Woo Hyun jolted awake in bed. He sat up, gasping for air, wondering, is this my room? Did I really return? How much time has passed? Woo Hyun confusedly turned on his phone screen and muttered, it's the day I was sucked into the game. Does that mean no time passed at all over there? The scars and bulging muscles are all gone, as if it were all just a dream. The long hair and dark eyes from when Woo Hyun was in the game appeared again. Not only that, he was single-handedly fighting a group of big guys in front of him. Woo Hyun wasn't afraid at all. He swung his axe and fought with all his might. He remembered Soo Ah, who had almost collapsed but still begged, save me, I don't want to die. And the curse of the project general manager. It won't just be you. Your family, relatives, and colleagues will all suffer the same fate. Woo Hyun immediately held his head and returned to his bedroom. So, it can't be a dream. The feelings and memories were too real to call a dream. 10 years in the other world was clearly the truth. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a call from Jong Na-yeon. He picked it up. He felt hesitant about Jong Na-yeon. The name sounded so familiar. As soon as Woo Hyun answered, the person on the other end shouted, deafening him, Baek Woo Hyun, why haven't you contacted me at all? Don't tell me you forgot the appointment. Woo Hyun asked blankly, appointment. She quickly reminded him, that's right. We have an appointment tonight. I'll send the location. Get here immediately. Then Na-yeon hung up while he still didn't understand what was happening. Wait. Woo Hyun stared at the screen, telling himself, I remember this voice now. It's my closest friend among my old classmates, and the very person who asked me to play the game Reverse Plan. Don't tell me she knows something and has some kind of plot. According to my memory, it's highly unlikely, but I'll meet her and see. Transition to a small restaurant at the end of the street. Woo Hyun wearily pushed the door open. Suddenly, there was a call. Over here, over here. Na-yeon with a pink hat waved her hand and said loudly, Baek Woo Hyun, it's been a long time since we last met. This is the first time we've gathered since the end of the semester, right? Want to have some drinks? He moved forward and slowly sat down. As for the alcohol, I'll pass today. Woo Hyun couldn't help but worry inside. If I get drunk now, I don't know what I'll do. She wondered again. Oh, that's strange. So we're just ordering food? Not long after, fragrant pieces of meat were grilled on the grate. Na-yeon sighed, looking bored. Seriously, have you tried playing it yet? You said you only played the tutorial. Woo Hyun looked up and replied, "Just created the character and watched the opening," while thinking to himself. Then I was sucked into it completely. She opened her mouth in surprise. "What? The opening? What is that?" "Back Woo Hyun. That's like not having played it at all." These words made him lose his composure. "Haven't played?" Woo Hyun clenched his fists, silently blaming. "Come to think of it, who was the one who made me struggle in hell for 10 years if it wasn't you?" Na-yeon gently swirled the water glass in her hand, pouting. "I was really looking forward to it. You know, you said you would stream regularly on my channel. You used to be an arena master. As long as you show off half of your skills, my channel will explode immediately." Woo Hyun looked at her complaining and felt confused. "Streamer? Ah, I think she mentioned she was a game streamer of some kind. No wonder she kept pestering me to do it with her." Woo Hyun said in a low voice, "I didn't promise that." Na-yeon countered immediately. "You said you would stream once, right?" He sighed, thinking that even so, thanks to that, he had a slight feeling that he had returned to reality. Not long after, his calloused hands were moving the computer mouse skillfully. Woo Hyun typed rapidly to find information. Planet is the developer of the game Reverse Planet, with headquarters located in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, USA. After a while, he leaned back and exhaled. "Enough. Even finding the headquarters won't solve anything. If I say your game made me fall into another world, they'll think I'm crazy. Even if there was some connection, it would be even more dangerous. What if I touch it and get silenced? What the hell am I doing? Escaping that hell is good enough. Why am I still investigating this stuff? That's enough. Forget everything from over there. This is the real world." Transition to a few days later, someone was putting an arm around Woo Hyun. The person walking beside him wouldn't stop jumping. "Look at this, long time no see, buddy." Woo Hyun struggled to live a normal life by returning to school. He was intently writing while muttering, "Is that so? This is indeed my major." Suddenly, a human skeleton hugged Woo Hyun from behind. "So, like this, have I really returned yet? Is this your reality?" Woo Hyun's face turned ashen, and he immediately turned to look. But behind him were only students silently studying their books. Something began to go awry when the whole room sank into red, and that seductive voice kept ringing out incessantly. "Take revenge on them. Settle the debt. A miserable vengeance. This is not where you belong." Woo Hyun couldn't take it, so he screamed and ran straight outside. The people around him felt extremely confused. What's wrong with him? As for Woo Hyun, out in the hallway, one hand against the wall, the other clutching his pounding chest, a crimson hand touched his shoulder once again. "Baek Woo Hyun, are you okay?" Woo Hyun hurriedly grabbed that arm. He pulled his friend straight forward, making him startled with his eyes wide open. Woo Hyun instinctively grabbed the hilt of a pitch-black dagger. He unleashed a sharp slash right in front of his friend. However, his friend's voice brought Woo Hyun back to reality with his fist hanging in midair. "What are you doing?" He was startled, retracted his arm, and immediately said, "I'm sorry." The other person looked at Woo Hyun's trembling hand and said softly, "The others are also gossiping that you've been acting a bit weird lately." Transition to outside the park. Woo Hyun slowly opened the lid of a soda can. He lowered his head, seeing a strange object calling his name, Woo Hyun. He seemed to be surrounded by countless invisible people. "Come back. Woo Hyun, have you forgotten us? Come back." As for Woo Hyun, he kept begging, "Stop it. Please leave me alone." Just then, Na-yeon smiled and called Woo Hyun. Seeing his blank face, she asked worriedly, "You look a bit tired. Are you okay?" Woo Hyun, covered in sweat, denied it. "I'm fine. There's nothing wrong." Na-yeon hesitated and continued, "Yeah, if you say so. But if anything happens, just talk to me. I'll help you." Woo Hyun looked up, immediately scowling. "Who are you calling big sister?" Finishing her sentence, Na-yeon turned to leave. "I'll go first then." He nodded, "Yeah." By now, Woo Hyun is the one carrying those wandering souls with him. Before long, Woo Hyun walked to a simulation center, muttering, "Suppose all of this is a calling." He slowly took one step at a time. All right, at this rate, living in this world is no different from being on the other side. Woo Hyun lay down inside, telling himself, "I must return there. Upon this return, I will put an end to everything once and for all." Welcome to Reverse Planet. Woo Hyun looked around curiously. This is the experimental waiting room. Did I just enter the game world? I will never return to the laboratory from that other world anyway. But why can't I return to that world as soon as I have finally decided to go back to that hell? Are there other conditions I need to meet? While he was pondering, the system appeared again. Confirm character appearance. Not thinking much more, Wu Hyun decided, for now, let's continue with the tutorial. I can return to that world once it's finished. First, I need to check the settings. In the other world, I fought well enough without combat assistance. System notification. Combat assistance stats and information are set to 0%. Continue with the initial ability settings. Select your core elemental ability. Abilities can be reset at any time. The power system of Reverse Planet is designed to enhance a character by choosing a core element first, and then augmenting it with many different sub-elements. This entire structure from the core to the sub-elements is called a build. The number of elements is so large that in professional tournaments, there are people building professional builds, dedicating everything to researching them. Among them, the thing that helped Wu Hyun achieve the Transcendent title was when he chose an item from the system screen. Immediately after, the loudspeaker rang out. Test Specimen 48. You awakened the previous experiment, so it's been a week. Hearing that, Wu Hyun immediately thought of the pain that players had to endure. So, the game doesn't let you watch the process before awakening. Huh? But I doubt anyone would really want to experience that in a game. Enough rambling, the loudspeaker requested. Then start the next experiment immediately. Get inside. What awaited him inside left Wu Hyun speechless. It was an Edenal, a killing machine created to prevent the destruction of awakened ones from the Transcendent Project, which is the reason countless test specimens lost their lives. The system began dividing tasks. Tutorial Mission 1. Defeat Edenal. Fight the Edenal with your awakened power. Wu Hyun looked at it with some contempt. An old model, huh? Despite saying that, unhappy memories suddenly appeared. Brother Wu Hyun, save me. Everyone was destroyed at the hands of the giant machine. After sending him away, it turned its red eyes toward Wu Hyun. And right now, it is rushing toward him without purpose. He stretched his knuckles and muttered, "It's still here just like back then." These researchers always do the most disgusting things. The Edenal threw a punch. Wu Hyun dodged it easily. It didn't stop, continuing to cast its cold gaze to attack. Its arms moved alternately, creating a series of consecutive punches. Wu Hyun was too familiar with this, so he approached gently without getting hit. Wu Hyun touched it lightly, judging. The final model is hard to beat because it can also use abilities, but he smashed it to pieces, shouting sarcastically, "This is only the first model." Pieces of metal fell, scattered on the floor. Its entire body almost shattered. After the battle ended, the loudspeaker announced the experiment was complete. Test Specimen 48. You are truly extraordinary. At this level, your ability is incomparable to ordinary test subjects. The main system at the same time notified. Tutorial Mission 1. Defeat Edenal. Task completed. While preparing to change plans, an alarm sound went off again. Good. So start the next experiment. What is it? What's going on? Intruders are those government bastards. You pieces of trash. How did you even get here? After the frantic shouting, everything gradually became more chaotic. This is a message sent to all the victims unfairly held captive in this laboratory. Please, use all your strength and get out immediately. Wu Hyun realized something familiar. That voice. The system seized a moment to divide the next task. Tutorial Mission 2. Escape the laboratory. Escape the laboratory and sneak out. The explosion spread. The ceiling almost collapsed. I must escape from here first. Cracks were spreading. Signs of collapse appearing clearly. Wu Hyun kept running, but couldn't escape. He wondered how many explosions there were. While he was confused, a sound nearby caught Wu Hyun's attention. The hallway was completely ruined. The symbol of the Interkorean Space Management Bureau is not the enemy. Even though he was about to die, he still mustered the strength to inquire. You are a victim. The fact that you reached here means you intended to escape, right? It's a coincidence that I can help you with that. Feel free to choose whatever you want. And this too, once you are out, send a signal with this, the Bureau will come to pick you up. As the words finished, his life force had also run out. Is he dead? Wu Hyun looks back at everything around him, trying to understand what is happening. While Wu Hyun is lost in thought, a monster suddenly appears. That's right, this is a game. It must just be a cutscene necessary for the progression. After a moment, He chooses an iron axe, but as soon as he grabs it, a demonic hand clings to Woo Hyun, making him uncomfortable. What is this dirty feeling? A few minutes ago, the conversion flow was activated elsewhere. I can't believe I'm playing Reverse Planet, the most popular game in the country. My indie-type self-esteem is shedding tears. This girl is Kong Soil, a professional gamer streamer. The comments explode. At least she knows she's an indie. She chose this popular game herself. Why is she reacting like that when playing the country's best game? I really can't understand. Did anyone force her to play Reverse Planet as a punishment? Soil frustratedly screams. That wasn't a punishment I chose. You guys chose it, but a promise is a promise. And I am Kong Soil, a woman who has never broken a promise to her viewers. The comments have mixed, disappointed opinions. She has lied so many times about the next game being a famous one. Last time she said it was a popular game, but then she brought out an indie one. Don't be too harsh. If not her, then who else would play these indie games? Soil enthusiastically follows the fans' suggested game. So now, I will start the punishment for failing the challenge. Complete the Reverse Planet tutorial in one try. The comments start shifting to anticipation. Look at her changing the topic. This will be controversial. The bugs in Reverse Planet can finally rest in peace. Let's play. Before entering the game, she quickly selects a few main parts. No need to change the character's appearance, right? As for my abilities, I will choose something cool like fire. And finally, the combat assistance percentage is instantly displayed by the system. Character appearance, save. Ability settings, saved. Combat assistance, rate 50%. Combat assistance is a system that helps throughout the entire battle process, including posture adjustment, movement support, and skill usage adjustment. The higher the percentage, the more support you receive. Confirming these settings, the comments again offer mixed opinions. It should be 0%. Complete the tutorial without assistance. Are you scared? Mom, I don't need assistance when I grow up. Seeing such comments, Soil is also a bit doubtful. Complete the tutorial without assistance. Is that feasible? Based on my research, the percentage of players in the world who don't use assistance is almost 0%. My skills were honed by indie games, so I'm quite confident in my mechanics. But they say that playing without assistance is like trying to control a third arm that just grew out. Right? That's right. This is probably a bad idea. Thinking that, Soil switches to a sweet voice to beg. Everyone, even though I really want to, not using assistance is really... A loyal fan gives her a mission motivation. Complete the tutorial without assistance. Reward 500,000 won. Just seeing the money. Her eyes light up, and she instantly agrees. Something a streamer should challenge at least once. The comments, seeing this, are also helpless. How can you refuse that much money? She changed her mind as soon as the mission appeared, flipping her stance like flipping a rice paper. A ghost of capitalism. Soil is so happy, she can't contain herself and jumps up. I will play without assistance until I pass the tutorial. Just a few minutes later, her spirit drops again. Are you guys sure about this? From the very beginning, she was crushed by an Edenal in 2 minutes. Soil clenches her fists in anger. I mean, they just throw you into a battle without explaining anything. And there's an ambush too. The comments think of the scene where she was beaten earlier and burst out laughing. Have to admit that part is unfair. Fighting an Edenal without assistance and only using the core element is really hard. Anyway, that mission was designed for her to lose. Very quickly, Soil regains her spirit to continue. Suddenly something appears. Anyway, I've farmed a radio and a weapon. So now I just need to escape, right? A system board is right in front of her eyes. Tutorial Mission 2. Escape the laboratory, automatically starting squad matching. Matching a 4-person squad is recommended. Soil is so surprised she blurts out, "A squad?" Soil quickly regains her spirit and asks the fans, "If I complete this stage with squad members, does it still count?" Right? The comment section mocks her as if criticizing her for not knowing how to play, so getting carried for free. A bus ride is always welcome. She wouldn't say that if she knew how the squad matching mechanism works in the tutorial. It's not always possible to match squads. Soil starts to realize the strange problem. What do you mean you can't match a squad? Reverse Planet is a famous game, so there must be many players. The system quickly slaps her in the face. Squad matching failed. Starting single player. Expanding search range. The expanded search includes matching with groups that are already in the matching process. The comments section takes the opportunity to make it clear to her. See? I told you. But why doesn't it actually work? Squad matching only works with people who have the same combat assistance rate. What kind of lunatic would complete the tutorial without assistance? Reading this, Soil is shocked. Wait a minute. Does that mean every member I match with is also not using assistance? Everyone takes the opportunity to laugh out loud. That's right, a no-assistance squad. So you won't be carried. You have to be the one carrying. I will give a gift if you complete it with a no-assistance squad. A sense of helplessness rises in Soil. Maybe I should just cancel this mission. Just as she is about to give up, the system interrupts. Matching successful. She quickly presses cancel, but it's too late. Not participating in the available tutorial mission. Escape the laboratory. She helplessly accepts her fate. It's really over. And so Soil is taken into the mission with tears, but the scene in front of her makes her jaw drop. Soil looks around, finding it hard to speak. Everyone, this is no joke. The comments almost explode. What is this? Wait, is that for real? Is this really a no-assistance squad? That's crazy. Is this a pro player using a smurf account? No pro player can do this in the tutorial without assistance. The Edenals are smashed into piles of scrap metal. And above all, he took down so many Edenals without assistance or guns. A perfect carry. All right, now I'm going to find that person. In another corner, machine oil drops from the Edenals drip along the night. Woo Hyun is the one who annihilated most of the giant robots. As if sensing something, he casts his gaze backward, full of vigilance. Soil approaches, peeking her head out, calling softly, "Excuse me." Before she can say anything, the blade is close to her face. The person who was just here was very fast. Woo Hyun quickly realized Soil is not an enemy. She is frightened by this, her mouth stuttering, unable to speak a word. After realizing, she quickly runs behind a wall, shouting, "Help me." Woo Hyun retracts the blade. Not an enemy. Sorry, I was mistaken. Based on the situation, Soil cleverly realizes, wait, the blood-stained experimental suit. It's him. Woo Hyun doesn't say another word and walks away. I'm leaving. She pulls him back, huh? Hey, I think we were matched into the same squad. So if I go with you, would it be okay? My name is Kong Soil. I'm a streamer, and I'm currently broadcasting. If you appear on stream, would that be a problem? I've enabled private mode, so your face will be hidden. Why did he stop so suddenly? Is he angry? From afar, a group of people rushes in. They are escape test subjects. Kill him. No need to capture him alive. Before anything, a rain of silver bullets erupts. Soil sits in a corner, clutching her head and complaining. Why is the difficulty of this tutorial so high? She glances back, asking Woo Hyun, "Are you okay with driving the bus?" The bullets fly by, but not one touches him. Woo Hyun waits for an opening. He throws his axe with lightning speed. The guard soldiers hit by the attack cannot stand up. Seeing this, Soil is even more worried. Everyone in the comments is also jaw-dropped. What the heck is that? Jenny uses a chain scythe. Soil hides behind a pile of scrap metal, asking, "My fans don't know much about Reverse Planet, so this is top tier, right?" The comments are also resigned. How can he use weapons like that without needing assistance? Yeah, that's right, it's actually insane. What the heck am I watching right now? Soil asks fans with gaming experience. Does anyone know what kind of ability he is using? His eyes suddenly turn white. The fans can only accept it while admiring Woo Hyun based on how he uses the chain scythe. It's wind, right? If it were wind, it would be clearer. The energy is the same. Don't know what it is, but I would be beaten up if I met someone like that in PvP. Among them, one fan recognizes the only core element that can enhance physical stats while also changing eye color. An absolute entity. She worriedly whispers, "Absolute entity." She is very curious. Isn't that the trashy ability that prevents you from using other capabilities? I thought everyone said not to choose it. The comments can only give up. That's why we don't understand it either. Absolute entity. It is one of the key pillars of countless features in Reverse Planet. It strongly enhances physical stats and skill resistance, but it prevents you from using skills yourself. Because of these penalties, players consider this a completely useless skill. The reverse planet community suggests things to avoid from 1 to 25. Absolute entity. Honestly, I don't even understand why this discarded thing exists. The description says it all. It prevents you from using skills. Leave the squad if anyone possesses this skill. Soil blankly looks at the scene before her. Strange. You can't use abilities in a game where abilities are an important factor. The comments are buzzing. Sounds ridiculous. Is it possible to fight without skills? I haven't seen anyone choose Absolute Entity in their second playthrough. I chose it out of curiosity and immediately deleted my character. Your eyes will turn completely white if you use it. It really turns you into an absolute entity. Physical stats can be useful in a battle without stat adjustments. Based on theory, she secretly comes up with the answer in her heart. Using skills is definitely very difficult in a battle without adjustments. So perhaps it's worth giving up everything and pouring all points into physical stats. But perhaps he is still just at level 1. How can he move like that? On the battlefield, Wu Hyun wraps the chain around them, making her even more curious. Who is this guy? When the chain is jerked hard, plasma from their bodies splatters everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hyun has cleared them out cleanly. His dark eyes reflect through the red scythe. The dark entities wrapping around him are still not enough. Wu Hyun, be more violent on your path of revenge. I am still not satisfied. At the same time, behind the wall, there is someone hiding, ready. His gun barrel is aimed almost directly at Wu Hyun. Seeing this, Soil quickly jumps out, shouting, "Careful!" She slides toward them, firing continuously, successfully distracting them and protecting him. He is frightened by the bullets, his hands flailing. Immediately after, Soil slides down, shooting from below, making him surprised. Damn it, with just one single shot, she successfully hits his brain. Finishing the job, Soil even shows off, making the comments go crazy. That's cool. At least she's pretty good at shooting. You need to be good at shooting to play like her. You guys act like she did everything. She only finished them off, stealing the kill. But she temporarily ignores them and looks at Wu Hyun like that. Soil raises her gun, smiling brightly. I'm useful, right? Suddenly, a little bit of joy creeps into his mind. Wu Hyun is not used to the peaceful scene, which makes him feel warm. Seeing him so silent, Soil tries calling. Carrie-kun, you aren't angry, right? Of course, I know it's all thanks to you. I just wanted to help a little bit. Wu Hyun replies gently. Yeah. His gaze softens. She helped. The comments explode again. He's even kind. He is protecting a kill stealer. Truly amazing. We can't see his face because of the privacy settings. But I bet he's handsome too. His voice is also pleasant, right? I know it has been modulated, but Soil jumps up with joy. Really? Then can I continue to go with you in this tutorial? I will help as much as I can. Wu Hyun doesn't want to refuse. Sure. After walking for a while, Soil speaks up. Carrie-kun, introduce yourself. Call me Baek Wu Hyun. She stammers slightly. Yes. Baek Wu Hyun. Is that his real name? That might not be censored. Knowing the name, Soil asks the main question. If this isn't too bothersome to ask, did you choose Absolute Entity as your first core ability? He confirms without hesitation. That's right. The comments are buzzing again. He really did that. We need to reevaluate the ability of Absolute Entity. Reevaluate what the heck? It's still useless. He's right. You think normal people can do what he did? She wants to know more about it. How can you dodge bullets without using skills? Do you play any other games? Wu Hyun shakes his head, replying, Don't play anything else. Suddenly he stops abruptly, making Soil. What's wrong? Based on his senses, Wu Hyun warns, there are 2 Eternals about 20 m ahead. She confusedly repeats, Huh? 20 m? Soil secretly admires him. He doesn't even have a detection skill, but can still determine how far the enemy is and how many there are. Yeah. Wu Hyun indifferently walks without hesitation, but it's nothing big. Let's keep going. Walking another 20 m, they indeed encounter them. Impossible. But he was actually right. Wu Hyun calmly recounts the story even though 2 Eternals rush in. Back then, I must have really liked playing Colosseum, huh? She turns pale with worry. Using him, wait, watch out. Wu Hyun quickly avoids the first attack from them. He straight-legged kicks one right in its face. After clearing the first one, he continues speaking, the time when I was really addicted to games. He pulls himself together to throw a punch, simultaneously introducing, back there, it was a battler. Woo Hyun's iron punch. No Eternal can withstand it. The viewers are excited. That's crazy. One Eternal just like that? Remember everyone, this also has no adjustments at all. It turns out a battler in Colosseum looks like this. A battler in Colosseum also makes sense. Only Soil still understands nothing. Is being a famous battler in Colosseum that important? The comment section begins to explain objectively. She doesn't even know the meaning of that. Damn Indy, honestly, I don't know either. Is it that important? I don't know what people think these days. But before, battlers in Colosseum used to receive professional invitations. Yes, professional gamers also used to be battlers. Quickly recognizing the famous person, battler. Yeah, isn't a battler the best player in the Reverse Planet Professional League? In the comments, two fans are quite curious. Do you think he faced the Colosseum when he was a battler? I wonder what would happen if our carry and a battler fought. While Soil investigates, Woo Hyun has finished clearing. Let's keep going. She is helplessly stammering. Yes. Before anything, they've reached the final tutorial mission. There, the security chief is waiting for them. You managed to make it all the way here. I bet you don't know this place will become your graveyard. He is the laboratory's security chief, the tutorial stage boss. The security chief thinks he is strong, so he sarcastically says, "Don't worry. You will soon be reunited with your teammates." At this moment, Woo Hyun looks at the security chief. It turns out everything so far has been a tutorial. Suddenly, in the depths of his eyes, he sees something terrible. Those are the ghosts of hatred that always cling to Woo Hyun. They call to him with eerie voices, "Found you. Hurry up and kill him. Kill him without wasting time." The security chief rushes over. Don't even think about leaving this place alive. Seeing this, Soil quickly crouches down, aiming to shoot. Too bad for her. The bullets have no effect against the shield. I thought the particle barrier was only for awakened ones. The comments burst into laughter. The security chief is clearly an awakened one. He is still a boss. He must have this much. It's annoying to see her trying to shoot to solve everything. Eerie sounds cling to him. Woo Hyun sees the disadvantage. Soil immediately dodges far away. I'll provide cover fire from here. The fans are helpless with her. Look at her calling the carry immediately. She reacts quickly, doesn't she? She's ready to be carried. He avoids the attack gently. That's right, this is just a game. But if this can satisfy everyone even a little bit. With just one gentle kick, Woo Hyun breaks the shield. The security chief is also pushed far away by the impact, creating a large explosion. Soil looks at this scene and is completely frozen. Only the fans are excited. He didn't even use anything. Why did the particle barrier shatter? North? The security chief steps out from the rubble with an iron body. The fans go wild. Iron Man to play, what is his skill? Is that his ability? That's right. Iron Man is his skill. The security chief attacks intensely. I will tear you apart. The fans look at the situation and are stunned. The ground is sinking. Yeah, I bet he weighs at least a ton with that skill. You will die if hit by that guy, right? His first punch makes the ground sink deep, but it doesn't hit him. Not stopping there. The security chief continues to rush. How long do you think you can dodge? His hands are replaced by sharp drills. The punches are thrown continuously, destroying everything. Woo Hyun also dodges everything. Woo Hyun clenches his fists, preparing to counterattack. The fans are all over the place. Just one hit and it would be lethal. But he is dodging everything. Even with adjustments, I couldn't dodge his attack. Provide cover fire for him. Are you kidding? He just threw the first punch. The security chief couldn't take it anymore. He is pushed back, sitting down on the ground, clutching his face in pain. Eerie hands pull over again. Don't deactivate your Iron Man skill. Woo Hyun coldly judges. You can't die that easily. The others sow into his mind. Kill him, tear him apart like what happened to us, even more brutally. The security chief is scared and can't understand what happened. How can a test subject be this strong? He cracks his knuckles, looking at him with the eyes of a beast. Thanks to you. Soil stands outside, witnessing everything, and is speechless. Immediately after, the system appears. You have defeated the laboratory's security chief. She is bewildered and can't understand. What are we watching? The comments are helplessly following. Crazy. That is our carry. You guys must remember that he didn't use any adjustments. It seems like he used to beat people up. Should we not talk much anymore? She licks her lips playfully. Anyway, we defeated the tutorial boss. Now we just need to escape, right? The comments are helpless. Probably. You were just carried. How could someone this strong be here? Soil calls him. Let's stop this, Woo Hyun. He calmly walks away, leaving the security chief's body behind. Yeah, let's go. After getting out, Soil happily stretches. Finally escape. The system continuously announces. Laboratory escape tutorial complete. Level up. You have received 1 skill point. Soil turns to curiously ask about the next goal. Woo Hyun, are you planning to continue the main mission today? He shakes his head because he wants a rest. Yeah, I think I'll stop here today. By the way, she asks him a favor. Then can you wait a moment? I have something for you. Woo Hyun agrees. Sure. Soil happily admires him. Thanks to you, the no adjustment tutorial is complete. The comments are buzzing again. How shameless. She must be in Fox's top 100 for the most terrible carried streamers. But anyway, it's still fun to watch. I just joined the stream. Is it over? Finally, she says goodbye to them. Today's stream was fun. See you again tomorrow. After turning off the screen, Soil says, thanks for waiting. Woo Hyun wants to get to the main point. It's fine, what do you want? Soil shyly stammers while inviting him. Can you regularly participate in my stream? Woo Hyun is a bit surprised and asks back. Your stream? Soil quickly comes up with more things to convince. I mainly play the main mission of Reverse Planet, and sometimes play PvP. Seeing it's a bit unstable, she immediately uses the beauty trap. I will ensure the stream fits your schedule, and I will also pay a generous appearance fee. Woo Hyun bows his head, not accepting. I'm sorry. Soil can only give up. Fine, his expression says it all. Seeing she can't convince him, Soil changes her approach. Can I be friends with you? He agrees to this. Sure. Finishing the job, she bows to say goodbye before leaving. Playing games with you is fun. Hope you enjoy this game. The system appears as a matter of course. Kong Soil has left the game. Woo Hyun stands blankly. The tutorial is over. But why haven't I returned to the other world? On this side, a keyboard warrior is working hard. Baek Woo Hyun still doesn't know that the Reverse Planet community shares the reason why the no adjustment stage is a hacker. Baek Woo Hyun. I will let you know why he is a future hacker determined by today's gameplay. An anonymous viewer 62 donated 3 million won. How does it feel to return to the real world? Morning at the Korean branch of the virtual reality game production company Reverse Planet is facing an unprecedented event in its history. Just because of an individual's gaming actions, a fight scene appears on the screen. Oh my. Even looking back, it's hard to believe. No support tools used, no weapons equipped, but he was able to take down the guard team captain easily. Baek Woo Hyun. The online community has unanimously confirmed this as cheating. Players are constantly sending internal messages, pressuring the company to give an official explanation. Are you sure this isn't a hack? Jin Ho nods. Absolutely certain. I conducted a complete check of the data from the moment this character was created. Absolutely found no traces of intervention or modification from external programs. Moreover, we have dealt with countless types of hackers before, but hackers with the ability to walk through walls, hackers with the ability to be invisible. But this is the first time I have witnessed this type of movement. This is a character control style that even the most sophisticated hack cannot simulate. D-High unshakes his head. If it's not cheating, then this player is an extremely crazy person. One person speaks up. However, there is still an extremely small probability that this is a completely new type of hacker that we haven't discovered yet. One person nods. That's right. Anyway, we must conduct a thorough inspection. Woo Huin sits opposite Nayan. He said, so, the internet is buzzing and going crazy all because of me? Nayan said excitedly. That's right. Everything is total chaos right now. This situation has even sparked a no-support challenge craze within the female gaming community. Reverse Planet community featured post. The no-support and weapon difficulty challenge is incredibly brutal. Does this mean without support, abilities won't activate at all? Since everyone failed, they're all blaming it on cheating. Do you have any idea how shocked I was when I first watched that video? Woo Hyun continued. But how could you even recognize me? When I was live streaming, I wore a mask. Plus, there's a personal information protection mechanism in place. Na Yun went on. You were the one who revealed your own name. Besides, I've watched you fight before. Even though I know you're skilled, reaching this level would make anyone think you're using hacks. He mused. So that's why I was contacted. She asked in surprise. Contacted? What do you mean contacted about what? He hesitated. About that. Na Yun was stunned. Reverse Planet Korea branch reached out to you themselves and even wants to verify if you're using hack software. Soil had messaged Woo Hyun from Kong Soil. Hello, Woo Hyun. It's just that he continued. I received a notification through that public stream. Na Yun was thrilled that a game company was directly intervening to check if he was hacking. You've definitely attracted a lot of attention. So what are you planning to do next? Woo Hyun replied slowly. Well, even though it's just the Korean branch, this is a rare opportunity to get in touch with the game's developers. If someone from a higher management level appears, I might be able to find clues about the other world I'm searching for. I said I'd think about it, but maybe I'll try accepting this offer. Na Yun said excitedly. Really? That's a very sound decision. If you want to keep playing Reverse Planet, you should clear everything up because it's annoying to be called a hacker everywhere you go. He replied, I don't really worry about that. Besides, no one recognizes me. I didn't even show my face on the stream. Na Yun countered. No, even if you change your name, your fighting style is too unique. It's impossible not to recognize it. No one in the professional scene fights like you, using bare hands. Recently, even professional battler gamers trying to hide their identities have been caught just because of their signature fighting habits. A video was posted on the Young channel. I've found this rookie's alternate account. You can see him tap the floor twice with his feet before using a mobility ability, so it's definitely him. Woo Hyun responded nonchalantly. Oh, that's quite observant. Na Yun continued. It's a good thing you agreed. Otherwise, that streamer would have been heavily criticized by the community. He questioned, What? What does that person have to do with me? That shouldn't be important to people arguing fiercely about the hacking issue. She replied, At first they were only targeting you, but very quickly they would have shifted the criticism to the person who invited you on the stream. He nodded. Is that so? Suddenly, Soil's reflection appeared on the surface of Woo Hyun's glass. Then, a reply message popped up. Message from Beck Woo Hyun. I will participate. Soil was flustered. Her face was full of excitement. That's great. On the screen, Soil was checking the channel's viewer count. She was focused on the incredibly hot appeal. The number of viewers would surely skyrocket. Right? Hee. Everyone get ready for a big surprise, because this is a first in the history of Reverse Planet. The screen lit up. Notification of a live broadcast to explain the hacking allegations. Hello, everyone. The person getting the most attention recently regarding Mr. Woo Hyun's hacking allegations. The explanation session will officially take place. 4 days later, Woo Hyun was in a crisp white outfit when there was a call and Soil ran over. You must have been under a lot of stress lately. I'm sorry for making things turn out this way. He shook his head. It's fine, I don't really mind. And Ms. Soil, didn't you doubt me at all? She replied awkwardly. Oh, well. That day, I saw it with my own eyes, so the evidence everyone provided was groundless. Furthermore, your look at that time looked like a mad killer, so I didn't dare to think about that. She laughed awkwardly. It was just an intuition. Woo Hyun looked blank. Intuition, I see. Soil's palm opened. If you're ready, let's begin. Woo Hyun replied, Yes. Soil smiled brightly. Hello, everyone. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Comments kept appearing, finally starting. Explain. I've been waiting forever. Is this the channel selling hacks? Get out hacks. Get out hacks. I have to reach the final to watch this. If it's really a hack, what's the point of explaining? I'm neutral and waiting for the final result. Soil was excited. We just started and already have 10,000 viewers. It's truly hot. There are definitely a lot of people interested in this debate. That's why I personally invited Mr. Woo Hyun back here. He said in a low voice, Hello, I'm Beck Woo Hyun. Comments appeared. Look at that crazy hacker guy. Look at how thick-skinned he is. What's the fun in hacking to gain fame in a game? What's the reaction in the chat? What if it's not a hack? Those who still believe he hacks need to be careful not to get brainwashed. Must stay neutral before there's an official result. So, in the end, is it a hack or not? Soil was angry. Everyone, please stay polite in the comments. If it goes too far, I will lock the chat feature. Before proceeding with the verification, What does Mr. Wu Hyun think about this controversy? He hesitated. Well, I find it meaningless. A trivial matter like this becoming such a big topic of debate. Comments appeared, calling a trivial matter that shook the entire Reverse Planet community a trivial matter. Truly the top arena hacker, talking big. Comment asked, "Oh, so in the end, how are we going to explain it?" Soil looked at the screen. Admittedly, saying it's a trivial matter might be a bit of an exaggeration. She replied, "That's a good question. Today we have invited a special guest to directly conduct the verification." A person suddenly appeared before them. "Ah, he's here." GM spoke up. "Hello, I'm GM, the lead operator for Reverse Planet Earth Korea." Comments appeared. "Who is that? Wow, they even invited the operator. Maybe it's really not a hack. What is this? Is it a real person, not an imposter?" There's a GM title displayed above his head. Only operators authorized by headquarters have that. This is crazy. It's probably not a hack then. What are the people calling it a hack going to do now? Woo Hyun thought to himself. The lead operator surely knows everything. After verification, I definitely must ask for the truth. Soil bowed. "Thank you for coming. I am Kan Soyul." He also bowed and said, "I'm Baek Woo Hyun, GM. Nice to meet you." Is this person really Baek Woo Hyun? Looking from the outside, there's nothing special about him. So I will guide the two of you to the location to conduct the verification. Suddenly the three of them moved to another location. Soil wondered. GM explained, this is a private training room where you can practice using abilities or train combat skills. As announced, we will monitor several different battles. Then we will proceed to confirm if there is any interference from external software. Woo Hyun thought, this space has never appeared in the other world I know. GM asked again, "Do you agree with this procedure?" Woo Hyun nodded. "Yes, I completely agree." Finishing the sentence, GM looked to the side. If so then, a foot in crisp white armor slowly stepped out. It was Edinal stepping out in a very terrifying form. Comments appeared. Is this the intermediate version of the Edinal robot? No support and only choosing the first core element. Can it really defeat an intermediate training robot? I don't know much about Reverse Planet. Is that robot type that strong? It's much stronger than the first version in the tutorial. Woo Hyun's pupils were pitch black. We will start with the intermediate training robot. Suddenly his body emitted a dark aura. Woo Hyun, I'm starting to get scared. Avenge us. Woo Hyun, GM continued. In short, it's like this. From now on, destroy it. The ground seemed to shake suddenly. Woo Hyun, who was standing next to him, had quickly disappeared. GM grimaced, trying to dodge with his hand. Rocks were flying everywhere at GM as they tried to destroy each other. He was trying to use a tablet to block. Comments appeared. Is he currently smashing an intermediate Edinal with his bare hands? That robot didn't even flinch when hit with a hammer. But is it just me feeling scared? Woo Hyun is pulling the wires inside Edinal's head. This is crazy. On the screen it says, no external software interference detected. This absolutely cannot be a hacking cheat. Woo Hyun slowly stepped down from Edinal's back. He nonchalantly said to GM, "Done." GM was flustered. Yeah, we didn't detect any hacking software in this match, but the actual window was a bit too short. Can you fight in the way we specify? Woo Hyun nodded. Okay, this must be to verify if I'm using hacking software. Hacking software controls the character through a program, so they can't fight exactly as the player wants by determining how to win in advance and then fighting in the exact same way. You can prove it's not a hack. GM continued. Thank you. This time, please decapitate the intermediate training bot with a scythe chain. He nodded, understood. GM's expression was ugly. What the hell? This must be extremely inconvenient. 3 Edinals stepped out in front of them at once. It was charging at Woo Hyun, and I don't think I'll take the head. In the blink of an eye, the battle happened extremely quickly. Woo Hyun was in a landing stance with the chain in his hand. He started to launch, leaving his current position. The long chain was skillfully controlled by Woo Hyun to slash at the Edinal. His 2 pupils suddenly turned pitch black, exuding a terrifying coldness. In just a moment, Woo Hyun easily defeated the 3 Edinals. Soil said excitedly, I knew it. I've never seen anything like that before. Everyone look at how the scythe chain moves, as if it were a living creature. Comments appeared. What did I just watch? The chain is completely damaged. Maybe the thing that's damaged isn't the weapon, but the human. Exactly. Sidechains are usually used to attack nearby opponents. GM's face was a bit confused. We've collected enough data to verify, but as an administrator of this game, with pure curiosity arising, can he defeat an advanced training bot with only one core element? Maybe it's because I'm mean, but the final test, the door suddenly opened, letting the advanced Edenal step out, its eyes turning fiery red, glowing a bit scarily. Before them, Edenal was casually stepping out with an imposing presence. Comment appeared. Huh? He's really bringing that out. That's too much. Cold-blooded administrator. If he wins, he might be known as a superhuman recognized by the National Council. Edenal stared. We will proceed with verification using the advanced training bot. The latest version of the advanced training bot. Wu Hyun's pitch-black pupils suddenly paused. He could clearly see the Edenal before him had killed countless humans. Suddenly, its face darkened, flashing a sinister smile. Wu Hyun gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes extremely sharp. Edenal suddenly lunged to attack at high speed. Its arm pierced through, causing Wu Hyun's cheek to bleed. Edenal clenched its palm, preparing to raise its fist. It charged in, continuously using its fists to attack Wu Hyun. All of its punches were just hitting the air. He planted his feet firmly. As expected, this one's level is completely different from those intermediate ones. If I get hit even once, I'm done for. Moreover, ending the train of thought, Wu Hyun countered with a punch to Edenal's stomach. His hand shook. Its outer shell is really on another level. My attacks are just like scratching an itch for it. Edenal was barely affected and coolly retaliated. Wu Hyun crouched down. In that case, I'll attack continuously until its parts are damaged. GM and Soil stood to the side, looking on blankly. Comments appeared. I have to say this is crazy. How can this be? Now it's my turn to be afraid of dodging. One hit is enough to put him in the grave, but he didn't get hit once. GM thought to himself. I didn't expect him to really attack the advanced bot directly using only one core element. Even at first he seemed at a disadvantage. But a moment later, he seemed to gain the upper hand. GM's fingers moved on the screen. Watching more isn't helpful. Suddenly the Edenal, standing in front of Wu Hyun, disappeared. He said loudly, "We have collected enough data for this verification, so I have removed the training bot." Wu Hyun nodded. Understood. No wonder. Soil smiled and asked, "So what are the verification results?" GM explained. We confirm that there is no external interfering program. In other words, he does not use hacks. Comments appeared. So it's not a hack. Why? Even the administrator has confirmed it. You guys who accused him from the start, breaking news. The post accusing him of using hacks has been deleted. Soil said excitedly. See? I told you he wasn't using hacks. You guys still doubted him. Comments appeared. Now no one doubts him anymore. How are you going to refute the administrator's statement with your virtual theories? Even the troublemakers are retreating. Why does he look even more excited than before? I've seen people considered to have hacker physicalities before, but he is truly a monster with a real hacker physique. Soil laughed. Hacker physique? I like how that sounds. Everyone, please remember this clearly. Wu Hyun didn't use hacks. He's just too talented, making everyone think he was using hacks. Since the verification is done, could the two of you share some thoughts? Wu Hyun was flustered. Thank you. You've worked hard. GM smiled awkwardly. It was fun. Countless viewers. That was today's stream. See you next time. Comments appeared. He's thinking about how to profit from this. Really? I just arrived. I thought this stream was just to clear his name. But today's stream is legendary. Bye. Soil spoke up. Thank you for agreeing to appear on today's broadcast. GM bowed. No, I must thank you for accepting my verification request, especially Mr. Wu Hyun. He shook his head. It's nothing. GM's expression was ugly. He said it's nothing. How strange. Well then, I'm leaving. Suddenly Wu Hyun spoke up. Wait. He looked straight at him. There's something I want to ask. GM was surprised. What do you want to ask? His face couldn't help but be curious. Are there any bugs in the game? For example, are there some situations where players can't escape because of bugs? GM explained. I've never heard of such a thing. If a bug like that appeared, Reverse Planet wouldn't be a global game anymore. Wu Hyun mused. I guess so, I understand. GM disappeared quickly. Then I'm really leaving. The surroundings became quiet again. Finally done. Soil. Woo Hyun, you did a good job today. Oh, right. I'll calculate the stream revenue later. I'll contact you again next time. He replied, I don't need a fee, but okay, call me when you need to. Soil looked blank. It's a waste to just let him go like that. A walking view farming machine right in front of my eyes. Woo Hyun asked lightly, what do you want to say? Soil thought to herself, I can't suggest he stream again by myself. I only got him to appear today to clear his name. I guess I have to give up. Well, I'll contact you next time. I received less than I thought. So disappointing. Message popped up from Na-yeon. Stream ended, right? Come to the combat preparation room right away. Na-yeon was excited. Was the broadcast okay? The internet community's reaction exploded. Exploded like firecrackers. Woo Hyun replied, I don't think I fit that style. Tracking the chat, playing games and talking at the same time isn't my style. She hesitated. Is that so? Oh, then imagine this. What if you don't have to pay attention to the chat and just play? That would be fine, right? I'll prepare everything for you. Just try it once and decide. He thought to himself, I just don't want to be on camera. Na-yeon pressed the button, even though the PvP orb appeared on his head. Let's go do some PvP matches. PvP, player versus player. Matches between players are one of the two main content pillars of Reverse Planet, besides PvE, fighting against machines. Woo Hyun wondered, PvP, so you call me to the preparation room. Soil nodded. Of course, you were planning to leave without trying Reverse Planet's PvP? I'm Hort. He hesitated. No, I thought it wasn't for me, so I didn't intend to. Returning to the other world doesn't seem very appropriate. She stared. PvP is the heart of Reverse Planet. Don't judge just by the tutorial. Woo Hyun thought to himself. That's right, the PvP story mode is almost the same as the other world. I've never tried PvP. There must be something different there. He nonchalantly continued. Okay, I'll give it a try. Soil smiled. Great, let me explain. The first PvP game is a duel. Basically, it's one person matching against another. There are two modes, solo 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2. Winning 2 out of 3 rounds is enough. Next, Obstacle Course has 4 modes, which are Domination, Escort, Capture the Flag, and Extermination. You will choose one of those 4 modes and fight 5 versus 5 in a fixed lineup. And what we are doing today is Survival. 100 players are scattered across the areas, collecting equipment by farming monsters and ready to fight. The last person or team standing wins the deathmatch. Since this is your first time, just play the team mode with PvP. You need an optimal gear set. I'll recommend one. Woo Hyun shook his head. No need. I know which equipment is good. The gear set that made me a Superman in the other world. I'll record while you prepare to log in. Na-yeon was focused. Good. I'll prepare right now. The starting point is the military base. That's the rule. The military base, one of the battlefields in survival PvP mode, a place with a lot of high-level equipment, often occupied by large numbers of high-level players, making it unsuitable for beginners. Oh, do you mind if I record this PvP session of yours? I want to cut it for YouTube. Agree, please? Woo Hyun looked blank. Get away. Okay, calm down. Why is she so excited? Don't know. Na-yeon's fingers pressed the start button. Okay. I'm logging in right now. The system notified to choose a starting point. Area 1, military base, 60 seconds before the match starts. Na-yeon put her hand to her forehead. Let's stay alive and see each other again. Woo Hyun's teammate was standing behind Man. He gritted his teeth. There's someone on the 3rd floor. There's nothing here. His hand silently reached out behind. I need to move somewhere else. Na-yeon's phone started ringing. A message appeared. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out. She was surprised. Already got a kill since starting. Hacker physique is truly different. Messages kept appearing. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Un Sujo, wiped out Lee Seo Jun, wiped out Chi Kin Yinserang, wiped out Kim Houn, wiped out Annie Ijui, wiped out Choi Gang Jeonju. Soil exclaimed in surprise. Huh. She was scared. What the hell is Woo Hyun doing? The man was being electrocuted with extreme pain. He thought to himself, it seems like I can't sense other players anymore. Is this guy the only survivor around here? I didn't think I'd bump into 4 people at once like that, because I've finished farming. I guess I should get out. Jong Na-yeon's voice message appeared. Baek Woo Hyun, help me, It's too crowded here, I'm surrounded. He was surprised. Jong Na-yun. Woo Hyun's fingers moved on the screen. The opposite area is quite far. His location appeared. I'm coming. Where are you in the building? Jong Na-yun replied. Third floor rooftop, but the lower floor is fighting fiercely. It seems like every week someone causes a fight. Be careful. Woo Hyun started running. Okay, he was starting to charge. In front of him were two men. What's this? The man wearing glasses panicked. What was that news? Why is he so fast? The person next to him was afraid. Hey, get ready. Let me hold him off. Woo Hyun's hand agilely pulled a knife from his side. He lunged and easily defeated one of them at high speed. The man wearing glasses was scared when his teammate was destroyed. Wait, what the hell? System notification. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Horan Jitty. The man wearing glasses angrily activated his physical attack with an attack speed-boosting item. He summoned power from beneath the ground and shouted, Die. Woo Hyun quickly flew into the air with pitch-black pupils. He angrily looked up above, surprised. Woo Hyun didn't hesitate to land with a bloodstained blade. System notification. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out a Tyrannosaurus. A blue light appeared on the back of the man lying on the ground. System notification. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Sasium Danja. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Chikinsajusio. Woo Hyun stood before the door. I'm in front of the building. Jong Na-yun replied. Really? I'll come help out. His palm grabbed the doorknob. Don't, just wait there. Woo Hyun paused for a moment looking at the doorknob. Dark aura surrounding him. Don't tell me there are 5. Woo Hyun opened the door along with the man hiding behind. He smiled sinisterly, secretly holding a knife behind. Die. Woo Hyun's hand quickly gripped his wrist. His eyes widened looking at his wrist. Woo Hyun punched him in the stomach. Notification appeared. Baek Woo Hyun wiped out Kajiru. He thought to himself, so that's fine. Maybe I should be a little faster. In the blink of an eye, Woo Hyun moved quickly on the stairs. Notification appeared. One by one, they were destroyed by him. Jong Na-yun was looking at the system board. What? Again? Baek Woo Hyun is completely overwhelming the others. Suddenly her eyes were sharp, pausing as she looked behind. Jong Na-yun swung her sword powerfully when suddenly Woo Hyun dodged, surprised. Oh my, you scared me. I didn't even know you were standing right next to me. At this rate, you'll definitely kill 14 people on your own. Woo Hyun grimaced. Did I need to come here? Jong Na-yun laughed. You took care of all the enemies in this building already? He wondered, what is that weapon? Jong Na-yun shyly waved her hand around. All right, I won't lose. Let me handle the rest of the game. Woo Hyun sighed. Yeah, all right. The system announced the game had ended. Duo survival mode. Result. 1 SD/50. Notifications kept appearing continuously. Jong Na-yun was unbelievably shocked. We damn well won a round. That's enough for today. I can't play anymore. Woo Hyun nodded. Yeah. Jong Na-yun was determined. He is clearly just a normal college student, but my friend really is a living weapon. I have to force him to go on camera, no matter what. Can you wait 2 days before starting your main mission? I'll bring a specific broadcast plan. Woo Hyun replied. I already said I'm not interested. And it's not like I intend to do that main mission or anything. She continued. Just listen to me. I will prepare extremely thoroughly. See you later. After Jong Na-yun left, Woo Hyun lowered his head and thought. He thought, so even PvP doesn't give me the proof I need. At this moment, in a large apartment amidst the quiet night sky, Soil lay on the bed, scrolling through her phone very happily. Reverse Planet General Chat. The reason I think the hacker should go pro 27. General Chat. What I realized seriously when watching today's verification stream. Anyone complaining about high-level combat robots should come here 42. General Chat. Try breaking the defensive line 245 LOL. General Chat. But Kong Soil is quite cute, isn't she? Soil excitedly rolled back and forth. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. 100,000 viewers. Will I ever see that number again in my streaming career? If only I could keep streaming with Woo Hyun. I should have held on a little longer. Woo Hyun politely refused. Sorry, but I have no interest in being on camera. Soil thought. I didn't say it firmly enough. No, it's because you were too rigid from the start. At least let me handle your appearance fee. Wonder how much it will be? Her eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What's this? The next day at a cafe, Woo Hyun spoke up. Why did you suddenly call me out? He looked surprised at the thing on the computer screen. What is this? Jong Na-yun laughed loudly. What do you think? I stayed up all night, making this presentation to convince you today. Woo Hyun looked blank. This is the quality of the thing you lost sleep over to make? Jong Na-yun continued. You said as long as you weren't affected by the chat channel while playing, it would be fine, right? If you don't have to pay attention to the chat channel and just play, do you think it's okay? Woo Hyun replied. I didn't say it was okay. She continued. By the way, what do you think about observational reality TV? He wondered. Observational reality? Skill training program. Observational reality. A reality show where various guests in the studio watch recordings of other people. You play the game, and I will be the one react. If the two of us aren't enough, we can invite a professional commentator. I'll split the profits 60-40. Is that okay? That sounds like a great deal, doesn't it? Woo Hyun looked blank. I already said I wasn't interested. Jong Na-yun continued. Wait, I guess you don't know how much revenue comes from streams yet. Yeah, actually, didn't you go handle things with Soil today? Woo Hyun picked up his phone. Oh, that's right. I just received an email this morning. I was in a rush to meet you, so I didn't check it. His fingers tapped the screen. Woo Hyun's agreement. Greetings to Woo Hyun. He switched. This screen appeared. Sender. Kong Soil. Hello, Woo Hyun. This is the stream revenue from Soil as promised. I will send you the 6 million won commission from the other day. Please reply with your bank account information. Oh, there's also a rather funny donation wire transfer. I'll send that to you too. Jong Na-yun was surprised. 6 million won. And you still don't want to go on camera? Woo Hyun thought about the donation. Suddenly his eyes paused. This is the screen that appeared. Anonymous Viewer 62. Hello, Mr. Woo Hyun. Nice to see you again. How do you feel about returning? Actually, there is a new special mission prepared just for you. I will follow you from the streams from now on. Woo Hyun thought. They know I'm from the other world, and that username is clearly targeting me. Test subject number 62. He slammed the table and stood up. Who is it? You know I've returned. Can you find the information of the person who donated? Jong Na-yun was bewildered. Why are you asking that suddenly? Impossible. The terms don't allow it. You can't message them directly either. You can only interact with them through the live stream. Woo Hyun was focused. I'll do it. She was surprised, huh? Woo Hyun said coldly. I will live stream. Jong Na-yun laughed loudly. Really? Don't go back on your word. Everything in the cafe became quiet, but the notification board popped up. Notification 204.120 breaking news. HackerBoss is about to appear on a private broadcast. On August 2nd, 2041, at 7 p.m., the game hacking secret live stream will premiere. Guests: HackerBoss, Song Cheol, Jong Na-yun. Friday night prime time. A time to enjoy relaxation. Everyone with their own expectations. People who pride themselves on being self-proclaimed gamers. All gathered in front of their computers with the same heart and mind. Waiting for HackerBoss's broadcast. 5 minutes before the game starts at the broadcast studio in Reverse Planet, Jong Na-yun started to feel scared. It's about to start. I feel so nervous. Cha Song-cheol was excited. Don't worry too much. We prepared thoroughly, so there won't be any problems. Cha Song-cheol, professional commentator for Reverse Planet. Although I was extremely nervous when I first received the commentary invitation, I never thought that anyone other than Soil could invite HackerBoss. Jong Na-yun laughed. As soon as I said I was Woo Hyun's friend, he agreed to appear immediately. Suddenly the live screen lit up. It's time to go live. Cha Song-cheol spoke in a low voice. Yes. Jong Na-yun started to speak. Hello everyone. I'm Jong Na-yun. Cha Song-cheol also sat up straight. It's an honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Cha Song-cheol. Comments appeared. Signal cut. Finally, what is this? Where's HackerBoss? Bring him out, bring him out, bring him out. Jong Na-yun was excited. It seems many of you are confused because HackerBoss isn't here from the beginning. But let me tell you, it's too early to be disappointed. Woo Hyun appeared on the screen. HackerBoss is in the game. Comments appeared. That's HackerBoss. Anyone who said it was a scam, get out now. His appearance, why do you spin the knife so coolly? Currently, I'm very worried. Privacy protection mode. As you can see, HackerBoss's content will be carried out in the form of an observational reality TV show. We will give our feelings and comments while watching Hacker Boss play the game. You must be very curious about how Hacker Boss plays Reverse Planet. Jong Na-yeon laughed and said, "So let's start." Message screen popped up. Message from Jong Na-yeon. Go ahead. Woo Hyun's fingers decisively pressed the radio button. Started. On the other end of the line, a message from the Otherworld Management Bureau. Rescue the survivors so they can safely escape the forest and join us. System notification. Main mission. Join the Otherworld Management Bureau. Bypass the guards looking for the escape test subject and join the Otherworld Management Bureau located outside the forest. Woo Hyun thought, like the last time in that world, I was busy running away. He suddenly paused with his train of thought. This time Woo Hyun braced himself, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. Two players in the distance were attracted by that shout. They turned around in a fighting stance. The two of them rushed in. There he is. Surround him from three sides. Woo Hyun quickly reached behind, grabbing his chain. His pupils turned pitch black and fierce. All of you will die. Others continuously held guns, shooting where he was. The chain was controlled skillfully. Finally, the chain reached the gun. A piercing scream rang out along with a large explosion in the forest. They rushed in with swords. Rush at us. The chain started to swing around behind his back. The links of the chain connected together tightly. Both of them were tied together tightly. The speed of the chain was swinging with great force. Woo Hyun's hand bluntly threw the two of them to the ground, their heads dizzy with blood gushing from their mouths. He didn't hesitate long, but jumped onto them. Woo Hyun's pupils were pitch black. There he is, you vermin, don't let him escape. Woo Hyun closed his eyes behind a mask, but was still a bit exhausted. Jong Na-yeon's jaw dropped. This isn't the Woo Hyun I know. Cha Song-cheol continued. This is the first time I've seen this playstyle throughout my time comment. Gathering enemies without considering any strategy. Comments appeared. The existence of hacks is a strategy in itself. When you're lazy to search, make the enemy come to you. That's common sense, right? I'm reconsidering my assumption that he only takes down enemies he bumps into. I thought he was crazy when he started shouting. I was doing other work and had to switch over to watch after being startled. System notification. Mill Ear donated 50,000 won. Isn't the absolute entity too OP? What kind of skill has no cooldown? Jong Na-yeon said. What do you think about the opinion that the absolute entity is too OP? Cha Song-cheol replied. I can confirm that it's not too strong. Most skills have their own cooldowns. That's why Hacker Boss's character build, which uses core elements that have no cooldown, might look like a cheat. But when the absolute entity only amplifies physical ability, it doesn't improve combat intelligence or the level of weapon usage. And Hacker Boss is playing without any adjustments, right? To speak a bit extremely, that means if Hacker Boss has enough physical stats, he could fight like that in real life too. The absolute entity works that way because Hacker Boss is using it. Woo Hyun's two pitch-black pupils were still focused. More and more people started appearing, shouting, surround him. He was standing among those who had been defeated. Kim Chol, captain from the Otherworld Management Bureau. We are from the Otherworld Management Bureau. Put down your weapons and surrender obediently. Otherworld Management Bureau, a government agency specializing in conquering invading entities that pass through space portals. They mainly trap and conquer dangerous invading entities. Inside the reverse world, where dimensions are mixed, Woo Hyun raised his arms. Director Kim Cheol. I guess now he's a captain. Didn't expect to see him here. Kim Cheol was a bit startled. That outfit. You are the victim who escaped from the lab. I apologize for this rudeness. Everyone backed away. Woo Hyun replied, It's okay. Kim Cheol continued. But that radio, an agent inside the lab gave it to me. He sighed. He must have died. Woo Hyun thought to himself. Captain Kim Cheol is still as kind as he was in the other world. Kim Cheol continued. Then please stay at the Otherworld Management Bureau until your identity is verified. Woo Hyun nodded. Sure. He replied. Thank you for your cooperation. Let me show you the way. System notification. Main mission. Join the Otherworld Management Bureau completed. You have leveled up. You have received 1 strength point. At this time, it was a sunset afternoon at the headquarters of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Woo Hyun sat in a room. Is this the Bureau's counseling room? Didn't expect to end up here. After escaping the lab in that other world, I took requests from the company to accumulate money for revenge. The requests included assassination and kidnapping. But the biggest part was images of Woo Hyun fighting monsters with all his might, conquering the reverse world. Corporations would recklessly clean up reverse worlds to get loot. And when they deemed the loot had no value, they would dump the cleaning work on me. Getting involved with the Otherworld Management Bureau is inevitable. Sometimes we cooperate in conquests, but there are also many times we conflict and point our swords at each other. Suddenly, there was an interruption. "Hello, Beck Woo Hyun. I'm Lee Eugene, an agent from Team 1 of the Otherworld Management Bureau." Comments appeared. "Ms. Eugene, her beauty must be in the top 3 inches." Woo Hyun was a bit guarded. Lee Eugene was pleased. She started pulling up a chair. "You've gone through many difficulties to get here." Lee Eugene spoke up. "Now you have 2 choices. Mr. Woo Hyun, the first is to live as a civilian under the protection of the Otherworld Management Bureau. In this case, the use of power is strictly forbidden, and the second is to become an agent of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Of course, in the second case, you will not be allowed to act as an official agent. You will immediately receive proper training and will be deployed when we assess you are ready." Suddenly, Woo Hyun's face went solemn. "In the other world, I even worked as an agent for the Bureau, and now I'm becoming a colleague." Lee Eugene's cheeks flushed. "So will you choose to be a civilian or an agent?" His palms intertwined. "I will." The viewers commented quite angrily. "Don't stop the broadcast here. If I choose civilian, I'll receive missions from corporations again, just like on the other side. I'm not walking that path since I'm here. I will become an agent of the Otherworld Management Bureau." Lee Eugene was excited. "You're thinking correctly. If Mr. Beck Woo Hyun joins, it will be very helpful. Recently, corporations have been constantly recruiting awakened ones, so we're short on personnel. It's not because I'm an agent of the Management Bureau that I say that. Many people regret signing contracts with those corporations. Companies are still in the early training stages, so experience and skills in nurturing awakened ones are almost zero. In contrast, the Otherworld Management Bureau is an organization with a long history with rich experience in nurturing awakened ones and destroying reverse worlds. Of course, corporate pay is better, but it comes with many dangers." Woo Hyun thought to himself. On the other side, many awakened ones also lost their lives performing corporate missions. Even some places are like not caring and not bothering to pay. In the end, I had to gut them to get the money. Because of that, I was exposed as an unregistered awakened one, so I was monitored by the Otherworld Management Bureau for a while. Now, thinking back, at that time, I met Director Kim Cheo. Lee Eugene continued. "Then now I will ask the technical team to register Mr. Beck Woo Hyun as an awakened one. And this is your official duty phone." He held the phone in his hand and asked, "So now what do I have to do?" She explained, "As I said, first you will be trained as an intern. Once your ability is verified, you will be promoted, and that's when your team will be decided." Lee Eugene emphasized, "It would be great if we were on the same team." Woo Hyun stood up and replied honestly, "I hope so too. On the other side, I still owe Jean a favor, although we crossed paths quite a few times later." Lee Eugene said, "For the innocent victims trapped in the research lab. I thought, thanks to Lee Eugene leading the attack on the research lab, my colleagues and I could survive." She shook hands and said, "Hope to get your help later, Junior." Woo Hyun replied, "Hope for your guidance, Senior." Jong Na-yeon was surprised. "Hold on, guys, isn't this a bit strange? NPCs aren't supposed to talk like this, are they?" Jong Na-yeon had asked halfway through. "Can you change routes?" Lee Eugene replied, "Civilian and agent. Which side do you choose?" Jong Na-yeon was angry. "Hey," she continued, "the Lee Eugene I met wasn't like this." Cha Song-cheol trembled. "Impossible. Could this be a fully reactive AI?" Comments appeared. "Reverse Planet game. Is it that top tier? Can it do this too?" What is fully reactive?" Cha Song-cheol explained. Fully reactive AI is a type of NPC AI that can fully respond to all situations and requests. Unlike regular NPCs, it can communicate freely like a real person. That's technology that consumes a lot of resources. Experts believe it cannot be integrated into online games. Jong Na-yeon continued, "Maybe they have thoroughly solved the resource problem." He replied, "No. If that were the case, they would have advertised it heavily everywhere. Perhaps this technology is only activated when special conditions are met, and perhaps that minimum condition is having zero support from the start, the only difference between HackerBoss and other users. System notification. Combat support index at 0%. Jong Na-yun laughed awkwardly. Woo Hyun, you really are something? The notification board will definitely explode. Cha Song-cheol nodded. Yes, I think I'll lose sleep waiting to see how Reverse Planet Earth will announce this. For those interested in the storyline, they will be extremely interested. Maybe they could even invite a big character as a guest. The multi-branch storyline ends here today, right? Jong Na-yun replied. Yes, please look forward to the next content. Now we will move to PvP content. Comments appeared. Don't stop here. How can I bear waiting until the next session? At this time, Woo Hyun was in the combat preparation room. Has Anonymous Viewer 62 still not appeared? He recalled the computer screen at the cafe instead. If there is any donation or comment from Anonymous Viewer 62, report it to me immediately. No matter what the situation, report it. Jong Na-yun nodded. Oh yeah, I know. I thought to myself, I don't see any contact in Jong Na-yun's. I guess I have to keep streaming. Baek Woo Hyun's message popped up. Ready. Jong Na-yun laughed. So next we will proceed with PvP. Today's content is that in front of Woo Hyun is a large match orb. This is the first time HackerBoss is playing match mode. Cha Song-cheol continued. If so, then we will start with regular matches. Let me explain for those who don't know. There are a total of 8 tiers in Reverse Planet, and to enter the bronze tier, you must win 10 regular matches. According to statistics, players usually take about 2 hours, while professional players take about 30 minutes. Comments appeared. Turns out I'm below average. This game has a lot of vermin players, so the luck factor when matchmaking is also very important. Notification appeared. Task. Promote to bronze within 30 minutes completed. Reward 500,000 won. Jong Na-yun was excited. Oh, message from Jong Na-yun. Hey, awesome mission. The first mission has arrived. Can you win 10 consecutive matches in 30 minutes? Comments appeared. Ooh, quite confident. Think bronze is easy? If it's not arrogance, then what is it? Google logic. Jong Na-yun continued. This is really attractive, huh? Cha Song-cheol nodded. Yes, will HackerBoss succeed? Everyone stay tuned until the end. Notification appeared. PvP match mode matchmaking. Regular singles match success. Area 6. Residential zone. 10 seconds before starting round 1. Cha Song-cheol suddenly stretched in surprise. He brought along a weapon I've never. Woo Hyun was in a ready stance. They didn't know that the person in black retreated, thinking it's a melee skill, just need to get close to win easily. Just how much I have underestimated HackerBoss. The numbers started counting down. Match 1 starts. The man started to summon power and shouted. Ice explosion. A long scar in the middle of his face. Woo Hyun's body moved agilely behind the man in black. In just a short moment, his body fell apart. System notification. Match 1 ends. Winner Baek Woo Hyun. Loser Anonymous. Current record. Baek Woo Hyun. System notification. Next match. The man shouted loudly. Oh, met the vermin again. Surrender. Surrender. System notification. Anonymous surrendered. Match ends. Final winner Baek Woo Hyun. Final loser Anonymous. System notification. First match. Woo Hyun was continuously using his sword to counterattack. The man's face was scared as he shouted, "My darkness." Just as he finished his sentence, it was also the moment he was easily defeated. System notification. Current record. Baek Woo Hyun. Head melon. Final winner. Baek Woo Hyun. Head melon. Final loser. System notification. Woo Hyun enters the third match. A large man also appeared with a long scar on his face. System notification. Current record. Baek Woo Hyun. Pig gnawing straw. Final winner Woo Hyun. The man in the fourth match wasn't easy either. The system kept appearing 11 minutes before victory. PvP regular match 2-0. 8 minutes before victory. PvP regular match 1-0. 6 minutes before match 2-0. 3 minutes before match 2-0. Jong Na-yun and Cha Song-cheol were very surprised. The amount of time it took for Baek Woo Hyun to win 10 consecutive matches was only 20 minutes. On this side, his body was still intact without a single scratch. System notification. Promote Baek Woo-hyun to bronze tier. Jong Na-yeon looked blank. Oh, terrifying, how to say? Feeling left behind. Cha Song-cheol laughed awkwardly. Won 10 consecutive matches in 20 minutes. Comments appeared. What the hell? Is he crazy? Feels like a wall breaking records. High-level players always summarize in one word. Go. Cha Song-cheol continued. The time is unreasonable, but what's more surprising is the match record. Usually when encountering counter skills or major risks, form will fluctuate. The interviewer brushed his hand. I find it hard to deal with fire. He continued. But with Hacker Boss, no matter what skill the opponent has, he still maintains a perfect performance, completely unfazed throughout the match. Literally, the more he fights, the more intense he gets. Notification appeared. Fruit Pine donated 500,000 won. How did he do that? Jong Na-yeon was excited. Thanks, Fruit Pine. Really worth looking forward to. Don't know how he will perform in the next ranked game. Cha Song-cheol laughed. Me too, but I'm also a little worried. She asked wonderingly, why is that? He continued. Regardless, it's being broadcast. Isn't it easy to be targeted? But oh well. No matter what, the success rate isn't that high anyway. So hopefully, I'm just worrying over nothing. Comments appearing. If I were to bet, system notification, PvP party matching, regular solo duel successful. Sektoron Sigiravyar. A man appears. Oh, alright. Finally met this shameless guy. Watch closely, everyone. Let me show you how to discipline this hack. Comments appearing. Could it be that he's being targeted as soon as he leveled up? What should he do? This super high-level hacker. Haha, did you guys see that? This is the average skill level of those dung beetles. The publisher said it wasn't the case, but they're so stubborn. Woo Hyun's face darkened as he prepared to draw his sword. Cha Song-cheol said, Hack Big Brother isn't reacting at all to the provocation. Jong Na-yeon replied, I told him to just ignore these types of people. Her cheeks flushed red. And one more thing. Cha Song-cheol interrupted. It's starting. System notification. The first round begins. Leo's body screamed in extreme pain. Suddenly, he flew into the air surrounded by a brilliant flow of light. Leo's face looked excited as he shouted, Die. Comments appearing. Didn't land a single hit. Said he'd teach him a lesson, but he's the one getting schooled. That daddy is all talk. Woo Hyun leaned to the side. He seems confident, so I've been on guard. His arm quickly swung the blade across Leo's body. Just a waste of time. System notification. The first round ends. Winner, Woo Hyun. Loser, unknown. Current record, Woo Hyun 1-0 unknown. Leo's face twisted in pain as he slowly whispered, Monster. System notification. The next round will begin immediately. The second round will start in 10 seconds. Leo gritted his teeth. If this keeps up, I'll lose again. I need to use it. System notification. The second round begins. Electric currents reappeared all over his body. Before Woo Hyun's eyes was a powerful flow of electricity. Something's off. The electricity surrounding his body suddenly struck the rock. Woo Hyun thought to himself, sharper and stronger than before, moving more efficiently like a different person. Leo shouted excitedly, See that, you hacker? He continuously attacked Woo Hyun. I was just going easy on you in the first round. His arms crossed to shield his face. So that's what a hacker is. Jong Na-yeon spoke up. I remember now, but if you encounter someone who provokes you, hacker, she smiled, crush him. I said that, didn't I? Woo Hyun's pupils suddenly turned pitch black. Suddenly, power radiated from Woo Hyun's entire body. What is this? The air suddenly became heavy. You have nothing to be afraid of. Everyone can see I have the overwhelming advantage. Leo started to charge. Stop acting so cool. His feet nimbly leaped away from his position. Woo Hyun gently glided his blade across the guy's body. Leo's eyes widened. Frozen and unable to counter, he angrily turned around to the back. And once again, the blade glided across Leo's arm. He swung his fist with the power in his palm. Woo Hyun didn't hesitate, swinging his sword back upward. Leo could only look down and grit his teeth with tears streaming down. The screen was still lit up as the match continued. Jong Na-yeon laughed awkwardly. Everyone, surely that's not. Cha Song-cheol was also extremely surprised, flustered as he replied, Yes. Jong Na-yeon said, It looks like he's intentionally avoiding the finishing blow, doesn't it? Cha Song-cheol continued, I think you're right. Hack Big Brother is truly following Ms. Jong Na-yeon's advice to the letter. She laughed awkwardly. Well, of course, I told him to crush him thoroughly, but comments appearing. A monster created by Jong Na-yeon. What a scary woman. Either way, it's all because Jong Na-yeon gave him that advice. I'm afraid of what advice she might give next. Aren't you? Leo slumped down. What kind of thing are you? Woo Hyun said coldly. I'll return those words to you. As he finished his sentence, his sword finally swung down, ending the second round. System notification. Final score Baek Woo Hyun 2-0, unknown. Winner, Baek Woo Hyun, loser, unknown. After that, Baek Woo Hyun continued his winning streak with unstoppable momentum and immediately surpassed 30 consecutive wins. Jong Na-yeon spoke up. He's reached the gold rank already. Cha Song-cheol continued. I never thought he'd set a record of 30 consecutive wins in his very first broadcast. Comments appearing. I was literally holding my breath watching this. Is this what you call being completely outclassed? What have you been eating to be this strong? Can you show us your build? Please, Jong Na-yeon thought to herself. Most people are hesitant to reveal their playstyle, but should I ask him? Message popped up. Woo Hyun, by the way, could you reveal your build? If you don't want to, you can decline. He replied, sure. Why not? Jong Na-yeon continued. Everyone, the god of mechanics, said he would reveal his build. I will compile it and post it on the community board after the broadcast. Cha Song-cheol was shocked. Really? Comments appearing. Huh? He's actually revealing his build? I only asked hoping for a miracle, and he actually did it. Isn't revealing your playstyle a sensitive issue? That means he's that confident. Jong Na-yeon bowed. So we'll see you in the next broadcast. Cha Song-cheol also bowed. Thank you for watching for so long. He was excited. But seriously, this is just crazy. Jong Na-yeon laughed loudly. That's right, someone who completely adapted to 30 consecutive wins and even revealed their build. The community boards are going to explode. At this rate, won't he set a new record? What is the current record for the longest consecutive winning streak? Cha Song-cheol replied. Currently, the record for the longest consecutive winning streak in duel mode is held by the player battler with 76 wins. That was a record set while he was grinding his all to count. Jong Na-yeon was excited. Regardless, it would be great if Woo Hyun could set a new record. If it's Woo Hyun, he'd definitely agree. Additionally, Cha Song-cheol continued. If it's Battler, who is famous for his competitive nature, he's probably already got his eyes on the god of mechanics by now. His fingers were slowly moving the mouse button. On the screen was the Reverse Planet community, the cursor constantly scrolling up. His fingers were still moving the mouse very slowly on the screen, reporting the result of the investigation. The player who was reported has been penalized. Unauthorized, illegal program usage detected. A permanent ban has been issued in accordance with the terms of service. Battler propped his chin up and suddenly sighed in frustration. On the screen was the text. Seriously, even Battler can't break this record. He read the line. Even Battler can't break it. He laughed with interest. A morning a few days later, the second broadcast. Woo Hyun pondered. Anonymous Viewer 62 is finally here. He didn't show up in the previous broadcast. Does that mean I'm still missing something? Suddenly, a pleasant voice interrupted the atmosphere. Junior. Lee Eugene waved at him happily. Here, her appearance was as beautiful as ever, wearing a bright smile. Comments appearing. Sister Eugene, anyone who adapts completely is awesome. And Riff is a failure. Her appearance deserves to be in the top 3 most popular NPCs in Riff. She's really too beautiful. She said, "This is your first field mission. Aren't you worried?" He replied, "The field mission is a bit faster than I imagined. But I'm fine." A new quest window popped up as soon as I logged into the game. System notification. Your first field mission has been assigned. Please change into your combat gear and report to the designated location. Lee Eugene. You'd think a trainee agent had already received a field mission. It's a good thing I can skip the training since this is a game. So what is this field mission about? Lee Eugene explained. We need to completely eradicate the invasive entities inside the reversed world and seal their space. We've received reports that there's a possibility they might become aggressive. That is another location discarded by the corporations. We tend to neglect them because sometimes they're useful for extermination. But unexpectedly, they just stir everything up and throw it aside once they can't make a profit anymore. Woo Hyun thought to himself, as expected, what the corporations do here, and there is all the same. Anyway, the invasive entities are small-sized insects. In reality, the invasion-type insects are rated as low FE danger. He thought to himself, they are weak, but they are very numerous, making them very annoying to deal with. The soldier covering his face put his hand to his forehead. Lieutenant, or Doctor, are you an awakener from the Extra-Dimensional Management Bureau? Li Eugene showed her ID. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. He replied. Confirmed. You may enter. The magnetic door opened inside. It's scary. I've never seen a gate appear in an abandoned factory. Woo Hyun looked up. No wonder it looks so familiar. I've seen this before in the Hell Realm, but at that time I was sure it was medium-sized, not small. He pondered, is something wrong? Li Eugene spoke up. Shall we go in? Suddenly a loud voice interrupted. Well, look who it is. Choi Hyung-cheol, an awakener linked to the electronics company Gum-San Corporation. What brings our senior Li Eugene to a small-scale gate? Li Eugene asked curiously. Choi Hyung-cheol, why are you? He walked over and replied. I'm surprised too. You know, never thought my mission location would coincide with yours, senior. She continued. You gave up on it and threw it away. And now you're saying it's a mission. Yeah, don't tell me you're plotting something. Choi Hyung-cheol replied. Plotting? That hurts my feelings. By the way, who is this? A new junior who just joined? Instead of suffering for nothing at the Management Bureau, why don't you try joining a corporation? Li Eugene interrupted. Choi Hyung-cheol. Her eyes were sharp. Don't cross the line again. He laughed and stepped back. All right, I got it. Since I'm yielding this reversed world to you, take care of it, senior. Choi Hyung-cheol laughed loudly as he left. Good luck. Woo Hyun asked curiously. Who was that? Li Eugene held her face. He was the first trainee agent I was in charge of. My blood sugar is dropping. After he was recruited by a corporation and left, he started spreading malicious rumors about the Bureau. Cha Song-cheol spoke up. Isn't this the first time the relationship between Li Eugene and Choi Hyung-cheol has been revealed in such detail? Zhang Na-yun continued. I'm seeing this for the first time too. Usually, they just say vaguely that something terrible happened between them. He said, it seems like a broader story is being provided thanks to the influence of the fully adaptive AI. Comments appearing. It would be a huge hidden story if it were revealed. Perhaps Reverse Planet Earth has been hiding something. Li Eugene stepped forward. We should stop these sad conversations and go inside now, shouldn't we? Woo Hyun replied. Sure, outside the gate. It was already glowing. It seems they have already entered. So let's start the plan. 20 minutes later, inside the reversed world. At this moment, Woo Hyun's pupils were pitch black, coldly wiping the blood off his face. In front of him was Li Eugene, who had been defeated and was leaning against a tree. A candy with a red wrapper lay on the ground along with a pool of blood. Only a few minutes ago, Woo Hyun and Li Eugene had just stepped through the gate. She walked forward, warning about the gate. This is the passage to the reversed world. Once you go through the portal on the other side, you will step into the reversed world. Woo Hyun nodded and walked on without hesitation. Understood. It's similar to the other world. Suddenly, a violent tremor prevented them from stepping through the gate. Based on experience, Woo Hyun quickly realized. An anomaly. Li Eugene was sucked into the gate. She only had time to leave the sentence. Junior, light from it gradually wrapped around her body. Watch out. After passing through the gate is a dense forest full of monsters. Woo Hyun looked around to probe the situation. This is a forest? Did I just get separated from Li Eugene? It's common for passages to collapse due to external tremors. First, he twirled the knife in his hand, preparing to eradicate the spider swarm. His gaze cold and resolute. I should deal with these first and then go find Li Eugene. On the other side, someone was concentrating lightning into their palm. Li Eugene dispersed the power, and not a single spider escaped the lightning strike. They almost vanished instantly. Seeing the spiders were so persistent, she was helpless. They keep coming, no matter how many I kill. Furthermore, the scale of this forest, no matter how you look at it, this place seems closer to a medium-scale reversed world than a small-scale one. Li Eugene sighed in frustration. As expected, there's something fishy. While she wasn't paying attention, Choi Hyung-cheol ambushed her from behind. Hope the junior is still okay. Very quickly, Lee Eugene realized. Although she managed to dodge in time, she still took a hit. What is this? Lee Eugene backed away, keeping her distance. He chuckled. Lee Eugene couldn't believe he would do such a thing. Choi Hyung-cheol, why would you? He smirked sarcastically. Should I say we are on a secret mission? I'm just following orders, so don't hold a grudge against me. She was in so much pain that it was hard to stand. That's nonsense. The wound is deep. I need to get out of here immediately. Thinking this, Lee Eugene launched a lightning strike as a distraction. Sharp rocks rose up to block their path, shielding her. Immediately after that, they exploded and everything flew out. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Eugene ran away quickly. Choi Hyung-cheol angrily cursed him. You idiot, chase after her. Even though she tried, she was still too slow. To increase her chances of escaping, Lee Eugene clasped her hands and used electricity. She spread her arms to create a lightning spear. Immediately after that, Lee Eugene gripped the spear tightly, preparing to fight. She used all her remaining strength to roll and fire the lightning backward. The lightning caused the ground beneath their feet to explode. Just as she was in a life-or-death situation, she found an escape route. Hey, you bastard! Why didn't you stop her? Damn it, because of you we lost her. Choi Hyung-cheol gave orders frantically. Go look ahead. After they left that place, Lee Eugene finally surfaced. She breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for that killing cave, I would have been in big trouble. Anyway, a secret mission. What is this corporation plotting? At the same time, where Woo Hyun was, he made the fans excited. That's it. Why were they finished off with just one hit? It seems like he's already killed dozens of them. He looked at the footprints on the ground decisively. I'm sure I can feel Lee Eugene's presence here. He slightly bowed his head, realizing something had happened. Suddenly, a familiar aura appeared right nearby. Woo Hyun quickly realized and ran to her location. Lee Eugene's voice, his speed, made the signal transmitter unable to keep up. Lee Eugene was being tightly coiled by a huge centipede. Sister Eugene is in danger. Why did she lose to a bunch of insects? By the way, does anyone know how he knew she was here and ran to her? Without a single wasted movement, Woo Hyun lunged forward. With just a few simple strikes, he saved her from it. Woo Hyun caught Lee Eugene, not letting her hit the ground hard. He set her down and asked, Are you okay? Lee Eugene whispered, Junior. Woo Hyun quickly realized the unusual problem. A seasoned veteran like Lee Eugene couldn't be defeated by these ordinary insects. This is a wound caused by an ability. Considering the situation, the awakener who could cause this is. He guessed correctly that it was Choi Hyung-cheol, right? She nodded. Yeah, it seems he was tailing us. Outside, Jong Na-yeon felt puzzled. Don't you guys find it strange? Choi Hyung-cheol usually ambushes later than this. The comments also agreed. He attacks during the plot related to the corporation. But has that already happened? There's something going on. She turned to ask Cha Song-cheol. Is it because of the influence of the fully adaptive AI? He thought the same. For now, that's the only guess we can make. An interesting hidden plot. Let's just keep watching for now. Here, Lee Eugene's face had flushed red. I just managed to shake him off, but I don't know when he will return to ambush me. Furthermore, if I use my ability, there's a risk my location will be revealed. So, Junior, you should escape first. Woo Hyun had a different intention. First, let's bandage your wound. Hide for a bit. I will go handle them and come back. She didn't agree and immediately stopped him. Choi Hyung-cheol is a veteran awakener. You can't face him alone. Woo Hyun interrupted her. It's fine. He nodded, ensuring, I have a plan. At the same time, on the riverbank, Choi Hyung-cheol's group was gathering. Where the hell is she hiding? He sighed and gave the task. Anyway, in that condition, she can't go far. So search throughout this valley. In the meantime, I'll go down and find the target. Suddenly, something caught Choi Hyung-cheol's eye. He swung his fire-covered hands to attack as a precaution. Woo Hyun put on an innocent, naive face and begged, Wait a second. He retracted his fangs and questioned, Are you Lee Eugene's junior? Before answering, he complained, I survived. I didn't expect the passage to suddenly collapse, and I got separated from Senior Eugene. Do you know what happened? The commenters were surprised. What kind of acting is this? Even without seeing his face, I know. His acting skills are top-notch. Rest in peace. Choi Hyung-cheol, oh. He pretended to be friendly and put his hand on his shoulder. You hi. You still don't know, do you? So the story is, Choi Hyung-cheol laughed and charged. You two will meet if you just take a little nap. Immediately after, a stream of blood flowed into the air. Before he could understand what was happening, Woo Hyun had stabbed him cleanly. When he realized it, Choi Hyung-cheol screamed in tremors. Cough, cough. Below, the comments were satisfied. Getting stabbed by this thing is truly well-deserved. True precision. He held his wound and fell, causing his teammates to rush over worriedly. What is it? What happened? And he quickly slipped away. His teammates supported Choi Hyung-cheol. Oh my god, are you okay? And Woo Hyun successfully blended into the bushes. The other guys supported him while saying loudly, let me bandage it, go chase after that guy. They immediately drew their weapons to chase after him. Understood. He went deep into the forest without knowing he was being watched by Woo Hyun from afar on a nearby tree branch. Oh my god. Where did he go? They looked around, and a shadow suddenly appeared behind. Can't go far. Like a gust of wind, he appeared right behind him. What is this? They reassured themselves. Scared the hell out of me. Then Woo Hyun quickly acted before he could suspect anything. On the other side, his teammates were trying to stop his bleeding. Hey, stay conscious. I've stopped the bleeding. You just need to get out and get treatment then. Suddenly, something in the sky flashed, then flew straight into Choi Hyung-cheol's wound, causing him to spurt blood from his mouth. The teammate looked around and shouted, You maniac, where did you come? Seeing that, the other person stood up, guardedly asking, Where did my teammates go? But he only received silence from Woo Hyun in return. He raised the sword in his hand as his answer. The other person realized it belonged to his teammate. The sword could not contain its own rage. The other person unleashed a technique and lunged forward to attack. Then he simultaneously launched sharp, knife-like stones. I will have my revenge. Unfazed, Woo Hyun gently slashed through all those stones in one stroke. The other person refused to give up and deployed another technique. It's not over yet. Then he unleashed it, causing the ground beneath to rise. Branches of earth and large rocks were launched toward him. Earthquake. Woo Hyun remained calm, looking around, then quickly chopped down a nearby tree, used a trunk as a pivot, and leaned the branches against another tree, creating a shield just enough to prevent Woo Hyun from being buried by the earlier earthquake. Seeing this, the other person angrily shouted, You monster! While he was hiding behind the log, a sharp stone rose nearby. A massive rock was launched toward Woo Hyun. Stone horn, but he quickly dodged it. Woo Hyun's face remained emotionless as he watched the rock flying closer and closer to him. A piece of stone successfully pierced Woo Hyun's arm. Seeing him suddenly rush toward him, the other person continuously launched stones in self-defense. Don't come any closer. Woo Hyun drew his second sword. One stroke, then two strokes, cutting those giant rocks in half. Finally, in the blink of an eye, he finished off the unfortunate foe. The other person couldn't believe it and trembled, unable to even speak, as a notification appeared before him. Woo Hyun sheathed his sword and breathed a sigh. Whoosh! The comments kept jumping up. This is crazy, insane. I was holding my breath watching this. Worshipping the ambush, Jong Na-yeon watched, completely bewildered. She broke into a cold sweat. Just a core element. And he took on 3 hounds alone. While Cha Song-cheol beside her was lost in admiration and trust, comments also popped up. It feels like a wall. But the Hound are doing their first mission. Is the difficulty right? I'm honestly dropping my jaw. I'm not kidding. Woo Hyun looked at the wound he had just sustained. Ambush 2 already, but still got hurt like this. Still lacking compared to when I was in that world. He didn't pay much attention. Well, let's check the surroundings. Woo Hyun checked Choi Hyung-cheol's phone and saw a message. The target would be sent to the reverse planet. Attempt to capture alive, but if not possible, extermination is permitted. He checked the message while searching the bodies, finding nothing left. The only message was Lee Eugene. The investigation was transferred to the Bureau, and the equipment appeared, regression blade. First effect, slightly increases blade sharpness. Second effect, can return a hand at will when thrown. Effects only apply in PV. Next is the winner's bracelet. First effect, increases psychic skill power. Second effect, Reduces psychic skill cooldown. Can return a hand at will when thrown. Final item, Hermit's Necklace. First effect, can use darkness. Second effect, store equipment at any time. Effects only apply in PV. Woo Hyun held the regression blade in his hand and thought, I can check the effects right away. It really is a game. On the other side, we have to guess the effects through testing. Afterward, he threw the 3 swords into the space portal. Anyway, it's temporarily resolved, gotta hurry. Woo Hyun thought to himself, conquer the reverse planet before Lee Eugene wound gets worse. Lee Eugene frowned, bewildered for a moment. Facing her now was a giant scorpion monster, the Emperor's scorpion entity. Lee Eugene clutched her wound and smiled bitterly. Well, what bad luck coming to this place again. Should I call it lucky? She thought in her heart. If only it had gone to the junior instead. Suddenly, it swung its pincers to attack. She gathered energy in her hand, preparing to unleash a move. Somehow, I have to handle it myself. Lee Eugene rushed forward, determined to fight to the death with the scorpion. Electricity surged from her hand, but before she could strike, its pincers suddenly fell to the ground, leaving Lee Eugene surprised. Appearing from the smoke was someone standing on the scorpion. Woo Hyun, looking cool, held his sword in one hand and stepped on the sword plunged into it, asking, Are you okay? Lee Eugene was still bewildered, looking up with wide, glistening eyes. Junior, comments popped up again. Sister Eugene, Sister Eugene, Sister Eugene. Fighting the boss with that body, having finished off all the mobs, high levels, and now the boss. He noticed the crack appearing in the sky. The reverse planet is starting to close. Woo Hyun jumped down her side. He really took down the hound alone. He said, Let's get out of here, I'll carry you. Jong Na-yeon commented. Completed while the passage collapsed, the closing started before escaping. Yeah. On the screen was the image of Woo Hyun carrying Lee Eugene. Cha Song-cheol continued. That's right, so we have to escape before we get stuck. He instructed her, hold on tight. Lee Eugene behind him. Okay. Beneath the shattering sky, Woo Hyun carried Lee Eugene toward the space portal. Notifications continued to appear. Wipeout complete. Received 1 psychic point. Leveled up and received 1 psychic point in the other world. Headquarters of the Management Bureau, Kim Cheol. The captain of the Extra-Dimensional Management Bureau asked, Is it true that Lee Eugene was attacked by a corporation awakener? He replied, Yes, it's true. He rubbed his head. Those corporations, they finally crossed the line. So what happened to them? Woo Hyun answered, I handled all of them. Kim Cheol looked up. Handled? How could you alone? He recalled the past memory. Kim Cheol asked further, Is there any usable evidence? He placed the phone on the table. Their phones, messages showing orders, but the rest has been encrypted. He told him, Good. That will make the investigation easier. Leave the rest to us and get some rest. Woo Hyun stood up and replied, I'm leaving. Seeing him walk away with a dissatisfied face, he was called back. Wait. He reminded Woo Hyun, whispering, There will surely be an opportunity next time. Kim Cheol instructed. Until then, you must be patient. Understand. Woo Hyun looked down and replied, Understood. Notification board appeared. First field mission complete. Leveled up. Received 1 stat point. Choose your second core element. Jong Na-yeon sat with Cha Song-cheol and exclaimed, The first field mission is over. He said, A flashier scene than I thought. She looked at the tablet and was surprised. I bet the viewers are satisfied, right? Notification appeared. Anonymous viewer 62 donated 3 million won privately. Congratulations on wiping out the first gate. This is a special mission. Jong Na-yeon immediately sent a message to Woo Hyun. Anonymous viewer 62 just donated and sent a message. He donated 3 million won. That's amazing. Seeing that, he muttered. Finally, her message continued to be sent. I will send you a screenshot. Now I will assign a special mission. End the stream first. Woo Hyun was suspicious. A special mission? Now that he mentions it. He had mentioned that before, so he will tell me after the stream. Yeah, okay. A series of comments appeared from anonymous viewer 62. Hi Woo Hyun. It's nice to see you again. How does it feel to return to real life? I prepared something special for you. Woo Hyun rolled his eyes toward the notification. Thanks for relaying it. Continue the stream. Jong Na-yun quickly sent an okay sticker to him. Outside, Jong Na-yun suddenly turned her head and whispered, "Is something wrong?" She was momentarily startled and replied, "I'm not apologizing." Jong Na-yun was confused, blushing with embarrassment as she thought, "So Cha Song-cheol didn't see this donation window? Well, it's a private donation. I'll look into this later. Focus on the stream first." Then she regained her spirit, excitedly shouting, "Now, let's continue today's stream. Let's keep this momentum and jump into PvP." It startled him. Yes. Jong Na-yun held the computer in her hand and recounted. In the previous PvP duel, the god of mechanics gained a crazy winning streak and turned the rankings upside down. Cha Song-cheol agreed. "That's right. So what will we do for today's PvP?" She hesitated and said, "Today's PvP is a struggle in 4 modes. Players choose one and fight 5-on-5 in a best of 3. A series of comments immediately appeared. "What do you mean, struggle? Are we not dueling? I was looking forward to the duel win streak. Are you kidding me? Are they not continuing because they're afraid of losing the streak?" Jong Na-yun seemed to have known beforehand and gave a strained smile. As expected, there are some objections, but once they witness it, I bet they will change their minds. After a while, she winked and said, "Now let's start." Inside the game, the system notified. PvP struggle mode. Standard escort successfully matched. The attacking team of 5 entered their positions. Everyone enthusiastically greeted each other. "Hello. Let's play a good game. Let's try our best." Cha Song-cheol was quite surprised by this situation. "So our first match is an escort?" In escort mode, the attacking team will push the cargo to the target, and the defensive team tries to stop them. Jong Na-yun turned her head and raised a huge question mark. This is the first time we've seen a 5-on-5 team match. Can the god of mechanics maintain his reputation? Afterward, the system's sound rang. Round 1 start. The car's wheels also started rolling on the road. 2 people stood on the car to protect the cargo. 1 person stayed behind for safety. 2 people in front led the way. "Let's go, let's fight, everyone." Woo Hyun stopped, turned around to look behind. Cha Song-cheol saw this and wondered, is he staying back? Now he was using his sharp eyes to observe everything around him. Jong Na-yun suspected. It seems he is intending to play backdoor. He confirmed immediately. That's right. Usually players will stay close to the cargo, but if a player has skills, going backdoor isn't a bad idea. But usually, stopping 5 people alone isn't easy. Ending his sentence, Woo Hyun had already jumped through every alley on the road. 1 person commented, "But if it's the god of mechanics, maybe." They looked at those lightning-fast movements and judged. It's not a ranked match. It's a casual match. They're all newbies. It will work. Why not think there are some Smurfs here? Everyone looked at Woo Hyun's position on the map and couldn't help but exclaim, "Extraordinary speed. He's about to encounter the defensive team." Not long after, Woo Hyun pulled out his sword, hovering in the air above the defensive team. He swung his hand back, pulling out a dagger. Woo Hyun took the opportunity to throw that knife straight downward. Immediately 1 person was hit, blood splattered, making his teammates scream in shock. "What the hell is that?" The blonde guy panicked and shouted, "It's a backdoor." As soon as he finished, another flash of light passed by his neck. The system immediately displayed, Baek Woo Hyun killed too easily. When that guy fell to the ground, it was also when he landed, scaring the rest. "What the hell is our team doing?" They watched him slowly drawing his sword from his back and discussed. "I will hold him off. You guys focus on the cargo." Okowo. Then a ton of information popped up. Baek Woo Hyun killed Potato Heaven. Dae Hwang Jun, Swimming Elephant. His teammates read them and were also confused, blurting out, "What is this?" Kill notifications kept appearing. Shortly after, the system updated. Round 1 ended with the attacking team's victory, leaving the player open-mouthed, muttering, "Already?" The comment section was also buzzing. Look at the teammates' reactions. It would be very annoying if the match ended before I saw the enemy's face. If there's someone caring like that, you should be grateful. Outside, Jong Na-yun leaned her face close to the screen, agreeing. We knew in advance he would carry the team, but it ended so quickly that it's quite disappointing. Cha Song-cheol compared. Today he feels even faster than usual, right? Maybe he's in a hurry to do something. She laughed and replied, "Who knows? Let's just keep watching." Switching scenes inside the game. Wu Hyun unleashed his punch on another capture player. That guy collapsed to the ground in the blink of an eye, surrounded by players who had already been defeated. Multiple explosions kept happening in the conquered fortress wall area. Members of the other team were struggling to unleash their moves to stop Wu Hyun, not forgetting to curse. What is that bastard doing? Stop him! But nothing could stop the war god. He dodged those attacks alone and jumped high up. Wu Hyun quickly dispatched those two players. Tiny white and red specks kept falling in front of him. Not long after, a flag with bloodstains was raised to claim the flag. And just like that, Baek Wu Hyun wiped out the battlefield with an overwhelming pentakill and quickly ended every match. Information board appeared. Anonymous Viewer 62 donated 3 million won privately. You worked hard today. Now I will assign you a special mission. Open the new system of Reverse Planet when you play the game. Jong Na-yeon's eyes lit up like stars when she saw money, excitedly thinking, another 3 million. Sending a message to him, Wu Hyun, again. Anonymous Viewer 62 donated with a message. 3 million. Should we use it to organize an event for subscribers? Or let the whole team go eat or maybe upgrade our equipment? Wu Hyun mumbled, replying, yeah, just send the screenshot. He read it and muttered, new system when you play. So basically I have no choice but to keep playing PV or PvP. He closed his eyes, tilting his face up, showing clear exhaustion. Wu Hyun squinted slightly, telling himself, for now, I'll just follow his wishes. A few days later, on the third day of the plot exploration segment, he was entering the Management Bureau's combat training area. A message from Lee Eugene was sent. Junior, I'm injured, so I won't be able to guide you for a while, so I found a replacement. Come to the training area. I will introduce you to them. Jong Na-yeon curiously asked. Who could the replacement be? Cha Song-cheol guessed. Considering the god of mechanics' reputation, they will probably appoint a famous agent. Others competed to comment. Maybe Kim Cheol will take over? Impossible. Last time he looked very busy. It's Kim Hannah or Jang Ho-young. At this moment, Lee Eugene bandaged arm was raised to call. Junior, you're here? Wu Hyun walked over and asked, are you feeling better? She teased, thanks to you. But I think someone else has to take over the guide role. Then someone walked over, attracting Wu Hyun's attention. Lee Eugene said nimbly, here she is. Those feet slowly stepped on the lush green grass. A woman with short hair and a cool outfit introduced herself. Hi, I'm Kim Hannah. The comment section was surprised once again. Oh, Kim Hannah. Initially Lee Eugene, now Hannah. So jealous, buddy. I don't expect you to be this lucky. But I still like Sister Eugene better. I have a difference in preference between Jean and Hannah. That's the truth. He politely nodded and greeted. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Wu Hyun. Thinking in his heart, Kim Hannah. In terms of skills, she is only behind Kim Cheol. She definitely ranks second at the Space Management Bureau. Back in that other world, she was once a dangerous enemy. Lee Eugene mischievously spoke up. All right, since you two have been introduced to each other, I'm off. I wasn't even allowed to come here. Kim Hannah heard this and complained. What? You said you had permission to go already. She immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to shout back. Then I leave her to you. Leave it. Kim Hannah stood there crying out. Eugene, come back here. A second later, she had disappeared from this place, leaving the two standing looking at each other without saying a word. Kim Hannah blushed with embarrassment, but still had to start the conversation. I heard you use a sword. Do you prefer a long sword or a dagger? Wu Hyun glanced and replied, I use both. She rubbed her chin, thinking, both? I wonder what his level is. Suddenly Kim Hannah suggested, how about a sparring match? Cha Song-cheol heard that, and sweat covered his face. Jong Na-yeon turned and wondered, what's wrong? He stared wide-eyed, taking a while to say his sentence. The way this is happening is really strange. She looked down at the screen, questioning, sparring with Kim Hannah? Isn't it normal for sword users to spar with each other? Just then, the two were staring at each other holding their weapons. Cha Song-cheol stammered. That's right, but not every player uses a sword. This setting only works because the god of mechanics is the protagonist. Jong Na-yeon saw that and was also open-mouthed, her face pale. The commentators were also shocked. What? That gives me goosebumps. Now you tell me. Most of them are ability users. This AI is really crazy. What is it? Everyone watched Woo Hyun swing his sword forward and chattered. Even if it's an advanced AI, I think it has changed the direction of the story. But this development is completely different from the experience of other players. This means that this game, Kim Hannah also got into a ready stance, while the crowd still whispered. Depending on the player's actions, the plot can unfold in completely different ways. These things are almost like reality. Woo Hyun's pupils flashed a golden color that looked extremely dangerous. Kim Hannah immediately raised her sword to face level, the purple in her eyes also showing clear determination to fight. Kim Hannah proposed, "Let's just use swords for sparring, without using any special abilities." Woo Hyun stood stunned and refused. "That wouldn't work. My ability is physical enhancement, and it is always active, so even now it is still active." She entered a defensive stance and replied, "If that's the case, I'll use my ability too." Hannah smirked, slowly saying so. Woo Hyun still maintained his calm and coldness. As soon as the word "start" rang out, she lunged right in front of him. A blinding flash of light shot past Kim Hannah's eyes. Woo Hyun quickly turned to dodge that attack. He immediately swung his weapon up to push her backward. Kim Hannah stumbled a few steps, but used her toes to scrape the ground to balance herself. The next second, she took momentum to run fast forward. Kim Hannah swung a powerful, decisive stroke, making Woo Hyun pushed back. Cha Song-cheol saw that and exclaimed, "That Kim Hannah isn't exaggerated, she's actually strong." Jong Na-yeon turned and added, "That must be the Wind God playstyle, right?" At this moment, Kim Hannah had jumped into the air with blue light surrounding her, pointing the tip of her sword toward Woo Hyun. He heard that and replied, "Half right, half wrong. The Wind God playstyle is inspired by Kim Hannah, but the God of Mechanics is impressive, right?" He is not overwhelmed by Kim Hannah's speed. The next second, she attacked continuously, but no strike could hit Woo Hyun. The commentators were extremely excited. "Oh, no joke. Isn't this a side mission? Why is he so peak? Watching this makes me want to learn swordsmanship." Suddenly, Kim Hannah stopped, her eyes wide, looking extremely surprised. She looked at Woo Hyun's cold face and thought, not only is his speed fast, he also exploits the basis very accurately. Kim Hannah gave a mysterious smile and spoke up. "It seems I'll have to use a bit more of my true power." Immediately, she poured more energy into her sword, pushing it close to Woo Hyun's face. The mana flow accumulated larger and larger, releasing green rings forward. Kim Hannah held her weapon firmly and muttered. As expected, she looked at a piece of the net that had just been destroyed by it, along with Woo Hyun's turning posture, and continued, "I thought you would dodge." The commentator area was lively again. As expected, Kim Hannah is really scary. Is the God of Mechanics still not at her level? The God of Mechanics has only unlocked 2 core elements. If he unlocks one more, could he be on par? Maybe even more. Kim Hannah raised her eyebrows and praised, "You are much more excellent than I thought." Woo Hyun nodded modestly. "Thank you." Thinking in his heart, if this were real combat, my winning rate would be less than 20%. As expected, I'm still lacking compared to that world. She suddenly asked, "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" Woo Hyun looked down. "To be honest, I'm self-taught." Kim Hannah exclaimed in surprise, "Self-taught to reach this level? Good. Follow me. There's a place I want to show you." Then the system updated. Sparring mission with Kim Hannah complete. You have leveled up. Scene changed to a place full of weapons hanging on the wall. Woo Hyun was bewildered. "This place is..." Kim Hannah looked at the pile of weapons in front and introduced, "It's the armory of the Space Management Bureau." Kim Hannah, assistant to the support team captain, happily spoke up. "You mentioned that Mr. Woo Hyun would need a suitable weapon." Kim Hannah glanced at him and confirmed, "Yes, that's right. Although I have a weapon I'm using, there's no need to continue using one without abilities." Speaking, she thought, "I think." Kim Hannah nimbly bowed her head and replied, "Then feel free to choose one. I'm off." After she left, Kim Hannah waved her hand. "Now it's time for you to choose." Woo Hyun looked around, rubbing his chin and thought, "Fewer valuable items than I thought." He stood in front of the blood-sucking spear, looking at its information. First effect, spear's slashing power increased. Second, absorb blood from the spearhead to heal. Following that is controlling healing. All apply in PV only. He muttered, I think this item is a quality one, so I will take this. And suddenly something attracted Wu Hyun's attention. Huh? He stared at the sharp object in the back, questioning. It was the soul-devouring sword, lying in a corner, causing Wu Hyun to take notice. Soul-devouring is due to its special effect, absolutely cannot be destroyed. Based on the amount of souls it has devoured, its slashing power increases. Healing equivalent to a potion bottle based on damage caused by soul-devouring. The two remaining effects are sealed. All apply in PvE only. He walked over and picked it up, muttering to himself. Why is an item that should be at the black market here? Could someone have stolen it from the Administration Bureau in the first place? I never expected to find my favorite weapon from the other world here. Seeing this, Kim Hannah asked, Have you decided on this one? Wu Hyun confirmed. Yes, I'll take this one. She exclaimed, A two-handed sword. That's interesting. I'll request for the ownership to be transferred to you. Jong Na-yeon was left confused by the sight. What the hell is this? Normally, a weapon with two choices should be appearing at this stage. Everyone else held the same thought. No, this is absurd. Why would a weapon with 5 choices appear here? And even though the choices are random, only good ones are usually included. When I went to the armory, there was nothing. The system quickly notified. User Cha Song Cheol has gifted 1,001. If all the seals are released, that thing would probably become the ultimate weapon. Cha Song Cheol was not very surprised. Actually, this isn't the first time the god of mechanics has received gear unsuited for his level. The hermit's necklace he obtained in the previous broadcast was also a mid-story item. The commentators were in an uproar, now that you mention it. I was truly blinded by the hidden plot. A hellhound appeared in the very first field mission. After all, who cares about that? Cha Song Cheol rolled his eyes and continued. I'm sure some of you know that Reverse Planet has a very clear risk-reward calculation. The more difficult the challenge, the greater the reward. She wondered. So, it's because he defeated a hellhound during the very first sweep? He was able to get the hermit's necklace? He confirmed, exactly. Furthermore, the god of mechanics has performed perfectly in everything from escaping the laboratory to sparring with Kim Hannah. Jong Na-yeon's eyes sparkled as she muttered. And the reward for that was the Soul Eater. Sounds very reasonable, doesn't it? Someone else immediately agreed. He hinted, Of course, that's just a hypothesis for now. Let's keep watching. The scene shifted inside the game. Kim Hannah, they said the ownership transfer is complete. Wu Hyun replied as he stored the sword into his inventory space. Thank you. Kim Hannah looked up, feeling excited for him. Well, now that you have a new weapon to get used to, shall we go do some sweeping? The scene shifted to a remote and desolate mountain range. Wu Hyun and Kim Hannah stepped through the portal and arrived at the location. She was annoyed by the cold there. Who would have expected the portal to be on top of a mountain? It just activated on its own. Kim Hannah recalled the Guardian's words. The portal will appear a bit higher up. Are you blaming the scammer? He said it was just a little higher. Regardless, this was the spawn location for the invading entities that took on the appearance of wolves. The system quickly displayed the image of a wild wolf, low danger scale. Kim Hannah leaned her hands on her hips and continued. They have strong territorial instincts, so they will be patrolling here soon. Wu Hyun closed his eyes, silently comparing. Beast type, they are harder to deal with than insect type, but everything below B rank is the same. Then he spoke. This helps us save time from looking for them. She immediately announced. If the situation becomes dangerous, I will intervene, but for now, I will just observe. Good luck. Wu Hyun quickly summoned the Soul Eater from the Black Abyss and replied, Understood. At this moment, the winds continued to howl atop the mountain, and the footsteps of the beast grew louder and louder. His pupils became incredibly sharp. They're here. Wu Hyun immediately got into a ready stance as the wolves lunged forward. He gripped the sword hilt firmly and swung it backward to gain momentum. This will be the first strike. The words full power echoed in Wu Hyun's mind. That was also when he unleashed a decisive slash right in front of the aggressive pack of wolves. Wu Hyun fought the wild beasts alone without a hint of fear. Before long, a bright red glow ran along the blade. The system updated. Soul Eater's cutting power has increased. The commentators exclaimed in admiration. That's it. Perfect score. I told you so. Zhang Nayan was also surprised. He swings that long sword as if it were as light as a feather. Cha Song Cheol wept in the donation box. User Cha Song Cheol has gifted 50,000 won. Extraordinary control. Wu Hyun held the weapon in his hand tightly, feeling it to himself. Sure enough, from the very beginning, the feeling is completely different from the other weapons. Kim Hannah stood behind him, sweating profusely, and muttered, "Is this the heavenly moon slash?" Wu Hyun gripped the sword tightly and pondered. Compared to the previous weapons, this one feels much more natural in my hands. Kim Hannah stood by watching, rubbing her hands. Was that the heavenly moon slash just now? Wu Hyun looked up suddenly when he saw furry paws with sharp claws stepping in. Cha Song Cheol seemed fearful as he shouted, "Huh!" He looked in terror toward those giant wolves. Zhang Nayan also gasped. Looks like the elite monsters are starting to appear. Immediately, those giant, ferocious wolves rushed toward their prey. Wu Hyun nimbly swung his sword forward and stepped back. Cha Song Cheol, sitting in front of the screen, was also extremely nervous. I wonder where he learned those techniques? Not to mention his first attack reminded me of Kim Hannah's heavenly moon slash. Zhang Nayan answered anxiously. As far as I know, he has never undergone any athletic training. She suddenly had a thought. Could it be from back when he played in the Colosseum? On this side, Wu Hyun was still engaged in a fierce battle. He immediately jumped high into the air and aimed accurately at the head of the ferocious wolf. Wu Hyun's sinewy hands gripped the weapon tightly, then quickly delivered a fatal blow to the wolf. Kim Hannah stood by watching and couldn't help but be amazed. Looks like he's not just good. The system also announced, Soul Eater's cutting power has increased. Suddenly, Wu Hyun's eyes became cunning, and as he whipped around, he quickly got into a defensive stance. I hear human voices. It seems something is coming. Haxical was already in a defensive stance. Not long after, a giant wolf head opened its mouth wide and lunged quickly toward where Wu Hyun was standing. It was the Silver Wolf boss. It was extremely aggressive and went crazy as it lunged at him. Cha Song Cheol immediately switched to an excited state. The boss monster has appeared. For those who don't know, it's famous for crushing rookies due to its size and speed. Right at this moment, the rocks beneath them exploded, sending smoke billowing throughout the forest. Zhang Nayan frowned and said, even though Haxical blocked it, he is currently being pushed back. On this side, Wu Hyun struggled to hold back the Silver Wolf boss. Immediately after, he yelled and ripped out one of its teeth. The Silver Wolf boss, having lost a tooth, roared in pain and backed off to take advantage of the opportunity. Wu Hyun nimbly leaped out of its mouth. He successfully landed on the ground without sustaining any injuries. Wu Hyun gripped his weapon and thought, it really is much stronger than an elite monster. His eyes glinted. However, Wu Hyun then emphasized, this is nothing. Without hesitating any longer, he quickly surged forward and slashed hard at the Silver Wolf boss. The system immediately displayed, absorbing the soul of the boss monster. The blade of Wu Hyun's sword was now stained with dark red blood. The system continued to announce, Soul Eater's cutting power has increased. After the feat, he stood still and looked at the Silver Wolf boss. Kim Hannah behind him suddenly spoke up. As expected of the Bureau's most anticipated agent, she looked at Wu Hyun and said, honestly, I was planning to intervene because that boss was much harder than anticipated. This mission was clearly recorded as F+, but I personally think it should be around B rank. Then Kim Hannah and Wu Hyun continued to talk. Cha Song Cheol was also astonished. It's clearly much harder than the difficulty rating suggests. He then muttered to himself, well, maybe the difficulty was affected by what the player did beforehand. Some people left comments. So if you complete many difficult missions, the difficulty spikes. You're basically turning the mission into hell. Hacked Age's missions are always harder than average, aren't they? Cha Song Cheol wondered. Of course, that's just a hypothesis. But why hasn't the reverse planet closed, even though the boss has been dealt with? Wu Hyun also asked in confusion. Senior, what is this? Kim Hannah replied nonchalantly. Yeah, this is clearly an abnormal phenomenon. She then turned away and said, follow me. We need to find the source of this. After walking for a while, Kim Hannah seemed to discover something. That. It was an egg placed right in their path. She was surprised. An egg? Suddenly, the egg slowly cracked, leaving Woo Hyun and Kim Hana extremely shocked. The egg immediately began to glow, leading Kim Hana to warn, "Be careful. We don't know what will hatch from it." But right after, an incredibly cute creature poked its head out from the egg. Someone left a curious comment. "What is that?" Kim Hana rolled her eyes. "A puppy." Some wondered, "It looks like a pet, huh? I've never seen that before." But Reverse Planet doesn't have a pet system, does it? Kim Hana suddenly spoke up. "As I said before, this is very abnormal. Even though it's an entity from another world, why is it not hostile toward humans?" The tiny puppy just kept coming toward her, wagging its tail happily at her feet. Woo Hyun said coldly, "Should I kill it?" Kim Hana, "If following standard procedure, yes, but it looks so cute." She then made a decision. "This isn't normal. It's best to bring it back to the lab for the research team to examine first." Woo Hyun quickly obeyed and roughly grabbed the puppy by the scruff. "I understand." Kim Hana turned back to look at him and said, "It's finally closing. Let's get out of here." That afternoon at the headquarters of the Otherworld Management Bureau, a voice echoed, "We've never encountered a case like this either." The doctor held the result paper in his hand and said, "But the research results show that this creature is not a creature from the other world." Kim Hana hesitated. "If that's not it, then," the doctor said, "we can only guess that this is an entity summoned through some kind of supernatural ability." She replied in surprise, "But neither of us has the ability to do such a thing." He looked into the distance. "There is a high possibility that this summoning occurred from the Reverse Planet, not from the two of you. We will need to study it more thoroughly." Kim Hana immediately asked, "So will the Bureau take responsibility for protecting this creature?" But the doctor hummed, About that." Woo Hyun stared at the puppy while listening to the doctor. "It seems the ownership seal has been completed. According to the regulations, we are not allowed to provide protection for a living creature once that is done." Kim Hana glanced helplessly. "A seal." The system reported, "Lightning Wolf has been registered as a pet." Woo Hyun seemed extremely surprised. "A pet?" The system suddenly sent an urgent alert. "Emergency maintenance notice. The server will go down for updates in 5 minutes. Players currently online are requested to log out at a safe zone as soon as possible." Woo Hyun calmly read the urgent news, while Jong Na-yeon asked in shock, "Everyone, what just happened?" She seemed panicked. "He just obtained a pet, something that doesn't exist in the system, and immediately there's an update notification." Cha Song-cheol also gasped. "This is a bit too much of a coincidence." Jong Na-yeon blushed with pride. "Could this emergency maintenance be because Hacked Asia just got a pet?" Everyone left comments simultaneously. "It's just a coincidence. Don't overreact." But the timing is exactly like the first time we saw an AI fully adapt. The development team doesn't watch his stream. So how could they be related? Cha Song-cheol said happily. "Just wait and see. We'll know later. But for now, we are forced to end the stream here." Jong Na-yeon waved goodbye and continued, "See everyone in the next stream." The screen turned black. "Currently offline. Stay tuned for the next stream. Click to watch other streams." Someone spoke up. "That's all for now." Then, pointing a remote at the screen, that voice spoke again. "This is that stream." Everyone was looking at the screen. At a classroom in the United States, the headquarters of Reverse Planet Earth, a girl sat with her head in her hands, worried. "If it's that Haxical guy, isn't he also the one who discovered the fully adaptive AI? Something even we didn't know about?" The blonde man replied immediately, "Yes, we have been monitoring him for a while." That girl was Sophia, the development team lead for Reverse Planet. She said tensely, "Not to mention this is a system update that even the development team was unaware of." The blonde man also frowned. "As everyone knows, the only person capable of doing this is Isaac." A white-haired young man appeared. Isaac, the former development team lead for Reverse Planet, who is also known as a genius. This person is currently still missing. Sophia bit her nails and thought, "That eccentric guy, he must have intentionally hidden himself. Even so, I still don't think he would voluntarily shut down the server and update the game just like that." She looked at the person next to her and asked, "What about Deus?" The man with glasses replied immediately, "We have tried to reactivate it, but there has been no response yet. Deus, the artificial intelligence that Isaac created to support game development, stopped operating when Isaac disappeared. Sophia said sternly, "For now, check to see if there are any update files we don't know about. If this happens again, it's going to be a big problem." The man with glasses asked worriedly, "But can we find it?" "If Isaac intentionally hid it," Sophia shouted angrily, "we must find it. At all costs." She continued to instruct, "And put Haxical on the high-priority management list. Keep monitoring the live streams so we can handle it immediately if anything happens." The blond man replied tensely, "Understood." Sophia gritted her teeth in anger. "Isaac, I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let things go the way you want." On the system at this moment, rows of numbers appeared all over the screen, and a pair of hands gently touched the system screen, then pressed down firmly on the system screen. Notification: in the next mission, you will need a teammate you can trust. At a small cafe located in the city center, on the phone screen was a reminder: for the next special mission, you will need a reliable companion. This was Wu Hyun, staring at the screen in a daze. Anonymous viewer number 62. What on earth are they calculating? Opposite him, Jong Na-yun was gesticulating wildly, though it was unclear what she was saying. He recalled, "Furthermore, from both that side and this side, I only receive special missions related to the system. Continue the game and unlock the new system of Reverse Planet." Like the previous special mission, the content was to debug the destruction of the Transcendent Project General Manager, and the reward provided an opportunity to return to the original world. Wu Hyun stroked his chin and speculated, "If so, the candidate must be a developer who is closely related to the system or at least someone involved with it." Jong Na-yun expressed her thoughts about anonymous viewer number 62 and wondered, could it be a game company employee, considering they updated the system immediately after you found the pet? He denied it. "It's probably just a coincidence. A game company has no reason to watch the live stream of a normal user." Hearing that, Jong Na-yun fell in a deep thought. Wu Hyun decided to change the subject. "Anyway, what is the big news you mentioned in the message?" she happily announced. "We receive an invitation to be a coach for the SSR Cup." The SSR Cup. This is the largest PvP Planet tournament in the country. The tournament often recruits individual streamers, famous influencers, or former professional players. He heard the news with disbelief. "Why me, and why as a coach?" Jong Na-yun explained. "What do you mean, why?" "Because you are the center of attention. And the SSR Cup has a position called Official Assistant Coach." She affirmed, "With your level, perhaps they think hiring you as a coach would be more suitable than a player. Why not take this opportunity to participate and show off your coaching skills?" Wu Hyun was deep in thought and suddenly became curious. "If I'm a coach, does that mean I have to train disciples?" Jong Na-yun bit into a piece of cake and replied, "That's right. If you decide to do it, I will take care of all the preparations. We can even hold a tryout to select disciples." Wu Hyun remembered the notification from just a moment ago. For the next special mission, you will need a reliable companion. Therefore, he quickly agreed, "I will do it." Hearing that, she excitedly jumped up. "Really? A wise decision. This will also help our channel a lot. It's like being given extra motivation." Jong Na-yun was multitasking, eating while texting on her phone. "I should send the acceptance email before you change your mind." Wu Hyun was speechless watching her. He thought to himself, a companion. A few days later, on the day of Haxical's broadcast, she and Cha Song-cheol returned as commentators for the live stream. "Haxical, welcome, dear viewers. Beikikli, akuminrabya, iyekaka." Jong Na-yun started the program. "Before starting today's broadcast, I have an important announcement. The God of Mechanics will participate in the SSR Cup as a coach. Congratulations." A poster was displayed on the screen, but Wu Hyun's face was completely covered. The comments section went into an uproar. "That's crazy. Huge news. But why coach and not a player to face the God of Mechanics? Should have invited Battler or an L to stream later. Heard Kong Soil will participate as a player. Did he make that poster himself?" Cha Song-cheol continued to lead. Being good at playing games and being good at teaching games are two different fields, right? I'm very curious about what the God of Mechanics coaching ability will be like. She nodded in agreement. "That's right. The screen interface quickly switched to an image of Wu Hyun warming up his body. Jong Na-yeon explained, because his rank is currently a bit low, today he plans to focus on climbing the ranks. He agreed. Good idea. To stand in the coach position, you need to climb as high as possible to maintain your appearance. A comment suddenly popped up. Gata mechanics. Are you gold rank in all 3 modes? Cha Sung-cheol answered on his behalf. To be precise, gold in duel, gold in battle royale, and unranked in survival. Jong Na-yeon expressed. You played survival duo with me before. We had a 10-win streak back then, so you can play ranked immediately. A challenge suddenly appeared. Mission. Win a survival mode match without using weapons with more than 40 kills. Upon completion, a reward of 3 million won. Both commentators couldn't help but gasp. The comments section exploded. Chairman, you must take this. With this mission, the first match will be interesting. Jong Na-yeon quickly informed Wu Hyun of this. A huge mission has appeared. Is it possible to get 40 kills in survival mode without using weapons? He had already activated data security to hide his face. Wu Hyun nodded to show his agreement. The viewers were all waiting to see the first mission fail. If successful, this would be a new legend. The 2 commentators were immediately excited. The God of Mechanics has accepted the mission. Let's see if getting 40 kills without using weapons is feasible. A notification chime from the system sounded. PvP survival mode, solo ranked, match found. Wu Hyun was quickly transported to Area 1, a military base. He tilted his ears to listen to the outskirts of the military base. It didn't take long. Wu Hyun quickly determined there were 19 people in the immediate vicinity. He tapped his toe on the ground. Need to be quick if I want to get 40 kills. Wu Hyun sat down to get into a running stance. In the blink of an eye, he bolted at dizzying speed. Only dust was seen rising, followed by a series of continuous actions. Only a few flashes were seen along with the sound of things crashing. The ambushers hadn't even had time to react before they were punched in the mouth. Wu Hyun powerfully swung his fist to knock their faces sideways. His speed was so fast that no one saw exactly what had just happened. Jong Na-yeon and Cha Sung-cheol watching the screen were left gaping. The viewers were also confused. What kind of crazy thing is this? So fast it makes me dizzy. My eyes are spinning. The system continuously updated the kill feed, running through a long stretch. Wu Hyun finally came to a stop. He braked hard, but his momentum still carried him a few steps forward before he fully regained his footing. System notification. Baek Wu Hyun has achieved 18 kills. He gave his hand a light wave. I've cleared the outskirts. Should I head into the center? Cha Sung-cheol was so excited he felt like fainting. Jong Na-yeon offered a strained smile. Maybe we should just give up. At this moment, the survival system signaled February 1st, and in an area that looked like a warehouse, a human silhouette was sitting in silence. Dressed entirely in black, the figure sat with his arms propped up, waiting quietly. Wu Hyun suddenly appeared from behind. He raised one leg high, preparing to bring it down. The very moment his foot descended, the figure in black reacted instantly, quickly leaping to the side to dodge, and the commentary box erupted. He dodged that? What kind of reaction speed is that? Is the original hacker back? The anti-hack crowd is starting up again. The figure in black braced his hands on the ground to keep his balance. He quickly stood up, hands raised into a fighting stance, and the air between the two grew instantly tense. Cha Sung-cheol exclaimed, "This is," he speculated, "it looks like this person follows the same physical enhancement playstyle as the Mechanism Saint." Jong Na-yeon looked at the tablet in her hand. Is this his first time? And this player's kill log isn't half bad, either. She read out the stats. He has a total of 15 kills. The viewers were surprised. 15 kills? Oh my god, is that really a lot? It's only because the Mechanism Saint is so broken, but normally over 10 kills is pro level, and usually 5 kills is considered good. Jong Na-yeon asked, currently, the Mechanism Saint has 39 kills. Will he be able to reach that insane mark of 40? At the same time, the figure in black also started to spring into action. He took the initiative, throwing a punch toward Wu Hyun, but he quickly tilted his head to dodge. After that, Wu Hyun countered with a similar punch, but the figure in black ducked low just in time to avoid it. He continued to unleash attacks, and this time, he used one hand to block. Woo Hyun leaped high, delivering a powerful kick. The figure in black didn't have time to dodge and was forced back a few steps by the strike. Taking advantage of the moment before he could steady himself, Woo Hyun lunged forward with a clenched fist. The figure in black clicked his tongue, clenching the fist while in a low stance. Cha Sung-cheol commented excitedly. An incredible exchange. Both of them are making moves that aren't inferior to professional martial artists. Jong Na-yeon wondered, who exactly is that person? The viewers were also curious, chiming in with their own guesses. What is this? First time seeing someone fight the mechanism saint like this. A hidden master? Maybe a pro player. What? How could a pro be in this rank? Maybe it's a pro's alt account. While fighting, Woo Hyun also inwardly marveled. Their movements are pretty good, but when the figure in black charged again, he effortlessly leaned to the side and dodged an attack. Woo Hyun's hand was aimed straight at the opponent's midsection. He tightened his hand, forming a fist. It's probably time to end this. A powerful punch was thrown, and the figure in black was instantly sent flying backward, slamming straight into the wall. After that hit, he sat slumped on the ground, his body unable to move, yet he still managed to smile. As expected, using a playstyle I'm not used to doesn't work out well. That was fun, though. Let's have a proper fight next time. As he finished speaking, the figure in black's body began to glow, likely being teleported out by the system. The comment left Woo Hyun skeptical. Next time, system notification. Baek Woo Hyun has defeated the anonymous player. Game end. Solo survival mode. Final result. 1 SD/100. Baek Woo Hyun. 40 kills, 0 assists, 0 deaths. Cha Sung-cheol triumphantly declared, finally, the mechanism saint has reached 40 kills and completed the mission. Jong Na-yeon couldn't hide her smile. Viewer D, the one who gave a mission, are you still there? As soon as she mentioned it, a ping sounded. 3 million won had been donated. Her eyes immediately lit up. Thank you for the mission. The viewers were all in awe. 3 million. You're crazy, boss. You're crazy. If you don't mind, buy me an ice cream. I don't care if you mind or not. Buy me a hamburger. Jong Na-yeon winked playfully. All right, let's keep this momentum going and continue climbing the ranks. The comment section erupted in laughter. Her eyes have gone crazy. Even better, let's keep going. And just like that, Baek Woo Hyun achieved a total of 98 consecutive wins that day and reached the master rank in all modes. Meanwhile, in some living room, a guy was sprawled out on the couch with one hand propping up his head, while a girl sat on the floor, eyes glued to her phone screen. She clutched a chick-shaped plushie to her chest, her fingers constantly swiping across the touchscreen. The phone displayed an article in the Reverse Planet community titled, The Mechanism Saints Student Recruitment Trials, and the main content read, it seems he wants to show off his coaching skills for the upcoming SSR Cup, and is recruiting students from among streamers. Recommendations via email are accepted, but the nominee's consent is required. A few notable comments surfaced, really curious about how the training will go. Wait for me. Sending a recommendation without their consent. The girl muttered, student recruitment trials. This girl was Jong Arium, a game streamer. After finishing the article, Arium asked the person lying behind her, hey little brother, have you seen the mechanism Saints student recruitment? Should we apply too? He, John DeWoon, was also a game streamer. He replied with an indifferent tone, you applied already? And for the record, I'm the older brother. She complained, that was fast, but you should have applied for your sister too, while you were at it. John DeWoon lay flat and replied, fair enough. I should have paid more attention to my sister. From their appearance and the way they addressed each other, one could guess they were twins. On the other hand, at the Planet Earth U.S. headquarters in Sophia's office, she was also scrolling through news on her computer. The screen displayed some highlights. Special note 1. The highest all-time kill record in survival mode. Major mission from viewer, Earth owner. Only 2 survivors left, no external program interference detected. Special note 2. Content regarding student training has been announced. After reading, she paused for a moment and frowned slightly. A few days later, under a clear blue sky in an empty stadium, 5 minutes before the start of the nuclear tourism broadcast. Looking at the adorable puppy in his hands, a system introduction echoed in his ears. LV-1 Lightning Wolf. Possess skills. Bite howl roll. Woo Hyun's face remained cold as he thought. It doesn't really have any special functions. Jong Na-yeon, on the other end of the line, had an attitude not much different from his, sighing in boredom. It doesn't look any different from the pets other players have. I was hoping for something more special from Emergency Update. Then, while applying lipstick, she instructed him about the student recruitment. Since there were too many applicants, Cha Song-cheol and I have already filtered out some candidates. Can you look through them later? Just keep doing PV while the candidate list is being finalized. Hearing this, Woo Hyun replied concisely. Understood. Just then, Cha Song-cheol's voice piped in. Ms. Jong Na-yeon, the broadcast is about to start. Jong Na-yeon said her goodbyes. I have to go. Start as soon as I give the signal. The call ended. Holding the lightning wolf, Woo Hyun muttered, I guess I'll send this little guy home. Although it didn't understand what he was saying, the lightning wolf cooperated and let out a sound. Woo Hyun stared at it with a touch of gentleness in his eyes. A few seconds later, he awkwardly cleared his throat to regain his composure. Seeing the words go ahead from Jong Na-yeon on the screen, he wondered to himself, is it starting? While his mind was drifting, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Looking at the notification on his phone, today at around 13:22, a reverse world riot is occurring in the direction of Yongsan, Gujizong, Jongnyeogu, Seoul. Agents of the Spatial Management Bureau, please depart for the mission area immediately. From the Spatial Management Bureau page, news appeared one after another. A reverse world riot occurring in the direction of Yongsan Park, Yongsan-dong, Yongsan-gu, Seoul, toward Mount Sarasan, Jangsadong, Namdong-gu, Incheon, and Busan City. Jong Na-yeon and Cha Song-cheol also received constant notifications. Cha Song-cheol screamed in shock. This is a large-scale riot. Jong Na-yeon exclaimed in fear. Oh my God, does that mean that thing has appeared? Right then, comment appeared on the screen, some mocking, some serious. Seriously, where is this storyline going? At this rate, the invaders might actually show up. If it's a riot, it means another world is interfering seriously, so it's highly likely. A reverse world riot is essentially an apocalypse. It's a situation where the other world's erosion of the reverse world, where invasive entities are confined, causes a riot. When a riot happens, the invasive entities cross over to Earth and attack. Every corner of the ruined city would then be filled with flying wolves and monsters. Woo Hyun, after hearing the news, couldn't help but ponder, is the space war intensifying? Thinking that, he looked at the text on his system screen and became even more contemplative. Large-scale riot response mission. Defeat the invasive entities to respond to the large-scale riot. Suddenly, Kim Hannah appeared from nowhere and waved. Junior. Woo Hyun pulled himself out of his thoughts at her voice and turned to look at her. Viewers seeing Kim Hannah began to comment on the two of them. Ms. Kim Hannah, it feels like it's been so long since we've seen her, right? It seems like the roles of senior and junior have swapped. Kim Hannah ran quickly to his side and said urgently, I've already prepared the car. Let's go quickly. At Yongsan National Park, human and goblin corpses lay strewn across the ground, covered in red blood. Woo Hyun was stunned, stuttering. This is Kim Hannah interrupted him, whispering in shock. We're one step too late. Woo Hyun finished his sentence in a whisper. The goblins. Kim Hannah regained her composure and analyzed seriously. It seems the agents who arrived earlier already handled them. They're good at tracking. They must be chasing the civilians who ran away. Saying that, she turned to him and suggested, since you're capable enough to act alone, Junior, let's split up. Woo Hyun gave a firm nod and replied simply, understood. Kim Hannah didn't say another word, just leaving a simple, see you later, before running off. Woo Hyun also began his mission. He scanned his surroundings, lightly muttering, I'll start from that side first. Meanwhile, a girl was running frantically forward, yelling loudly, don't come any closer. Several goblins, weapons in hand, were chasing her. Suddenly, a steel axe combined with a chain sickle flew through the air. Woo Hyun held the chain, maneuvering the axe to strike a goblin directly in the head, causing it to scream in agony. After taking care of it, he moved on to the other goblins. The girl was exhausted, unable to run further, and was cowering by a tree, about to be attacked by a goblin. Seeing this, Woo Hyun quickly threw the axe head, which precisely grazed the goblin's body, and the creature was instantly split in two, falling to the ground. After clearing out the goblins, he retracted his weapon. The viewers were lively again. Anyone looking at it would think that chain sickle is possessed. The horror story of the chain sickle and the Mechanism Saints plot has become a hot topic overseas, too. Surprisingly, the comments above are true. The girl was still leaning against the tree, trembling in fear. She stuttered, "Who are you?" Woo Hyun replied bluntly, "I'm an agent of the Spatial Management Bureau. Following the path below will be safe." Following his instructions, the girl didn't hesitate and ran past him, not forgetting to say, "Thank you." Woo Hyun tilted his head slightly to watch her, wondering to himself, was that the last survivor? This can't go on. I need to catch the boss quickly. Just as he was calculating his next move, a monster with a weapon in its hand lunged aggressively at his back. When a monster's weapon swung down, luckily, Woo Hyun managed to slide out of the way, calmly remarking, "Speak of the devil." He quickly moved into a fighting stance and threw the chain sickle at the monster. The monster was just as formidable, swinging its weapon to deflect his sickle. Woo Hyun's eyes suddenly lit up for no apparent reason. Like a sixth sense, he vaguely saw a dark, gloomy silhouette far behind the monster. Woo Hyun wondered to himself, who is that? Right then, the monster was charging aggressively toward him. Seeing this, Woo Hyun retracted his sickle and waited for it to arrive. They engaged in a struggle, one attacking and one defending. The two sides locked in a tug-of-war of offense and defense, and the viewers immediately flooded the comments with questions. What is this? The Mechanism Saint feels like he's only defending. Through the virtual screen, Jong Na-yeon and Cha Song-cheol were also watching the match. Jong Na-yeon asked in confusion, "What is this situation? Why isn't he counterattacking?" Cha Song-cheol noticed the detail and said suspiciously, "It looks like he's looking somewhere else rather than at his opponent." Back to the match, Woo Hyun was still using just enough strength to defend against the monster's attacks without any intention of striking back. Meanwhile, he was distracted, staring at the dark shadow, thinking, if you're just going to stand there and watch. Suddenly, the chain of his weapon was severed by the monster. Woo Hyun calmly retrieved the axe handle. The monster roared fiercely, intending to finish him off with another swing. Woo Hyun finally stopped holding back, unleashing a perfect movement that sliced the monster in two. Watching this satisfying strike, the viewers couldn't stop praising him. That was so refreshing, sending that monster to meet its maker. Woo Hyun tilted his head slightly, his eyes glowing, and he stared straight at the shadow. Done. He coldly issued a command to the monster. "Come out." The creature stopped hiding. It stepped out into the light and slowly revealed its true form. The system immediately introduced it. Space Invader, an entity with a human-like appearance, but belonging to another world. They're known by many names, such as demons or otherworlders. The comments section exploded again. A real invader has appeared. How is that even real? But this is an invader I've never seen before. On the other side, Jong Na-yeon shouted in shock. An invader appearing at this moment? Cha Song-cheol couldn't help but comment at length. Usually, you'd only see one or two near the end of the game. As expected, the Mechanism Saints PvE is beyond imagination. The invader stepped out and immediately moved into a fighting stance. Facing him, new notifications kept popping up in the comments. What is this? Don't tell me it's hand-to-hand combat. Woo Hyun didn't hesitate to toss his chain sickle aside, but inwardly he calculated. This is the first time an invader has appeared like this, but I will deal with it. Thinking this, he quickly entered a fighting stance. Woo Hyun clenched his fists, his eyes burning as he looked straight at the invader. The invader also clenched its fists and locked eyes with him. Woo Hyun didn't wait any longer and charged at the monster. Both sides began a fierce battle. When he punched toward it, it was ready to strike back. Woo Hyun unleashed a flurry of powerful punches toward the invader. The invader nimbly dodged all of his strikes. When it was its turn to attack, Woo Hyun easily dodged every one of its punches. Cha Song-cheol watched through the screen and evaluated seriously. There's something about this flow. Doesn't it remind you of the final of the previous survival season? Saying that, he glanced at Jong Na-yeon. Jong Na-yeon hesitated. Is that so? I'm not sure. The keyboard warriors heard Cha Song-cheol and asked each other, aren't all hand-to-hand fights usually the same? But are these invaders naturally this good at melee combat? Back to the duel, Woo Hyun seemed to discover something and thought to himself, I was half doubting, but this guy is actually mimicking my moves. Just as he suspected, whenever Woo Hyun performed a stance or action, the invader did the exact same thing, just like this kick. Woo Hyun's limbs moved flexibly as he fought, but his mind drifted back to a memory. Even over there, to kill me, the one who destroyed the lab, they had created a special Edinal model that simulated me. Just as he was distracted, the invader threw a punch. Even though his mind was elsewhere, Woo Hyun was still on guard, so he managed to dodge the punch. Then, as he thought about it, he firmly grabbed the invader's face, turning the tables, and slammed its head into the ground. Woo Hyun sarcastically mocked. Too weak. He continued to slam the invader's face into the ground several more times. Seeing the ground crack, the viewers understood everything. Some were amused, others felt pity. That invader is being beaten so miserably, it must hurt. Well, why don't you go take the hit instead? Woo Hyun raised his blood-stained fist to gather momentum and delivered a final, lethal blow to finish off the invader. His fist remained covered in dark red blood. At this moment, Woo Hyun pondered again, acting exactly like the lab over there. Who is it exactly? Is it a corporate alliance? Or someone from the invader's side? His head was a mess, and he could only think of those two possibilities. But he suddenly realized something. Woo Hyun shifted his focus and thought, wait a minute. Recalling the duel just now, he could be certain that what the invader was mimicking wasn't PV, but me in PvP. Thinking that, his eyes drifted down to the invader that had ascended, and he vaguely concluded, that means it's someone who can truly interfere with the entire game system. Is it that viewer Anonymous 62 guy again? Thinking of this, Woo Hyun became even more confused and uncertain about the things happening off track. Right at that moment, Hannah came running from afar and called out loudly, making Woo Hyun snap out of his thoughts. Junior, are you done? He replied indifferently, I'm done. Seeing her appear after everything was already over, the viewers couldn't help but chuckle, leaving behind a few comments. Too late. I mean, that's just how the trope goes. It's meant to be that way. At this point, Hannah finally noticed the invader's body sprawled on the ground. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she naively asked, what is this? Woo Hyun replied calmly, an invader and the leader entity at that. Looking at the mess in front of her, Hannah immediately reported to headquarters. We have an invader's corpse here. Please send a cleanup crew and check if there are any other invaders in the area. Having finished her report, she turned to him and said, you did a great job. I knew I could count on you. Woo Hyun politely replied, you did a great job as well. Senior, how are things in other areas? Hannah replied, other places have also stabilized a bit. Come back as soon as the cleanup team arrives. He nodded immediately. Yes, Senior. Only a few minutes later, the system displayed a congratulatory notification. The mass hysteria response mission is complete. You have leveled up. You have received 1 ability point. Returning to headquarters, he sat across from Song-cheol. Woo Hyun asked curiously, hearing that he had called for him. Without wasting time, he cleared his throat and said, let's get straight to the point. It's about the invader you defeated. Based on our investigation, it turns out this invader is completely different from any we've seen before. You could say it's almost a different species entirely. So, I want to hear the details of the situation from you. Is there anything special you remember about that incident? Recalling the fight, he slowly recounted. There is. For instance, the leader entity was. After hearing the details clearly, Song-cheol couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The entity tried to imitate you? The viewers also nodded in agreement. I knew it was trying to imitate him. Of course, Haxical would know because he fought it personally. But why was Song-cheol's reaction so serious? At the broadcast room, seeing his expression, Na-yeon wondered, I wonder why he's reacting so seriously. Song Cheol analyzed. Perhaps the invaders' actions have a more significant meaning than we thought. Under the chat box, a series of speculations emerged. Maybe it leads to a new storyline. Maybe so. Returning to the conversation between Woo Hyun and Song Cheol, he said with concern, "In history, there has never been a single instance of an invader trying to imitate humans. If they're trying to change their tactics by imitating humans, there is no way to stop their invasion of Earth." The words just spoken made him freeze for a few seconds, his heart unable to settle. For sure, these imposter entities would act in ways that benefit the other world. They would cause chaos in society while further accelerating their invasion. And if it were the corporate alliance he knew, they wouldn't hesitate to cooperate with the invaders if it brought them profit. Saying this, Song Cheol let out a deep sigh. Reflecting on everything, he softened his tone and praised, "Anyway, thank you for preventing another major incident. There's still many things to investigate, but you did a great job. So now, you've exceeded the standard to have this." Taking the box, Woo Hyun eagerly looked at the item inside. A while later, when he left the meeting room, someone's cheerful voice called out, "Junior, long time no see." It was Hannah and Eugen approaching. Seeing her, the comments section exploded. "Oh my god, it's Eugen. It feels like a miracle. She is so cute." Surprised by the presence of both, Woo Hyun asked quickly, "What are you doing here?" Eugen couldn't contain her excitement upon hearing he had leveled up, so she rushed over to congratulate him. "I came here to congratulate you. I bet you already got it from the captain, right? I mean the official agent badge." The senior changing the badge for a junior who has just been promoted from a trainee is a tradition. Only after she explained the reward did he realize its importance. "Is that so?" Hannah spoke up just then. Pointing at Eugen, she shyly said that your instructor should have done this, but because her hand is like that, I will do it instead. Having said that, Hannah stepped forward, took the badge, and gently pinned it onto Woo Hyun's collar. Having completed the tradition, she smiled contentedly and said, "Congratulations on becoming a full-fledged agent." "Congratulations, Junior." This atmosphere full of happiness made the viewers below unable to help but get excited, rushing to leave suggestive comments. "I know what's going on now," surrounded by two beauties. Those two rarely smile in the original plot. Woo Hyun remained expressionless, keeping his usual cold demeanor. He softly thanked her. At this moment, Hannah had a few words of advice. "Once you become an official agent, you will have more authority. However, there is one single thing you should know right now." Eugen excitedly continued, "The authority to go on solo raids." Seeing him look confused, Hannah explained, "It's an authority that allows you to carry out optional missions without having to go through complicated procedures." At this point, Eugen felt a bit regretful. "But it's a shame you've already gone on a solo raid. We've only done one mission." Seeing her feel left out, Hannah suddenly laughed cheerfully. "Not to mention you already got injured from that mission." Being teased, Eugen shouted shyly, "That had its reasons too." Looking at her getting worked up, Hannah lowered her voice. "Yeah, of course." Returning to the main point, Eugen reminded her junior, "Anyway, even if you have the authority to carry out independent operations yourself, you don't necessarily have to do it all the time. So please remember to call me whenever you need help." Hannah also said, "I can help too." Realizing the enthusiasm of both, Woo Hyun bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "Thank you." Curious, Eugen probed a bit. "So what do you intend to do with the solo raid authority?" He was about to say something when Na-yeon appeared in the corner of the screen, shouting, "Cut!" and abruptly stopped the broadcast. The viewers immediately flooded the chat to express their outrage. "What? That's sudden?" I was so focused that her voice startled me. At the broadcast room, she laughed and explained, "Did I surprise you all? Because Song Cheol has a schedule after this session, we will end today's stream here. Instead, we have an important announcement. Remember the announcement we made a little while ago? The audition will take place soon, and we will announce it. Minlu's Superstar, I named it myself." Contrary to Na-yeon's excitement, the viewers below continuously criticized. "Is the Min also part of the name? Terrible naming sense. I mean, the name of the program already shows her terrible taste. Please show us the list of candidates." To satisfy the fans, Song Cheol quickly announced, "From what I've heard, we have a lot of candidates." Na-yeon skillfully continued, "Yes. and the selection process is almost finished. So please look forward to the stream we will broadcast soon. A few days later, Superstar 10 minutes before the start. At the broadcast room, the commentator duo Na Yun and Song Cheol began to lead the story. So let's just start like this, okay? That works. Hidden among the candidates, the twin sisters Aum and Dawn were also present early. Scanning the rivals, she pondered. From LNDB, a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers, to the rookie Sujia. Clearly, they aren't selecting based on the candidate's popularity. Pointing at the candidate Blue Whale, Dawn excitedly nudged her. Look over there, it's Blue Whale. Seeing him, she flared up, her voice revealing clear disgust. Blue Whale. Back then, in a broadcast, Blue Whale made unflattering remarks about Woo Hyun. Haxical. Honestly, he's not that bad. Thinking about that scene, Aum was extremely frustrated. It's funny that he's applying. Why would they choose a guy who specializes in clickbait? Dawn heard that and whispered into her ear. Maybe they chose him to put him in his place. Aum immediately brushed off the idea. Haxical wouldn't do such a thing. He's not like you. At the same time, Na-yeon was also smiling enigmatically when she saw the candidate's name. Blue Whale, you're doomed. Returning to the audition. The director announced loudly. The stream will now begin. Everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1. At the very first second of the broadcast, the two commentators showed their professionalism by continuously sending greetings to stir up the atmosphere. Hello, welcome back, dear viewers. Hello, this is the commentator for today, Song Cheol. The attentive viewers noticed the change in the studio and left comments. The background behind them is different from usual. Turns out this is the place for the auditions. Song Cheol announced loudly, as we announced earlier. Today we will have a disciple audition, so we are in an outdoor studio with a large capacity for participants. Because we have many people waiting, we will call Haxical out immediately. Come on out. In the next second, Woo Hyun appeared with a very courteous appearance, wearing a formal suit, especially the mysterious half-mask. He excitedly said, "Hello, I am Baek Woo Hyun." This appearance made the crowd below explode. It really is him. Finally, we can communicate. He looks good in that suit. Please take off the mask. The candidate saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." So that's Haxical. Regardless of the cheering everywhere, Woo Hyun kept his usual indifferent appearance. At that time, he had asked Nayeon in detail about the cooperation contract. Nayeon, what content requires teammates in the Wish? She excitedly described, "Teammates? You mean a party? Then it must be a raid." Raid is one of the biggest contents in the Wish alongside the planet reversal mode. Unlike the normal Wish mode, you only need to defeat a single but extremely powerful entity. However, because you have to overcome many complex mechanics, you are required to go in a party. You can only receive rewards once a week. Hearing Na-yeon's explanation, Woo Hyun combined it with checking information on his phone. Raid, huh? Returning to reality. Standing on a high podium, he said seriously, but the following words shocked the candidates. As everyone knows, I am here to select disciples. If you guys want to be my disciples, you must do as I say. If you're not confident about that, you can leave now. Furthermore, even if you pass the audition, you may be eliminated if you don't follow my guidance. Sujia immediately stiffened. Eliminated. On the contrary, the viewers were extremely in agreement with this straightforward statement. Makes sense. He is saying that at least you have to try your best if you intend to suck up to him. At this point, Woo Hyun firmly stated, "However, if you have the will to learn, I will ensure that you reach the expert rank." Blue Whale below immediately reacted, his voice revealing clear contempt. "But didn't you just touch the expert rank yourself? I think you need to prove your skills first." Hearing that, he agreed immediately. Reasonable. How about this? 20 people can attack me at the same time. If you can hit me once within 10 minutes, you win. If you can't, I win. The challenge just issued made the whole hall explode. Na-yeon was the first to react. Thinking in terror, this is not what we discussed. Song Cheol next to her stuttered, unable to speak. One hit. Woo Hyun emphasized again. Anyone who can successfully hit me will pass the audition immediately. But without restrictions, I think it would be impossible. So, I will not attack first and will not leave this circle. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat box started to debate. Come on, he is underestimating them. But it sounds feasible for Haxical. If he gets hit, it will be hilarious. Dawn raised her hand to express her question. Can we attack simultaneously? Wu Hyun answered calmly. Yes. You can use any ability or weapon. Then let's begin. Blue Whale below had already warmed up. Even the smile on his lips became cunning. What a show-off. All right, let's see how long you can hold out. Thinking that, he threw a fireball at Wu Hyun in the astonishment of the crowd. Instead of retaliating, he just gently dodged his head. The fireball hit the ground, emitting a resounding explosion, causing debris to scatter. Blue Whale screamed in shock. What the hell? He dodged my fire spear that easily. Blue Whale screamed in shock. What the hell? He dodged my fire spear that easily. Stretching his neck to warm up, Wu Hyun said in a deep voice, We don't have much time, so everyone can rush at me at once. Receiving the signal, the crowd of candidates started to get agitated. In the next second, all of their strongest techniques were directed straight at Wu Hyun with all sorts of skills. He didn't even change his expression, just standing there waiting for them to rush in. But just a few minutes later, the candidates were lying on the ground. Everyone was battered and miserable. One of them said, Our attacks had no effect. The girl next to her also sighed. I tried to force it into close combat, just in case, but that didn't work either. Just when the situation seemed to be decided, a familiar figure rushed forward. Ariam encouraged, Everyone, don't give up. From now on, Dawn continued, Leave it to us. Saying that, the two sisters split into two sides, attacking Wu Hyun simultaneously from the left and right wings to distract his attention. As they kicked, both shouted, I'm attacking from below. I'm attacking from above. But when they finished speaking, it was also when their kicks were blocked by him, putting all his strength into his wrists. Wu Hyun threw the twin pair away tens of meters. The viewers immediately laughed with interest. He just threw them away like that. He's like the most interesting ride in an amusement park. Looks quite fun, doesn't it? After just a few seconds of showing off, the twins lay on the ground with their heads spinning, losing their ability to fight. Just in time, Nayeon announced the end of the time. The alarm bell rang loudly, but all the candidates were strewn on the ground, with only a few having enough strength to sit up. The chat box commented regretfully, 12 opponents are still not enough, but they're all gold-tier players, so it really was a great match. Holding his head high, Wu Hyun asked loudly, I have proven my strength. Is there anyone who disagrees? Even though they were dizzy, the twins obediently replied, No, sir. Wu Hyun continued, Of course, this is just a demonstration of my skills. I still need to prove my coaching ability. Now let's begin, superstar. Saying this, Wu Hyun suddenly stopped. His momentum also died down. Meaning nuclear? This expression made the viewers unable to help but laugh. Even Haxical had to sigh after saying that name. To continue the audition program, Sungchul skillfully led the story. The audition finally started explosively. Ms. Nayeon, what is the first mission? Nayeon took her turn to explain the rules of the competition. The first mission is to demonstrate controllability without using support equipment. This is a very simple mission, where participants must hold on for 3 minutes while lifting a 150 kilograms dumbbell with a given playstyle. Naturally, no support equipment is used. Hearing the description, the chat box suddenly became lively. Simple, that's what she said. The difficulty is already terrible from the start. It's really hard to use abilities without support equipment, and yet they have to last for 3 minutes intact. So what playstyle will they use? Sungchul excitedly answered the question. The playstyle for this mission is body reinforcement. It is relatively easy to use without any support equipment. It is not as effective as an absolute entity, but it helps increase the user's strength and stamina. Pointing to the simulation screen, Nayeon excitedly confirmed, That's right. Sungchul and I also tried it, and somehow it worked. This is the photo to prove it. Below, the comment box exclaimed in surprise. If they tried it, then it must be possible. Did you see Sungchul's soul leaving his body on the right? Am I the only one who sees the soul? Is this a supernatural photo? Looking at the crowd, Nayeon excitedly signaled, Whoever wants to challenge, change your system window to display mode. And does anyone have any questions? The twins raised their hands simultaneously. What is the benefit of completing the mission quickly? Is there a disadvantage to completing the mission late? This naive question made the viewers unable to help but be amused. The twins asked the exact same question. Obviously, it's amazing how they take turns asking questions. Sungchul quickly answered their doubt. Scores are divided according to a progressive scale based on the order of completion. So those who succeed quickly will have an advantage. Na-yun supported him. Once the second mission ends, the 4 people with the lowest total scores will be eliminated. Hearing about the ranking, the candidates started to worry. Eliminated and eliminating 4 people. She nodded in confirmation. That's right. You guys can try again, so feel free to use it and don't feel any pressure. However, the time limit for the first mission is 30 minutes, including training time. So let's get started. 5 minutes later, everyone was completely focused on training. To encourage the spirit of the candidates, the viewer Minchoko donated 1,000 coins with the message. Who do you think will be the first to pass? Sungchul excitedly inquired. What do you two think? After a while of observing, Woo Hyun boldly made a prediction. I think Arium and Dawn will pass first. Na-yun said another name. Maybe it's LNDB. Hearing that, the chat box evaluated. The 3 of them are all oriented towards close combat playstyles. Close combat playstyles have body reinforcement by default, so they're too used to lifting heavy things. Wait, but isn't this mission too disadvantageous for range playstyles? Why are they biased towards close combat and despise range combat? You guys mean close combat playstyles are higher class than ranged? Then why call for range players? This program is too biased. Realizing the situation was not good, Na-yun panicked a bit. The viewers are angry? Not turning on the incident detection sensor, she quickly explained, No, that's not what I meant. We also just chose each player with a close combat playstyle. The second mission will be more advantageous for those who use range playstyles. There must be a reason why we only eliminate people when the second mission ends. Seeing that, the chat box finally stopped arguing. 1 for close combat and 1 for ranged. She looked funny when she was scared. Calm down, we understand. Sighing with relief after a fright, Na-yun quickly regained her composure to preside over the audition. So, has anyone challenged yet? The candidates took turns volunteering. I want a challenge. We will challenge. We can do it. Hearing that, she signaled, All right, prepare for the challenge. The viewers boldly made predictions. They only need to try once. The twins will definitely pass. I believe in LNDB. But a minute later, the twins showed signs of exhaustion. Dawn whispered softly, Sister, why don't you give up? Arium gritted her teeth. Sorry, but your sister here doesn't give up that easily. Comments poured in continuously for this pair of sisters. They are arguing again. Seeing how they argue, you know they're still fine. 2 minutes later, LNDB was still trying hard to lift the dumbbell. Seeing his determination, the viewers collectively left encouragement. LNDB, you can do it. You represent the Earth's baby boomer generation. LNDB is a high school girl. That appearance is just a character customization. Really? What do you think? Being cheered on enthusiastically, but until the last minute, he collapsed. Na-yun announced regretfully, LNDB failed. He held out for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Sungchul carefully analyzed the situation. It seems he lost focus for a moment. Turning to the twins, she excitedly announced. And, as predicted, the twins held out for over 3 minutes. Congratulations! We have the first successful candidates. Having completed the challenge, the 2 sisters suddenly felt a sense of achievement. Awesome! Comments continuously erupted. Sure enough, the twins were the first to succeed. Haxical chose them, so it's obvious. Not reconciled because of losing at the last minute. LNDB frustratedly suggested, Can I try again immediately? Hearing that, Sungchul excitedly counted the time. Of course, he started counting down, and, as predicted, LNDB succeeded on the second attempt. The following candidates continuously completed the mission, making Blue Whale worried. Damn it, there aren't many spots left. If I can't get into the top 6, I'll be eliminated. It will be very embarrassing if I can't even get into the top 4 after clickbaiting like that. I have to do something. In the next second, Na-yun announced happily, We have the 4th successful candidate. Congratulations. This made him even more urgent. All right, everyone is focused there. So she excitedly signaled, Who is the next challenger? Blue Whale suddenly laughed to attract attention. So that's how it is. Seeing that, Na Yun suspiciously asked, "You will challenge?" Below, the viewers also left comments. He knows how to do it. As soon as he was asked, he smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I will challenge." She instructed enthusiastically, then changed the system window to display mode and moved to the stage. Very quickly, Blue Whale stepped onto the stage, his whole body full of determination. As soon as the commentator announced loudly, "All right, now the challenge will begin," he immediately touched the barbell, putting all his strength into it. The Blue Whale focused all his vitality into his gut to tighten his core before slowly lifting the weights. He cheered himself on. "Good job, me." Someone's voice rang out in cheers. First try. Blue Whale has passed the 2-minute mark. Below the chat box, countless viewers left words of praise. "Wait, Blue Whale is actually talented. I thought he was just doing it for the views, but he's pretty good. He's actually doing better than I thought." But Woo Hyun was watching him with a cold, piercing gaze, scanning him for something. In the final minute, Na Yun excitedly announced, 3 minutes passed. "You succeeded." The Blue Whale hurriedly dropped the weights and replied joyfully, "Yes." She clearly declared, "Congratulations. Please step into the area." But Woo Hyun suddenly stepped forward to stop him. "Wait, what do you think you're doing?" Caught off guard, the guy stammered back, "Me?" The viewers started gossiping. "What's going on? It's so tense. Is Haxical mad?" He directly exposed his opponent. "Do you really think I don't know you've got assist mode turned on?" Na Yun was instantly on alert, hurriedly double-checking. "Wait, he has assist mode on? What do you mean?" The chat box exploded instantly. "Blue Whale is using an assist device? What is he saying?" The system window says 0% though. I think Haxical is wrong this time. Doesn't the system window look a bit blurry, like a post-production edit? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. She hurriedly asked back, "Woo Hyun, why do you think Blue Whale is using an assist?" After observing him flawlessly for a moment, he slowly analyzed every move Blue Whale made. From his gait to the posture in which he's holding the weights, there are characteristic changes that appear with an assist system. I realized it because his body is being adjusted from angular movements in real time. Hearing that, the viewers exclaimed, "He noticed that? No way. How could he even see that?" Na Yun leaned in and asked quietly, "Are you sure about this? If you're wrong, it's going to be a big problem." Woo Hyun replied firmly, "I'm sure. Can you show me the real assist system window?" Even though the truth was clear as day, the guy still tried to save the situation by denying it. "You can see it right now. And what if you're wrong? Just saying sorry won't cut it." Hearing that, he directly issued a challenge. "If I'm wrong, I'll apologize and quit the show. If that's not enough, you can take all my earnings." "Is that enough? Now turn off your assist system. You can't hide it anymore." The Blue Whale clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll do it." After some searching, Blue Whale finally showed his flaws. He stammered, "Wait, why isn't this button working? Is the machine frozen or is the internet lagging?" Seeing this, Woo Hyun directly declared, "It's all over. Player Blue Whale is officially disqualified." The chat box immediately exploded with rage. Everyone left criticisms. "Oh my god, so he was actually cheating the whole time? Oh man, I already went and put my faith in him. It must have taken so much effort to come up with that trick. How pathetic." Disqualified from the selection in the most shameful way possible, Blue Whale could only seethe with bitterness. Falling out of favor and turning to anger, he shouted curses. "Let's see where this damn broadcast goes." As soon as he finished, the system notification popped up. Player Blue Whale had left the system. Consequently, the Blue Whale's figure gradually faded from the screen. Witnessing the whole scene, the viewers couldn't help but be frustrated. He runs away the moment the truth is exposed. That's typical behavior for people who stir up trouble online. But how could Haxical recognize it so well? I sincerely apologize for the moments I didn't trust Haxical. To keep the selection moving, Na Yun cleared her throat to coordinate. "A bit of a mess, huh? Let's continue. Who's next?" As soon as she finished, Shuria excitedly volunteered, "I'd like to give it a try." After that incident, the selection continued in a rather chaotic atmosphere. And in the second challenge, just as expected, The players with range skills took the top rankings. The candidates who didn't pass the challenge were officially eliminated from the competition, but their attitude upon leaving was completely different from that blue whale guy. What a shame, I got eliminated early. I will definitely watch and support this live stream. The two commentators also politely expressed their gratitude. Everyone worked very hard. Switching to a new competition format, Sungchul excitedly inquired, "So the individual round is over. Is the next part team-based, Na-yun?" Na-yun nodded in confirmation. After this 4-on-4 match, the winners will be split in half to enter the finals. Only 2 people will win the final ticket. We have split Team A and Team B based on individual rankings to ensure balance. Team B will consist of Arium, Dawn, LNDB, and Shuria. Team A will include the remaining candidates. Looking at how the teams were arranged, the viewers immediately realized the contrast. Is this a battle between long-range and melee factions? Team B only has Shuria for long-range. It looks so out of place. Shuria looks so cute. Because they were so interested, a viewer donated 5,000 coins along with a question. So what is the team mission exactly? Receiving the inquiry, Na-yun smiled brightly to explain. Eliminate the Edinal monsters. 2 of them will appear every minute in this field. Whichever team takes down more within 10 minutes will win. Note that anyone who leaves the designated area will be disqualified immediately. Each team has a total of 2 attempts, and the final result will be based on the best performance. Sungchul continued describing the rules. You are free to use your abilities and development paths. The adjustment coefficient is set at 60%. All right, if you're ready, the competition begins. Very quickly, the intense match unfolded. Statistics from the first round showed Team B took down A, while Team A was temporarily in the lead by a little. Facing this situation, Na-yun offered a small assessment. If we evaluate based on skill combination, it's clear the long-range faction has the advantage. Sungchul didn't want to lose out either, quickly jumping in. When enemies appear one after another, shooters can concentrate their damage from a distance to finish off targets. Meanwhile, melee fighters, if they don't finish them off quickly, will easily be surrounded and pressured by the monsters. Coordinating smoothly is also a huge challenge. The chat box was in sync with the match, and countless comments poured in. Obviously, when fighting in groups, the long-range faction always has a clear advantage. The melee guys fighting together really show no interaction at all. This is clearly unfair to the melee class. People are just stating the truth. It's not discrimination. Back on the field, Team B was facing some difficulties. Shuria voiced her concern. What should we do? The second round is hard to turn around. Dawn thought for a while and said nonchalantly, "How about asking Haxical for some advice?" Yet, LNDB excitedly exclaimed, "Getting coached? That idea actually sounds feasible. If our performance improves, Haxical will also prove his coaching talent." He didn't expect him to agree immediately. The whole team let out a few surprised gasps. Arium rushed off to ask for the judge's opinion on how things were going. She quickly presented her wish to the organizers. Na-yun heard it and replied, "That's fine, but we also have to consider the issue of fairness." After a moment of discussion, she clearly declared, "Therefore, Sungchul and I will be responsible for guiding Team A." The viewers were extremely excited, with some expressing their surprise. Things are starting to get interesting now. Are the judges even participating directly to support? So if that team loses, the judges get eliminated too? Sungchul nodded in approval. Like having a personal coach, that's pretty good. Woo Hyun saw everyone agreed to this and spoke up. As long as Team A is on board, I have no objections. Hearing that, Team A took the opportunity to discuss before making a decision. Let us deliberate for a moment. Team A, should we ask for Haxical's help? But Haxical is a melee type. Maybe being guided by Haxical on the long-range style would be even more effective. I also agree with everyone's opinion. Plus, to be honest, with only 30 minutes, how much can we really change? Exactly. Just maintaining our current form is enough for us to win. After a few minutes of group meetings, the Team A representative raised a hand to speak. We agree to proceed. Getting the signal, Na-yun announced, "Thank you, guys." So, after 30 minutes of training, the mission will officially begin. Thus, The two commentators would guide Team A, while Woo Hyun took responsibility for teaching melee fighting to the members of Team B. He slowly imparted his knowledge. To optimally defeat the Edenals, you need to understand their characteristics. Unlike humans, Edenals know absolutely no fear of injury. Once they determine that the damage they inflict is greater than the loss they must bear, they will immediately ignore defense to attack without any hesitation. If you can grasp that pattern and know how to use it against them, before he could finish his sentence, LNDB excitedly continued, you can completely predict their actions. Below the chat box, comments instantly popped up. Oh, why did the content suddenly become so useful? Introductory course on Edenals right here. To help the members improve their combat skills, Woo Hyun signaled. Now, we will carry out a simulated battle. Treat me as an intermediate Edenal and pour your attacks into me. As soon as he finished, his whole body radiated an invisible pressure that made the candidates surprised, thinking to themselves anxiously, "What's this?" His presence has completely changed. Even though it's just sparring, the feeling is terrifyingly real. LNDB was the first to practice. He decisively swung his sword towards Woo Hyun to attack. Just as the blade was about to slash his neck, he suddenly grabbed it with his bare hands, warm blood trickling out. The next second, Woo Hyun kicked LNDB's whole body backwards, sending him flying a dozen meters away. His back hit the ground hard, leaving the remaining members in awe. Arium immediately suggested, "Let's pressure him all at once." Dawn calculated seriously, "I'll cover the left flank." Saying that, the twins still split into two directions to attack as before, leaving only Shuria confused. What should I do? If I miss, I'll hit my teammates. Before the twins could get close, Woo Hyun already made his move. His foot stomped hard onto Arium's stomach, while his other hand executed an uppercut aimed straight at Dawn's face without any mercy. In an instant, the twins were lying flat on the ground. Woo Hyun gently offered his assessment. "Just as I thought, except for the twins, you guys have absolutely no connection. First, we need to unify our team coordination method." Watching from outside, the Team A members couldn't help but nod. That's really top tier. This scene made the viewers burst into amused laughter. Why are those guys just standing there frozen? If it were me, I'd just stand there and watch too. It's so engaging. How could you look away? Not broadcasting Team A's situation, Sungchul hurriedly signaled, "All right, everyone, stop watching. Those moves only work on Team B because they have many melee players." Hearing that, both of them jumped in surprise and hurriedly turned back to apologize. "Sorry." Not wanting to waste any more time, Na Yun delivered the lesson. "Okay, we'll just practice according to our plan. That's enough to win. So let's review the skill combinations one last time." 15 minutes passed. It seemed like Team B had just gone through an intense training session with Woo Hyun. Everyone was now full of energy. The challenge is starting. Let's go, hang in there. Let's fight to the end. All right, Team B, get ready. The match began. As soon as the command was given, the whole team split into two flanks to dive towards the positions of two intermediate Edenals. Arium swung a solid fist into the opponent's face. While practicing, she focused on recalling Woo Hyun's advice. Always be in a position to respond to counterattacks. Dawn, responsible for support, also decisively rushed forward to kick, perfectly following the instructions. Deliver the finishing blow decisively. On this side, LNDB was dealing with the remaining Edenal alone. Every sword stroke he swung down was surprisingly accurate. Not far away, Shuria was focusing her mind, following the rhythm of the battle while channeling mana to prepare an attack. Because it was her first time doing this, she couldn't avoid being a bit nervous. My task right now is... Woo Hyun's words suddenly echoed in her mind. The key to Team B's coordination lies in the only long-range position, which is you, Shuria. If you keep hesitating for fear of hitting your teammates, the opportunity will slip away. You have to attack aggressively. Shuria nodded in understanding. Yes. At the same time, LNDB showed signs of exhaustion as an Edenal was flanking him from behind. He yelled in panic, "Damn it!" Timing it perfectly. Shuria shouted loudly to boost the energy, then fired countless thorn arrows at the Edenal, successfully saving LNDB from the critical situation, hit by the thorn arrows, and witnessing this excellent performance. The viewers didn't hold back their praise. That's what you call playing. The support coordination is really good. Shuria truly lives up to her name. Stepping forward, she said confidently, "I'll handle protecting the rear for you guys. You can rest assured and fight." Hearing that, LNDB gave a thumbs up. Shuria, well done. Sungchul on this side couldn't help but be amazed. The movement speed is truly terrifying. Na Yun continued, "I can't believe it. Are these still the same people from the team earlier?" Below the chat box, some people agreed with the two commentators. What the hell is going on in front of us? Could it be a real turnaround? Returning to the match, as soon as Dawn finished off the Edinal, the bell signaling the end finally rang. Time's up. Team B scored a total of 14 kills. The impressive result made the chat box explode. 14 is crazy. A spectacular turnaround. Is St. Haxicle's crash course this effective? The shocking truth is that St. Haxicle only taught them for a measly 30 minutes. Sungchul excitedly commented, "Raising performance to this level, St. Haxicle has confirmed his coaching ability too clearly." Na Yun, determined not to lose, diligently cheered for Team. Even so, Team, stay calm. Don't let yourselves be swayed. Just carry out everything the same way as before. The members were also full of determination. Exactly. Come on, let's wipe them all out. However, in Team A's second turn, they only managed to eliminate a total of 12. Ending the challenge, Na Yun clearly announced, Team A's high score is 12, while Team B achieved 14. Therefore, the final result of the team mission is that the victory officially belongs to Team B. The whole team jumped up with joy, cheering nonstop. "We really won, guys." Standing quietly in a corner, Team A felt envious. "It's so regrettable. We thought we had the victory in the bag." Facing this result, the viewers still left words of encouragement. Team A played very well too, but Team B was just too strong this time. The number 12 is already unreasonable, but reaching 14 is just unimaginable. Anyway, they've made it into the top 8. Let it go. Even so, the Team A members couldn't stop feeling regret. But if we just leave like this, it's such a pity. Looking at the way Shuria shined in the second round, I believe St. Haxicle could also give useful advice for the long-range class. Thinking it, he went to Wu Hyun and suggested, "Before we leave, could you give us some advice?" Seeing the members' progressive spirit, he didn't hesitate to agree immediately. "Of course, I can. First, Dawn's Fire Mage path has strengths and explosive attacks, right? Let me optimize that." Hearing his guidance, he was nothing but grateful. "I understand now." As for Shuria, the chat box immediately exploded. Everyone was stunned by Wu Hyun's profound knowledge. What is this? Providing consultation for the long-range class too, and so professionally? Truly the level of the saint among saints. Before Team A left, Na Yun didn't forget to bow to say goodbye. "Thank you all very much for participating enthusiastically." He replied happily, "I'm very happy. See you guys another time." The main event is still to come. The two commentators couldn't hide their excitement. Now, we only have the final match left. The final match will be a 2v2 team showdown. We have designed a special mission to close the show, which is the survival arena. In this survival format, whichever team remains last will be the final winner. It seems like the team pairing list has been finalized. All right then, everyone. Right at this moment, a donation notification rang out. The viewer Dad is an Alien just supported 1,000 coins with a grand declaration. Now, let's have a fight to the death. At the same time as the selection was taking place, at a nearby gym, the coach's voice rang out. Today's training session ends here. Sozin slumped on the floor after a productive training session. She wheezed, "Thank you, everyone." But the next second, Sozin suddenly brightened up when she remembered something important. "Oh, right. How are the results of the Superstar program?" Hurriedly pulling out her phone to check, the content displayed the results. Summary of Saints Disciples results. User USL 13. The twins Ariam and Dawn have won. Regarding individual survival, Shuria did very well, but considering collective coordination, the twins are still number one. This result made Sozin unable to help but exclaim, "Just as expected, they won that position." Must take advantage of the time before going home to re-watch the developments. And what a surprise, I didn't expect Mr. Woo Hyun to take on the role of coach. The official coach originally has the right to choose a team for themselves. I don't know if he chose his own team. Anyway, both sides have known each other before. Who knows? Maybe in the near future we'll appear on television together. Back to the broadcast. Before ending, the duo Na Yun and Sungchul didn't forget to say goodbye. Goodbye, guys. Hello to all the audience watching. Thank you very much for spending time watching today's session. It was great to see such special broadcasts. The viewers were extremely satisfied today. Goodbye. Where did we stop in the previous pairing match? Alright, because I was busy watching Superstar and took a break for a long time. Now, I don't remember anything anymore. On the previous broadcast, Yoojin once inquired about Woo Hyun's method of using privileges. So, Junior, what do you intend to use your independent operation privilege for? At that time, he didn't hesitate to explain, my plan is... But the broadcast cut off suddenly, causing curiosity for the viewers. Returning this time, fans kept asking, making Na Yun excited. The previous match ended right at this part. Now, let's listen to the answer. Even Sungchul couldn't hide his excitement. Let's see what Haxikal's choice will be. On the screen, Woo Hyun was opening up about his plans. I'm planning to go in alone and clear out the inverse world. Hearing that, Hannah couldn't stop praising. Our junior is really diligent. With your abilities, you definitely won't encounter any obstacles. Although she didn't disagree, Yoojin still had some concerns. That's true, but suddenly she leaned close to Woo Hyun and whispered as if afraid someone would hear. There are a few things to keep in mind before you go. Please check the message I just sent. Speaking directly here is a bit inconvenient. Understanding the other's intention, he nodded, I understand. It wasn't until Woo Hyun stepped out to the parking lot that his phone rang, making him curious. A message arrived? Sure enough, it was the message Yoojin sent in the letter. She seriously mentioned the previous battle. You still remember the group that ambushed me in your last time, right? Who's Sue and the two guys with him? You've probably guessed. But their real target at that time was you, not me. Junior, it seems like the corporate alliance is targeting you. They could strike at any moment. However, because they know we are prepared, they probably won't dare to act rashly yet. Moreover, we have arranged moles within that organization. If there are any developments, they will report the news immediately. At this part, Woo Hyun suddenly read aloud for the broadcast to pick up the audio, and here is the list of inverse worlds suitable for you to go solo. The situation is roughly like that. Na Yun seemed to realize something and spoke up a bit frustrated. This style is clearly like setting a flag and then getting attacked by a crowd immediately. Sungchul agreed. Soon enough, those hunting dogs will smell that and find him for sure. Even the viewers spotted the problem. They can't watch the show immediately. Exactly. If they don't show up, it wouldn't be Haxical style. Emergency situation means it's sure to happen, right? While busy paying attention to the message, Woo Hyun was awakened by someone's voice. Is Mr. Woo Hyun there? I'm Trong Chi-han from the support department. Heard you're preparing to carry out a mission alone. Let me escort you to the gathering point. Just trust me. He didn't doubt it at all and agreed immediately. Oh, yes. Looking at his gestures, the viewers nodded. The demeanor of an official staff member is truly top tier. Arriving at the gathering point, Chi-hun quickly turned and left, not forgetting to leave words of encouragement. Wish you a smooth journey. Woo Hyun nodded gratefully in return out of politeness. Thank you. Waiting for his car to fade away, he quietly entered to observe the battlefield. It is known that this place was formerly an amusement park, now abandoned. The cold atmosphere added to the eerie danger of this place. Standing before the spatial rift, Woo Hyun didn't speak, only focused his mental energy on observing the battlefield and the movements around here. Remembering the serious reminder from Yoojin, he couldn't help but exclaim, I guess there's no one watching, right? But the next second, Woo Hyun was overwhelmed when realizing the scent of the hunting dogs left around here. I've been besieged. There are 6 of them in total. Before he could steady his mind, countless energy flows with various attributes rushed forward aggressively. Woo Hyun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he quickly summoned his soul beast and charged out to return every blow. Taking advantage of the opponent still being busy casting magic, he appeared right above their heads, giving him quite a scare. Just as the Soul Beast blade was about to slash down, a fierce shadow suddenly lunged out to block it. With just a single strike, he brutally punched Wu Hyun, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Drawing strength from his soul substance, he desperately locked his center of gravity into his feet to resist the push, quickly regaining his balance. The leader, seeing Wu Hyun, chuckled with amusement. Well, your sensory abilities are better than I thought. It's a pleasure to meet you, Baek Wu Hyun. Or would it be more appropriate to call you Test Subject 48, I wonder? Hearing the name he had tried so hard to forget, he tensed up instantly, his pupils dilating to their limit. A few minutes later, Wu Hyun regained his composure and demanded, "Are you people from the organization?" Laughing at his sharp intuition, the leader did not skimp on praise. "As keen as your reputation suggests." "Then let's get straight to the point. Let's go back to the research." Once more, hearing about that place, Wu Hyun's lips twitched uncontrollably as he quickly confirmed, "What was that?" Seeing his firm attitude, the leader started tempting him with things Wu Hyun never cared for. "Hello there. Getting straight to business, aren't we? We guarantee that we will help increase your power, Wu Hyun, through standard experimental procedures." Before he could even finish his sentence, he growled in a furious warning. "Nonsense. Stop spewing that garbage." Rejected by him, the leader just chuckled in regret. "Giving me an answer like that is truly a pity. You'll have to bear all the consequences of this decision. Specimen 48, grab him for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the hounds rushed forward like a gale, weapons in hand. The first one, a melee lightning type, swung his fist directly at Wu Hyun, but he blocked it with his soul substance. Taking advantage of the enemy's off-balance state, Wu Hyun decisively swung his sword, sending him flying far away. At that moment, the remaining one dove in from the left flank, but he didn't even bat an eye at such a cheap trick. Wu Hyun used the momentum to vault into the air and brought his blade down with force. The tip of the sword drove straight into the opponent's head, causing blood to gush out like a waterfall. Realizing the situation was turning south, the leader yelled, "Don't let him escape." The remaining hounds joined the fray, each one filled with fierce intensity. They quickly fused their earth, ice, and fire energies together, unleashing a powerful strike toward Wu Hyun with such terrifying force that the very space around them shook violently. After the deafening explosion, the thick dust cloud quickly dispersed. He still stood there, unshaken, as if the attack hadn't caused him any damage at all, not even a small scratch. Watching the hounds sitting helplessly on the ground, Na-yeon exclaimed softly, "Just as I thought." Coordinating smoothly like professional hounds, but that's still not enough to make things difficult for Haxical. Sungchul was beaming with pride. Of course, because by now, Haxical stats have increased significantly compared to before. Witnessing such an outstanding performance, the chat box immediately exploded. To catch Haxical, you'd need at least another Haxical to even have a chance. Even if a Haxical came, there's no way they'd win. On the other side, the hound was showing signs of exhaustion. One was so frustrated he cursed out loud. "Damn it, to think he'd hurt our comrades? What do we do now, boss?" After a moment of thought, the leader replied helplessly, "There's no other way. Everyone, drink the heart first." Hearing the name, Na-yeon asked in surprise, "What is heart first?" "This is my first time hearing that name. Does Mr. Sungchul know what it is?" Sungchul quickly searched for news about it, but he was forced to give up. "I'm hearing it for the first time, too. I just tried searching the net, but there's no information about it whatsoever." Conversely, Na-yeon was extremely excited. If that's the case, then it means... Understanding her intent, Sungchul expectantly declared, "This fan is going to cause another world-shaking drama, just like his usual style, isn't he?" In the chat, several people began expressing their interest. This is no longer the reversed world we once knew. International forums will definitely be in an uproar today. Just watch. Back to the broadcast. The leader spat out the pill and scolded loudly. "Since you forced me to use this, you'll regret it sooner or later." Seeing the pill for the first time, Wu Hyun couldn't help but ponder. Heart first. Even in the other world, I've never heard of this name. Let's keep watching to see how the situation unfolds. The moment the pill was swallowed, the unusual medicinal effects immediately took hold. The hounds began a horrifying body transformation process. From their skin color to their muscle fibers, everything bulged and writhed. The grotesque appearance caught him off guard, and he could only mutter in horror, "What on earth is this?" Finishing the transformation, the hounds locked onto their target, staring at Woo Hyun with pure resentment. Their repulsive appearance made Na Yun cry out in fear. Guys, looking at them like this, they're no different from space invaders. Realizing the problem, viewers immediately compared their forms. Looking at that color tone reminds me of the space invaders right away. What the hell is going on? They look so scary. There are 4 space invaders. This situation is really intense. Woo Hyun silently speculated. This is definitely not your average stimulant. Seeing him standing there in deep thought, the guy gritted his teeth smugly. Then prepare yourself for what's coming next. As if receiving a command, the hounds lunged forward simultaneously at a terrifying speed. The vanguard was still the lightning-type hound from before. He stared intently at Woo Hyun, then brutally slammed a lightning-charged fist toward him. Thanks to the effect of the heart-first pill, the power of his punch was multiplied. The moment the strike hit the ground, the floor cracked, sending debris flying everywhere. Witnessing this horrifying scene, viewers could only exclaim in terror, "Oh my God, what was that? Can a single pill create this much power?" The screen is overloaded. The original capabilities can't even be compared. Fortunately, Woo Hyun had retreated just in time, moving out of the blast zone. By now, he had partially gauged the level of the opponent's strength. Their power had reached an entirely different level. Not wanting to waste time, the next hound rushed in to provide support. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed a critical, flaming arrow toward him. As the arrow was about to strike, Woo Hyun swung his soul substance, shredding it to pieces. Unfortunately, the fiery remnants of the attack sprayed across his clothes and face, leaving behind scorched patches. Facing the relentless attack of the hounds, Na Yun expressed her concern. "We've completely fallen into a passive position. Unbelievable. Just because of a pill, they've transformed so terrifyingly. Does he have any way to overcome this crisis?" Sungchul was still tensely watching the match, his voice trembling. "That's right. Even though their power is enhanced, there's something very cold about the attitude of these hounds. It's like they've turned into a different creature, having completely lost their reason." At the same time, another hound had quickly approached Woo Hyun from behind. The spear in his hand thrust forward with force. It seemed like it could be blocked, but its immense power sent him flying back over 10 meters. This situation made Sungchul suspect. This state looks like a repeat of the match. Woo Hyun tried to plant his feet on the ground, borrowing strength to resist the opponent's push. As soon as he regained his balance, the hounds lunged forward aggressively. But their soulless gazes made Sungchul even more certain of his judgment. Are they being manipulated by some force? The hound's desperate, aggressive demeanor made Woo Hyun suspicious. Not only had their capabilities increased dramatically, but their personalities had changed completely, as if they had lost their minds. They looked no different from true invaders. I need to finish them off quickly. Thinking, he immediately used his momentum to leap into the air, crashing into the formation with 100% of his strength. As the heat of the flames was about to burn his entire body, Woo Hyun decisively swung his soul substance, slicing the sea of flames in two. The razor-sharp blade powerfully pierced through the hound, continuing to follow the inertia to lunge straight toward the leader, who was standing days behind. Witnessing this spectacular sequence of moves, the online chat box exploded. A barrage of praise was sent continuously. The speed is terrifying. He easily passed through the flames. What kind of monster is he? Stopping right at the center of the hound pack, he immediately unleashed his protective technique. As the sword came down, the stone in front shattered completely. Debris flew in all directions, hitting the hounds. The leader bit his teeth in pain, struggling to withstand the impact. After the earthquake-like tremor passed, he stomped his feet to gather momentum. His whole body radiating killing intent. He roared, "Surround him now!" The minions quickly fused 2 sources of magic power into one, then immediately bombarded Woo Hyun. The minions quickly fused 2 sources of magic power into one, then immediately bombarded Wu Hyun. But the next second, a dense network of slashes from the soul substance lit up, tightly surrounding them and brutally cutting the vortex into 100 pieces. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to its original stillness, with not a single trace left from that attack. Seeing his favorite ultimate move neutralized in an instant, he couldn't help but blurt out in frustration, "How is that possible?" Without realizing it, he had approached from behind. A dry slashing sound rang out. The leader hadn't even had time to speak before he slumped to the ground. The hounds were officially cleared, making the broadcast room quite lively. Even the administrator couldn't defeat Haxical. "I'm a believer now. Just trust the boss, and everything will be fine." Whoever doubted him earlier, kneel and repent now. Grabbing his head, Wu Hyun tried to question him. "Hey, brother, what was that pill earlier?" But with his remaining strength, the leader only wheezed meaningless words as blood began to flow from his orifices. Why? Clearly, this drug shouldn't have such a strong effect. Finishing his sentence, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out. Wu Hyun sighed, thinking to himself, he's dead. He said it's not usually this kind of drug, meaning it was altered or tainted. He intended to investigate carefully what it was, because he had never seen it on the other side, so he should try to pick it up. Maybe he would find a clue. Is that really all there is? Forget about clues. I can't even find a single useful item. While busy looking for evidence, Hannah's voice suddenly rang out anxiously. "Junior." Having just arrived, Eugen expressed a regret. "I am truly sorry for being late." Hannah sighed and continued, "I don't know how to explain it properly." Seeing the disappointment of both, he just gently reassured them. "It's nothing. I'm quite used to this." Viewers left cynical comments, always showing up at the last minute, as usual. Seeing that, Nayeon quickly explained, "Anyway, NPCs showing up late is normal. It's true that this quest contains many mysteries." Sungchul cleverly diverted the topic. From the organization's recruitment attempts to the heart-first pill, everything is becoming more complex. Just like that, the two successfully regained the viewer's favor, making the chat box explode once again. A story lover like me is extremely excited. International groups are buzzing about the content from Haxical's livestream. The analysis topic on the Heart First pill has climbed to the top of the trends on foreign forums. Returning to the main screen, Wu Hyun asked with a bit of surprise, "How did you know I was here?" And Mr. Jean came along too. Hannah began to recount the entire tracking process. "Right after you left, we received a tip that the hounds would organize an attack today. The source of news came from our mole operating within that organization. I immediately contacted the secret agent in Chihun to pinpoint your location. But he gave a completely false location and then disappeared with his resignation letter. That guy was definitely a mole planted by the organization. Fortunately, we tracked the signal from his tracking device, which is why we managed to find it. It seems like everything is finished now." Although he said not to worry, Eugen was still restless. "Let me apologize again. I will definitely have a worthy reward to compensate you." Seeing that, Wu Hyun had to go along with it, but didn't forget the main point. "Leave the compensation for later. I've already got a handle on the situation." Hearing that, she finally put her worries aside. "I smile as before. All right, let's start cleaning up the scene." After returning from the assembly point, instead of going to headquarters to report the irregularities in the battle, Wu Hyun wandered off somewhere, leaving viewers puzzled. But where is Haxical going next? Even Nayeon is confused by this move of his. "I thought he would go back to report to Kim's CEO. Sungchul, as if guessing something, signaled, "Just quietly watch and see." At this time, Wu Hyun was still speculating about the one behind everything. If his reasoning was correct that the mysterious Viewer 62 was the creator of this game, starting from the AI responding perfectly to the activation of the new system, the invaders have the ability to copy actions and even the Heart First pill that even the operator didn't know about. The fact that the story of the entire reversed world had changed based on his actions was entirely possible. And perhaps it was the key to lifting the veil of mystery about Anonymous 62. First, I have to start by investigating that organization. While I'm at it, I'll teach the Business Alliance a lesson they won't forget. Saying and doing, Wu Hyun quickly opened his inventory to examine it. From that series of changes, Nayeon guessed the point of interest. She hurriedly shouted, Why did he suddenly change the way he equips items like that? Sungchul also spoke up with the same question. Yeah, looking at the distribution of potential points, it's definitely not going the fighter route. On the contrary, the viewers of the broadcast were extremely interested in this different choice. Finally, has the second trump card finally been revealed? But will he be proficient in long-range combat? I haven't seen him use it yet, but based on how he used to instruct others, it should be fine. But why change? I'm so curious. A minute later, the conversion process ended. Woo Hyun thought smugly. Done. Last time I created my Superman brand on the other side. It was called Destruction. Looking at the cool effects on the screen, the chat couldn't contain their excitement and cheered. Wow, the fire's burning the whole screen. Fainting in the chat, I've got goosebumps all over. Even so, he still calculated carefully. Although I don't know the specific location of the pharmaceutical research factory, I know a corporation that has a close relationship with that place. Furthermore, the two sides have old debts that haven't been settled. Thinking of this, Woo Hyun's pupils narrowed. His eyes revealed a flash of killing intent as he spoke. Tung Kin address. It must be that place. Hearing the name, the comment section was filled with shock. Electric Koo Hin, isn't that the company that Choi John Trio is claiming rights to? Is he going to attack that place? Sungchul nodded in judgment. That's highly likely. If so, then changing the build is completely understandable. Because if a melee-type player goes to destroy the organization at this time, everyone will guess it's him. Under the comments, everyone was amazed, really decisive. But why go settle scores with the organization all of a sudden? Because that group likes to provoke, so now they have to taste a bit of pain. But regardless, he is a public servant. He can't openly attack in public. Returning to Woo Hyun's side, he confidently thought to himself. Besides, with this look, it should be fine. Supernatural power enhanced, cooldown time shortened, energy optimized. His appearance had changed completely, making Sungchul nostalgic. It's been a long time since I've seen this experimental outfit. With this look, surely no one will recognize him. By now, Woo Hyun quickly put on his mask and made a decision. All right, I have to finish this business once and for all. Then I will give it my all right from the first strike. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Con Han Electronic Organization, everything was still operating on track. But the next second, a large black shadow suddenly lunged in from the window. A horrifying explosion rang out. In the thick smoke, only the sounds of fearful screaming could be heard. Employees in the headquarters scrambled to flee in panic, their mouths never ceasing to cry out. What is happening? In the night, Woo Hyun appeared like a god. His whole body radiated overwhelming aura. Most impressive was that cool platinum hair. The online chat box was immediately overloaded. So cool I can't stand it. It's true that you can't just sit still and endure it forever. A man can be patient once, but there is absolutely no second time. But I didn't expect a direct, fierce attack like this. Fumbling here, Nayeon's face showed her confusion as she yelled. Is doing this okay? What if other players get caught in the crossfire? Sungchul regained his composure after the shock and explained, I'm witnessing this for the first time too. But as soon as the main gate exploded, the space separation mechanism was activated in time. That means the base with the organization this time has become a separate scenario dedicated solely to hacks. The space separation system, a mechanism that puts players into an independent dimension according to the requirements of a quest or event. Even if they stand at the same coordinates, they will not be able to see or affect each other. The hounds immediately pointed their guns at him in threat. Don't move. Before the words were finished, Woo Hyun used a sweeping strike that made them silent forever. This action made the viewers extremely excited. My God, the force ability is so scary. That's the hardest skill to master in the long-range system. According to his memories from the other world, he muttered, if this building is similar to the one on the other side, then right at the lobby, there must be a secret passage leading down to the underground research area. Suddenly someone shouted as if ordering, stop immediately. Not far from there, a group of agents slowly approached. Leading them was the chubby guy he had tired of seeing. As soon as he arrived, he yelled loudly, in the unauthorized use of abilities, and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will use force to suppress you. Old memories returned. making him feel quite interested. Long time no see, right? The bug in Woo Hyun's mind kept urging him to finish him off, destroy him for me. Hurry up and destroy him. Fast, his voice quickly pulled him back to reality. Everyone, hear the order, arrest the intruder. Before the words were finished, Woo Hyun brutally pulled down the ceiling, crushing the people. Once again, he made the chat box talk incessantly. Terrifying. What just happened? What the hell is going on, Heaven? From the rubble, the agents nimbly escaped, but there were still a few trapped under the rocks. One of the survivors expressed confusion. What is this? Why did the ceiling collapse like that? Only then did they notice Woo Hyun's movements. This is why Baek Woo Hyun on the other side is called the Destroyer. Underground zone, target identified. Looks like the opponent is much stronger than we predict. Don't be careless. All-out attack. No matter how hard he tried to attack, he remained completely unscathed. That is because there are no words left that could describe him more accurately than this. Enduring the relentless storm of attacks from Woo Hyun, the leader could only clutch his face and lament. This is unbelievable. Seeing the pathetic state of his opponent, he smirked and asked mockingly, "What's going on here?" Saying that, he just strolled forward leisurely. Seeing the leader hesitating and not making a move, Woo Hyun teased, "Are you not going to continue your attack?" Enraged by having his humiliating fear exposed, the man could only curse bitterly. "Damn it, go to hell." Finishing his sentence, the leader waved his hand, unleashing a wave of pressure. A brutal palm strike slammed down, shattering the ground into large fragments. Immediately, he controlled sharp rocks to lift off the ground, tearing through the air and rushing straight toward Woo Hyun's position, intending to devour him. But the moment they reached Woo Hyun's position, an invisible magic circle surrounding him crushed them into debris in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this magical scene, the online chat box exploded instantly. Everyone expressed their astonishment. What is happening? Is that a god? Can spiritual power even reach this realm? Looking at it any way you want, this is clearly cheating. The ability to control power is truly too terrifying. I've got goosebumps all over. Not giving the enemy time to breathe, he swiped his fingers to create a deadly cross in the air in front of him. From the opposite side, only miserable moans could be heard as all the tendons in his hands and feet were deeply slashed. Now the leader looked no different from a puppet wearing a cloak of doom. He shrieked in pain and collapsed onto the floor, which was now stained with blood. Only then did the leader almost beg, I am sorry. Please spare this lowly life. Please have mercy." The rebellious part of Woo Hyun's mind began a psychological manipulation. Whether in this reality or that other world, you scum are all the same. The further it went, the clearer the urging became. Finish him off. Destroy him now. You seemed very excited when slaughtering my comrades. Yet when facing death, you whine and beg so pathetically. Truly a sight I can't stand. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned a dark sphere right beside the man. The leader froze for a few seconds, staring at the black energy with extreme disbelief. What the hell is going on? But his curiosity was quickly replaced by bone-chilling pain. When the sphere began to exert its power, surrounding objects were instantly crushed and shattered. After a while, the screaming faded away, leaving only the pungent smell of fresh blood and flesh scattered across the floor. Witnessing this brutal scene, Na-yeon could only cover her mouth in shock. When experiencing Woo Hyun's cruelty for the first time, even the viewers of the stream couldn't hide their chill. This new move looks magnificent. Is this for real? Can a player actually do this? If you turn off the system's assist mode, it's like breaking chains. You can definitely do it. But this scene is too violent. At this rate, the video will definitely get a yellow stripe. To save the situation, Sungchul cleverly used a blurring technique. I will take the liberty to blur the image a bit for the audience's experience. But I never expected spiritual power to reach such a level. The reputation of Haxical is truly well-deserved. Professional level is just different. What do you think? Na-yeon, lost in her emotions, startled when her name was mentioned, hurriedly calmed herself and nodded in response. Yes, that's right. Honestly, I thought building spiritual power would be inferior to physical enhancement. By now, the viewers began to question his true identity. What kind of elite character is Haxical? Truly terrifying. Returning to the main screen, Woo Hyun stood there looking at the mess he had just created and thought to himself, "Consider this cleaned up. If they bring more troops, it'll be troublesome. I have to retreat quickly." Thinking, he quickly withdrew from the scene. Just in time, the alarm went off. Alarm signal. Intruder alert. The observation room was immediately in an uproar. The organization's staff urgently requested reinforcements. How did he find this location? If he wasn't a member of the organization, it would be absolutely impossible to know. Call reinforcements immediately. A second later, a resounding explosion occurred. Along with desperate screams, all the staff lay on the floor. Right at the entrance, a too familiar silhouette slowly emerged. Woo Hyun. Everything happened exactly according to plan. He had found this secret bunker by comparing the paths from the other world. The staff inside angrily yelled a warning. "Don't come any closer." But a second later, they were hung upside down from the ceiling by Woo Hyun. At the server location, he waved his hand to knock away the staff and take control. Sitting at the table, Woo Hyun carefully searched to check. This is the list of research sponsors and all the available lackeys. Everything is exactly the same as in the other world. Easy to remember. And this too. Medicine from 1 completed in 20x. Productivity optimization effect of composite special abilities. Enhancing ability performance, huh? So it was just a regular support drug initially. So what caused them to mutate into forms resembling space invaders? At that time, it definitely wasn't just a simple stimulant. Someone's hands must have intervened, causing this drug to deteriorate. While busy deducing, someone suddenly shouted, "He's over there." Walking up, the doctor cursed. "You bastard," he angrily ordered. "Catch him alive." Immediately, the Edinals pounced on Woo Hyun to attack. But that wasn't enough to be his opponent. With just a flick of his hand, those mid-level Edinals were hung dangling from the ceiling by him, all their movements locked. The stream commentator was amazed by this high-level move, only able to shout in excitement. Haxical is unleashing the ultimate control skill to seal the Edinals. This isn't just using brute force to suppress. It's extremely meticulous control down to every single bone joint of the Edinal to be able to do something like that. In less than 3 seconds, the group the doctor was proud of had been crushed to pieces by Woo Hyun with one hand. He panicked and cried out, What is this?" The pile of Edinal debris fell onto the floor, giving the doctor a scare. His limbs suddenly stiffened, his whole body shook violently, and his mouth stammered to beg, "Save me." But just a moment later, Woo Hyun brutally twisted the doctor's neck backward. When a dry crack sounded, his life ended. Seeing him become increasingly relentless, the audience became even more excited. Spiritual power can be this overpowering? And it looks extremely cool too. 3 Edinals destroyed in the blink of an eye. Regaining his composure, Na-yeon excitedly spoke, "This is an inevitable result." Even when encountering a system failure, high-level Edinals were taken down by Haxical in 3 seconds. Sungchul nodded in agreement while jotting something down. Spiritual power is too strong. That is true. But what surprises me more is that he dared to break into the organization to steal data. Seeing that, the viewers whispered eagerly, "At this rate, where's the plot going? How can breaking into an organization like this fit with the main storyline?" Hannah returned to the bunker. Woo Hyun was still struggling to collect information. "Although I haven't gathered too much info, at least I've intimidated them." So it's time. The system quickly displayed a notification screen. Operation to sweep the Tung Han Electronics headquarters completed. You have leveled up. Received 1 special potential point. But this left him stunned, his mouth gaping open. Even the viewers were full of questions. What just happened? Does this mean the spontaneous attack just now was recognized by the system as an official quest? Truly unbelievable. I'm going crazy. Hannah, that is exactly why I can't take my eyes off this master's channel. Na-yeon was all in a panic. She rushed to find an explanation. Wait, so what will happen next? Even Sungchul found this a headache, only able to explain tentatively. If the quest was born from Haxical's own actions, all predictions about the plot become meaningless. because the story will now revolve around his own will. Hearing that, she was also skeptical. Can such a rare thing happen? He tried to reassure himself. This is the first time I've seen a case like this too. But on the contrary, Woo Hyun had opened his perception. He once again firmly asserted, everything is clear now. I have the full ability to lead the narrative according to my own intentions. If that's the case, it's best to go back and plan ahead first. At the same time, at the Lonity headquarters in the U.S., Sophia and her colleagues were struggling with the issue that had just occurred. She silently lamented. What is this so-called fully interactive plot system? Have you grasped the update schedule? The assistant used a bit of gossip just collected to reply. Heard it will be updated simultaneously during the server maintenance to install the pet system. And one more thing, there are traces showing that Deus had a hand in this update. Finishing the sentence, Sophia yelled in surprise. What? Could it be that Deus has woken up? He shook his head slightly, answering with a tired voice. We only found access logs using Isaac's permissions, but haven't received any response yet. But maybe this whole thing wasn't Isaac, but actually done by Deus. If so, its silence all this time becomes logical. Hearing this, she nodded slightly. That hypothesis is not without basis. If it poured all its power into perfecting the system, then that alone is already too terrifying. Mentioning this, Sophia fell into deep thought. There is still another matter. Regarding that generous reward, the name of the supporter is also very strange. Thinking forever, I still can't figure everything out. She took out her phone to access Isaac's information page and then doubted Deus. Remember back then, Isaac once expressed that he was exactly the one who created the world's leading artificial intelligence. And when Deus reaches a perfect state, we will just create this universe together. Forget it. Leave that for when it comes. Seeing him rambling on without head or tail, Sophia teased. What are you mumbling about? Returning to reality, she tensely asked the secretary opposite. Besides that, is there anything else? He answered exhaustedly. I found a little more data, but it's encrypted as a black box, so I can't see the content. As if catching a signal, Sophia cleared her throat and ordered, Very good. So from now on, we will focus all resources on decrypting that black box data block. A few days later, during the weekend meeting, Nayeon was excited when mentioning the last stream. The effect from the last stream was truly explosive. Being too used to this, Woo Hyun just answered blankly. Every time she said things like that, she immediately reacted, Not at all. This time the scale is completely different. It has spread all the way to international forums. Even YouTubers with 10 million followers like Lomartnet have reached out. That is the nickname the American online community gave to Baek Woo Hyun. I want to ask if you can participate in Chester's Gentleman's Cheating Room show as a special guest. And this too, like many times before when chatting with Nayeon, he immersed himself in his own world of thought, suddenly remembering that mysterious viewer 62 still hadn't shown any movement related to the new plot system. When updating the pet system, they reacted almost instantly. So why are they so silent this time? User Mysterious Viewer 62 has donated 5,000 coins. Thank you for your effort. This is the reward for the special mission. Surely, I need to do something more. Although Nayeon's words reached Woo Hyun's ears, I'm considering whether we should switch to pure support gameplay for the next clip. He curiously asked back, why? She excitedly suggested, changing the atmosphere a bit these days would be better. But as soon as the words were out, Woo Hyun directly rejected the suggestion. No, I will continue to play the game. Currently, the multi-dimensional interactive plot system has gone into operation. If we go back to fighting people at this important time, it would be a huge waste of time. Mentioning this, he pondered. That's right. It's hard to find leads to decode the secrets of the other world. I can't let time pass in vain like that. Looking at Woo Hyun's performance today, Nayeon began to have doubts. It's so strange. He didn't used to be the type to be so immersed in the game to this extent. Speaking of which, since that day, his personality has changed noticeably. During a stream, Sungchul once mentioned, Miss Nayeon, many viewers are wondering if Haxical has the same personality in real life. In reality, what kind of person is he? Not convenient to share information, she answered vaguely. Sort of like that, I guess. It's terrifying, but the viewers below were suspicious, looking like a machine. Could it be acting? Must be the type with a cold face like money in real life. My God, is this a real person? Therefore, Nayeon became even more worried. Compared to before, he hardly expressed any emotion. Not only that, but those strange, source-unknown combat skills too. And he seems suspiciously obsessed with mysterious Viewer 62. Once, Woo Hyun angrily caused a scene. Can you find information about the person who donated that for me? If there's an account named Mysterious Viewer 62 donating or leaving a comment, let me know immediately. No matter what I'm busy with. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her courage to ask, I've been wondering about this for quite a while. What happened lately that I don't know about? I feel like you have become a completely different person than before. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen you so serious about this game. Or for you, is this not just a virtual world? If there is any problem that needs support, just share it with me. I'm always ready to be by your side to help you. Hearing this, Woo Hyun was stunned for a long time. Have I revealed so many flaws that even Nayeon has noticed? It really wasn't necessary to rush to the point of making those around me worry like this. Not wanting her to worry, he reassured her, I understand. Maybe I'm just a bit too into the game. Let's agree to your idea. For the next clip, we will switch to fighting. But Nayeon insisted on questioning. Are you really not hiding anything from me? Unable to reveal it yet, Woo Hyun confidently asserted, definitely not. Good. Nayeon temporarily set aside her doubts. All right, let's continue discussing. But she did not know that that personality was gradually taking root in his mind day by day. A moment later, a notification suddenly appeared. Announcement dated 2041. Introducing the upcoming clip. Challenge the record for the consecutive win streak in duel mode. Presenting character build plans from viewers. A few days later, the online clip about Woo Hyun's new fighting style officially began. Opening the screen, Nayeon couldn't contain her excitement. Surely everyone knows the content of today's session. The main goal is to break the win streak record with skill sets chosen by the viewers. Hearing the intent of this broadcast, the viewers were equally excited, continuously leaving comments. Did a good job that day. This time I really have to bow to the organizational talent of the goddess Nayeon. Keep maintaining this form. Yeah. I thought today we would continue the main plot so that everyone wouldn't feel disappointed because of the sudden change in broadcast content. She cleverly appeased. Yes, because in the previous broadcast, there were many of you who expressed a desire to see other different character builds. For example, comments like this. For the first time in my life, I see someone possessing the ability to control spiritual power so superbly. Admittingly, why can this guy carry the team easily in every system? Maybe giving him an illusion system would make him the lord of the world. Can't you show a few more skill sets? Please, begging you. Many curious suggestions about that. So today this broadcast was born. Nayeon continued where she left off. Plus, I have absolutely no intention of belittling other masters. But looking at the reality, at this ranking level, I'm afraid no one is strong enough to stop Haxicle's win streak anymore. Hearing that, Sungchul commented quickly. Oh, so that's the reason for changing the build every match to create more opportunities for the opponent, right? She confirmed, exactly. Although he was broadcasting, he still had some concerns. But did Haxicle agree? If you happen to pick some weird skill sets, the win streak is very easy to be interrupted. Furthermore, you have to turn off all system support. Not only Sungchul, Nayeon had also calculated this case. So she hurried to explain, I was worried about that. So I asked for his opinion. Can you guess how Haxicle responded? The main screen appeared with Woo Hyun's usual indifferent face. He answered indifferently. Any set is fine, Nayeon teasingly added. Despite your choice, he answered so decisively. Truly the overwhelmingly confident style of Haxicle. Even though he knew Woo Hyun's elite ability, Sungchul still left some reminders before starting the match. However, unlike machine fighting mode, where experience must be accumulated to optimize character building, in human fighting mode, the system defaults to low stats, so absolutely do not be negligent. But contrary to him, the viewers had some mixed opinions. For a level like Haxicle, what equipment is needed? A blade of grass in his hand also becomes a godlike weapon. But if you get a garbage skill set, it will still be a struggle. Have to admit the girl translating the voice sounds really captivating. They say people with a couple's face also have similar voices. Feedback, get lost. There is no such message appearing. Just at this moment, the main screen showed a donation notification from user Crazy Knight, who donated 1,000 coins. Included message. In this arena, there are no weak skill sets, only poor players. Finishing the setup, Na Yun excitedly announced. Then let's get started right away. I will set up the wheel right now. You have 30 seconds to send the skill code through donations. All right, let's start the timer. Finishing the setup, Na Yun excitedly announced. Then let's get started right away. I will set up the wheel right now. You have 30 seconds to send the skill code through donations. All right, let's start the timer. Witnessing this eye-catching scene, Sungchul cheered joyfully. Donation notifications are exploding continuously. Time is up. Now let's spin the wheel. Looking at the direction the arrow is pointing, she nervously read aloud. The lucky skill set to open the show is the Armored Emperor. This skill allows summoning and commanding a maximum of 12 steel warriors at the same time. Hitting this skill set right from the first time made Sungchul break out in a cold sweat, his voice filled with worry. Oh no. The opening match has already picked this difficult case. Having to control many targets at the same time when there is no support system will multiply the difficulty. Because the player has to manually operate for all 12 knights without any automatic help. The viewers below were extremely excited to test Wu Hyun in adversity once again. It's truly the hardest difficulty level. This feeling is probably like drawing with your right hand and writing with your left hand. Not enough. Probably have to add jumping with your feet to be reasonable. Usually, when playing the Armored Emperor system, the rule is to leave at least 50% support. Sungchul insightfully analyzed more. Of course, it is still possible to reduce the number of summoned soldiers or set them to only act on a few basic commands. But mentioning this, he suddenly hesitated, making Na Yun hurry to continue. If you do that, the power of this skill set will be significantly reduced, right? But if it's Haxical, it will definitely be handled well, right? Everyone, keep putting your faith in him, as always. Now let's wait and see if Haxical can surpass the 55-win milestone and break the 76 consecutive win record of professional Superstar BL. All equipment is ready. The comment box cheered in turn. Let's go. Start the challenge. The system screen shows notification. Match found. Normal single duel mode. Looking at the transformed space, Sungchul excitedly announced. Finally, the first battle in the journey to conquer the record has begun. Let's see if Haxical can overcome this ultimate challenge to win the opening match. Reviewing the data for a while, Na Yun slowly analyzed. Even so, the opponent's stats this time are also very formidable. Performance of the last 20 matches, 15 wins, 5 losses, win rate up to 75%. The words spoken made the crowd in the online chat room gasp in surprise. A 75% win rate at the master rank. Usually, 60% is enough to climb to the master level. Even so, he will soon be thrashed by Haxical. Using lightning and wind, this is definitely the Wind and Thunder God set. Just entering the battlefield, Wu Hyun encountered his first opponent. Looking at the sword in his hand, he thought to himself, if so, I need to fight quickly. The system screen immediately updated. Match begins, round 1. Just waiting for that. The opponent stomped his feet to gather momentum and launched himself forward. His strength is instant teleportation, moving in a zigzag path. In the blink of an eye, the fighter swung his sword at Wu Hyun before he could even warm up. Wind, thunder howl. To meet expectations, Wu Hyun gently snapped his fingers to summon. Right when his sword blade was about to touch him, a giant figure stood out to shield him. It swung its sword powerfully, directly colliding with the opponent's sword. Only then did he have the opportunity to see clearly the thing in front. Armored Emperor? Wait a minute. Why is there only one? Even the viewers were a bit disappointed. Controlling one looks a bit too monotonous, right? For real. I thought at least I had to hold about 3. Or is it because support is turned off, so playing the summoning system is too difficult? If so, should have spent time practicing first. Na also agreed with this opinion. Exactly. It's only the first match. Everyone, stay calm and keep watching. Sungchul spoke up to analyze. That's right. Once he's used to it, perhaps he will call more soldiers. Hearing him say that, the chat box settled down again. It's also possible he only called one to concentrate all energy on it. Are there still people doubting the ability of Saint Haxical? For me, I have absolute faith in Haxical. Carrying a skill set he has never touched, who would dare to believe? This match is a sure win. He immediately created the Fury Storm move, but the next second, that triumphant look went out when witnessing the bullet-like movement speed of the Armored Emperor. He panicked and turned around to check, whispering, "What was happening here?" The gladiator struggled to sit up. As the scene before him came into focus, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Since when did 3 Iron Emperor armor-clad warriors gather right in front of me? They were all radiating an intense, intimidating aura, making the viewers cheer with excitement. It's already increased to 3. Who was it that said there would be at least 3 earlier? Can this number even go any higher? Just as expected, when Wu Hyun controlled the 3 Iron Emperors, the broadcast room went wild. Na Yun clapped excitedly. See, I told you that once he found his rhythm, he would automatically increase the number. Everyone, have a little faith in Haxical. Sungchul also calculated a higher possibility. He might even be able to summon more than that. Below the comment section, viewers continuously left teasing remarks. If he manages to summon all 12, it'll truly be a catastrophe for his opponent. At that point, wouldn't it be like facing 12 Haxicals at once? Just the thought of it is terrifying. Since the stats for each one differ, it probably won't be that overpowered. Even 12 B-tier Haxical versions would be enough to scare the life out of an opponent. At this moment, besides calculating how to deal with them quickly, the gladiator could do nothing else. If he keeps increasing the number, this will be very troublesome. I have to end this quickly. Acting on his thought, he suddenly accelerated, weaving through the gaps between the armor-clad warriors and forcefully executed a move. Wind, Thunder, Slash. Thinking he had easily bypassed the Iron Emperors, the gladiator locked his intense gaze on Wu Hyun and muttered through gritted teeth, "Get lost." On the contrary, that time had only been a probing maneuver for him. I understand how it works now. Finishing his sentence, Wu Hyun snapped his fingers, summoning more once again. In the blink of an eye, the rest of the Iron Emperors were all summoned before him. This counterattack completely crushed the gladiator's will and the viewer's skepticism. Seriously? He figured out the secret just like that. I thought he was about to get knocked out, but then he suddenly called more soldiers out so calmly. Oh, this trash game. Sungchul fell into a state of extreme excitement and shouted incessantly. Haxical just summoned all 12 warriors in the blink of an eye. It seems like he has completely mastered the gameplay of this class. Na Yun was in the exact same state. That I understand earlier wasn't just for show. He's definitely going to control all 12 of them smooth. The chat room exploded more than ever. Comments were typed continuously. Finally, he's gathered the full squad. Truly a legend. What did that guy who complained one was boring earlier hide off to? Just wait. People will be throwing flowers in a bit. If he can control each unit accurately, that's top-tier skill. Facing the critical situation, the gladiator had to go all out. He swung his sword to decapitate a warrior, but the next second, another one retaliated. And again, seeing this, Na Yun grew a bit worried. The player on the other side is completely in a state of helplessness. Standing amidst the tight encirclement of the armored soldiers, the opponent's stamina was somewhat exhausted, as his strike speed had slowed down. Conversely, what Sungchul focused on was Wu Hyun's skill. Controlling iron soldiers might require instinct and experience. That's true, but to coordinate all 12 units simultaneously in combat is a matter of mindset and strategy. To best control the position and behavior of each of his units, the brain must be operating at full capacity to the point of wanting to explode. It requires a bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield and an incredibly sharp and quick ability to make decisions. And above all, a breathtaking level of focus. Encircled tightly, the opponent still kept his spirits up. Damn it! The sword stroke ended the match so easily. Suddenly, he sensed something coming. The sword in the Iron Soldier's hand swung down forcefully, catching the opponent off guard, leaving him only able to scream in despair. A moment later, the screen displayed a notification. End of round 1 winner. Baek Woo-hyun loser. Hidden score. Baek Woo-hyun 1-0 hit. The next round began immediately. Na-yeon cheered softly. Once Haxical finds his rhythm, round 2 will probably. Sungchul followed up. It'll probably take about 3 minutes to end the match. Entering round 2, the gladiator kept his angry look and roared, "You bastard, get out of here." Although this guy was fierce, he was still tightly surrounded by the armored soldiers. This time, the gladiator was finished off by a series of armor-clad soldiers simultaneously piercing his critical spots. He only had time to let out one shout before fainting. The system immediately announced the result. End of round 2 total score. Baek Woo-hyun 2-0 hidden winner. Baek Woo-hyun loser. Hidden. Trying to muster his last breath, the gladiator wheezed in frustration. This is tough. As expected of a top player, the comments below exploded. Everyone couldn't stop praising. So intense. Take my like. Finally, even though you lost, you couldn't help but give him a compliment. Let it be. Let him vent a little. That was so great. Sungchul seemed overcome with emotion and shouted, "Amazing. An absolute victory in both rounds." Haxical's winning streak in duel mode has now reached 56. Na-yeon calculated softly. Only 20 steps left until the highest record. Viewers were excited and expectant. I really want to see him use trash skill sets and still beat the pros up. I hope we build a character that's a bit funny. Completing the first challenge, the skill roulette appeared. Na-yeon announced loudly, and the next skill set will be. At the same time, in another virtual reality room, a mysterious person was intently watching the broadcast. This round ended quickly, as always. We finally reached the 75-win streak milestone. He nodded in appreciation. I have to admit, he's truly talented. No matter what skill set he falls into, he handles it as smoothly as silk. It makes anyone want to challenge him to a fight. It's just a pity that we haven't seen Haxical's signature skill set yet. On the screen, the duo continued to banter. Right now, it's only 2 more matches before the greatest record is broken. I heard there's a requirement that in the final match, Haxical will use his original skill set. Is that right? Exactly. Since these 2 key matches will surely attract a massive number of viewers, the requirement is to go all out. Hearing this, his interest peaked. If that's the case, then I can't not participate. Na-yeon's voice continued to ring out. Let's head to the next match right now, Sungchul said excitedly. Let's wait and see how much the drama will be pushed up. At this, he decisively pressed the start button. Very quickly, the simulation screen appeared. The system notified. Matchmaking successful. Single duel mode. Just appearing in the arena, he exclaimed in excitement. Finally met him. Finishing his sentence, the chat box rushed to discuss the opponent's identity. Wait a minute. That large dark shadow over there looks familiar, doesn't it? Am I seeing things? Why is he appearing here? Even Na-yeon couldn't hide her surprise. Team members, is that person standing there? He nodded to confirm. That's right, there's no mistaking it. A key member of the giant team competing in the Korean First Division, the Empire. The reigning world champion. Someone always lauded as a legend who was just inches away from winning the title of best player. A world-class professional player in the flesh, Nikki Lee Gun-woo. He spoke in a low voice. It's an honor to meet you. The official confirmation of the identity made the entire livestream room explode. Na-yeon screamed in shock. It's so surprising to see Nikki appear in this arena, too. Even Sungchul couldn't hide his excitement. I know there are countless people hunting him, but I didn't expect a pro player to personally join the fun. Since Jeon-woo appeared, the comments all spoke highly of him. Nikki probably just wanted to test his skills for fun. That's why he came. Han, he's probably too bored, so he's here to play for fun. Definitely. Just another monster who likes doing things differently. Han, is Battle quietly watching to wait for a chance to play too, I wonder? Na-yeon noticed something strange, but it seems Nikki isn't using his official account to compete. Is he that confident to use a secondary account and still crush his opponent? Sungchul had a different thought. He guessed, I suspect it's due to the constraints in the player contract. There must be strict clauses prohibiting the use of competition accounts outside of official tournaments. Hearing him explain the contract constraints, the viewers realized there are such troublesome rules. I'm just hearing about this now. Using the main account recklessly could leak personal information or have strategies figured out by opponents. However, that secondary account is top tier too. Indeed, a skilled person is good at using anything. No matter who it is, the class doesn't decrease. The system screen displayed the countdown. Only 5 seconds until the match officially started. Looking at Woo Hyun's calm gestures, she clicked her tongue and commented, "His quiet style is just the same as when he's live streaming. Then let's try to have a real match together." As soon as the system's signal rang, round 1 began. This time, Woo Hyun unexpectedly took the initiative. Just as it started, he showed off his superior skills, instantly appearing before Jeon Woo, coldly slashing a brutal line across the opponent. The strike speed was so fast that Na-yeon couldn't believe her eyes, only murmuring, "Haxical just delivered a fatal slash aimed straight at Nikki. The speed is truly terrifying." The comment section was also overwhelmed. What? A knockout in just one move? As if he had predicted something, Woo Hyun stood pensively, looking in one direction. Contrary to everyone's expectations, his voice still echoed. The rumors are true. When he saw everything clearly on the screen, Sungchul exclaimed in shock. He used a shadow clone to deceive his opponent and secretly escape. In the comments section, many viewers were fooled by this trick. So, it was a clone? I thought it was all over after that sword strike. How can a world-class superstar be defeated so quickly and narrowly escape death? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's lucky I anticipated this. I almost got knocked out from the very first strike. All right, now it's my turn to counterattack. Thinking that, Jeon Woo activated his sharp claws and simultaneously put all his strength into his palms with the thought, "Let's see. Let's test your reflexes a bit." He lunged down toward Woo Hyun's position like a crazed predator. Witnessing this, Sungchul could only worriedly exclaim, "A strike from above." Haxical is in a dangerous spot. The sky lit up when an energy stream carrying terrifying pressure descended. The whole space froze for a few seconds, then suddenly shook violently under the destructive power of the attack. When the dust finally cleared, Jeon Woo laughed with interest and praised, "As expected, he is worthy of being." Before he could finish, the viewers couldn't suppress their excitement and commented, "A moment ago, I thought it was over. I didn't expect him to be able to dodge so spectacularly." Nikki's sneak attack was excellent, but Haxical dodging that was truly monster level. So dramatic. Seeing him still standing there without a scratch, he marveled. The reaction time is truly impressive. Safe after the earthquake, Sungchul breathed a sigh of relief. Amazing. Look, both Haxical and Nikki are trading blows, constantly launching attacks at each other. Each strike carries the weight of 1,000 pounds. In this situation, Na-yeon was worried. Just one small mistake means a guaranteed ticket to heaven. This time, the viewers witnessed a battle between two terrifying forces and were amazed. Just a single scratch is enough to end a life. Sungchul began to get too into his role as a commentator. Every time a match gets tense, she gets that excited. That's called occupational disease for commentators. Up until now, Woo Hyun hadn't said a word because he was busy focusing on observing his opponent. He secretly assessed Jeon Woo. Compared to the opponents I've faced, his movements are much smoother. That proves he has gradually escaped the influence of this system support, at least to some degree. 20% or 15%. But all skills have a cooldown. Right now, he can't use shadow clones anymore. Therefore, Woo Hyun suddenly spoke, "All right, let's move." Right after that, he zoomed away. The speed was so fast that even the capture orb couldn't track his approach to the opponent. He secretly resolved to finish this match before the opponent's skills could cool down. Acting on his thought, Woo Hyun's spirit sword brutally plunged into Jeon Woo. But with quick reflexes, he had timely used his steel wings to defend. Witnessing this rescue, Sungchul was excited. Nikki managed to activate his steel wings to block the attack. But Haxical didn't intend to stop. He continuously focused his power on one critical weak point. Jian Wu's wings started to show cracks due to the constant impact from Wu Hyun. He cursed angrily, "Damn it," at the climax. Sungchul's voice kept screaming, "Don't you dare stop. Just pierce right through." After taking enough pressure, Jian Wu flapped his wings hard to retreat, leaving Wu Hyun's slash hitting empty air. The more he fought, the more aggressive he became, the spirit sword in his hand gripped tightly. Seeing that, he quietly marveled. The power is truly insanely strong. Finishing the sentence, Wu Hyun swung his sword brutally. The slash carried a massive attack, heading straight to Jian Wu's position. He couldn't dodge in time and took the slash to his body, but his mouth didn't stop challenging. "Keep going." The online comment box was shocked and didn't know what else to say. Everyone was horrified to continuously witness the terrifying power from Wu Hyun. Can the sword chi spread all the way to this position? This scene I've only ever seen in comics. Very quickly, the system displayed the score notification. End of round 1 winner. Baek Wu Hyun loser. Anonymous score. Baek Wu Hyun 1-0 anonymous. Disappointed that the match ended too hastily, Na Yun was stunned for a moment. "Oh my, I thought it would be a more grueling and fierce battle. Didn't expect it to end so quickly." Sungchul was so moved that tears were welling up, and he didn't stop praising. It just shows that when Haxical is truly serious, how scary his power is. Some fans excitedly raised their voices. "Whoever said earlier that world-class players couldn't be defeated in the blink of an eye, come out now." In this virtual world, anything can happen. It's just that Nikki was a bit subjective. Round 2 will definitely have new developments to entertain viewers. The second match also starting the next round immediately. This time, Jian Wu was more cautious, but didn't forget to recruit. Wu Hyun, would you like to join our professional team in this Arlong game? Actually, the reason I'm here is because I received instructions from the leadership that if I personally verified your strength, I should offer you an invitation to join the team. The words made the broadcast room explode. Na-yeon couldn't believe her ears and hurriedly asked back, "Wait, I didn't hear that wrong, right?" Sungchul slowly confirmed. Being personally sought out by a player from the Empire is already a miracle. And on top of that, he's inviting him to the team. Below the comment box, viewers were also amazed. What on earth is happening? The top-ranked team is lowering themselves to invite someone to join. Hannah Hicks is truly too top-tier. Despite the excitement of the crowd, he directly refused. That offer is indeed very attractive, but I'll have to decline. Currently, I have no interest in this. Hearing this decision, the viewers couldn't avoid disappointment. Some tried to persuade. What the hell? Oh my god. Sir, please agree to be a player. Debut and sweep the world championship for us. Rejected by Wu Hyun, Jian Wu still warmly opened up. Alright, that means you don't want it right now, right? If you change your mind later, just contact me whenever. And now let's finish this match fairly. Sungchul commented eagerly. Before he could finish, Nikki suddenly lunged to close the distance, catching his opponent off guard. Ladies and gentlemen, they are both facing each other at the speed of light. Our naked eyes cannot keep up with them anymore. Timing his moment, he let out a roar, then put all his strength into his palm, preparing to land the decisive blow. But he was still praying in his heart, get hit by this. I know he's fast, but this is a bit. Just as Jian Wu feared, Wu Hyun's attack speed far exceeded his. The claws hadn't even reached out when the spirit sword coldly pierced through Jian Wu's body. Sungchul didn't stop shouting excitedly. Haxical quickly took advantage of the opening to counterattack first. This time, it seems no miracle will happen. Holding on to the pain, Jian Wu finally had to admit, damn it, he's really strong. For this level of skill, to only be playing like an amateur is a real waste of talent. Before the opponent logged out of the server, Wu Hyun didn't forget to give a compliment. The match was very interesting. As for the invitation to the team, I'll consider it later. The system screen displayed the final notification. End of round 2, Baek Wu Hyun 2-0 anonymous winner. Baek Wu Hyun loser, anonymous. The emotions of the two commentators were now bursting, shouting continuously, amazing. So he's established a 76-game winning streak. Finally, Haxical has subdued Nikki and officially equalized the current record of BL everyone. And it's an overwhelming victory without losing a single round. This is truly a perfect match. Under the comment box, his name was continuously praised. Haxical, ha ha ha. Keep gonna break the record, man. Moments later, donations poured in. User Emoon just supported 100,000 coins. Match 76 met Nikki. Will the historic 77th match meet battle? This vague question made both of them freeze for a few seconds. Huh. Don't tell me. Sungchul spoke up to salvage the situation. Matching up might be difficult, but it's absolutely not an impossible thing, you know. The viewers agreed with this assessment. That sounds reasonable. If the owner of the record himself appears to protect his position, that's a legendary script. Is this storyline too peak? Without making people wait nervously any longer, Na Yun excitedly announced. Then let's move to the next match right now. However, the encounter with BL did not happen. The live stream ended with Baek Woo Hyun's new record of 85 consecutive wins in single duel mode. Returning to the team, Jeon Woo suddenly heard someone sigh. Seeing his teammate sitting there angrily, he teased, "Why did you say you were going to battle, but didn't? Why didn't you do it? Everyone was looking forward to you appearing in the 77th match." He replied indignantly, "I did. I purposely tried a match, but couldn't sync. I even used a secondary account to secretly lie in wait." Hearing that, Jeon Woo just sighed. Oh my god. Maybe it's because survival mode matches up to 100 people, so you got lost from each other. Being teased by his younger brother, he poked back. Shut up. Fearing the other might get angry, he obediently covered his mouth. Yes, sir. Suddenly remembering something, he asked quietly, "Hey, Jeon Woo, do you remember the collaboration invitation for content on Knob that they sent over? Accept it. And how about the first guest we invite is Haxical?" Hearing that, Jeon Woo just replied dismissively, "Anything is fine by me, but the problem is whether Haxical will agree. He doesn't seem very interested in things related to the professional world." Hearing that, his face lit up. Then we have to find a way to make him agree. We must do it at all costs. A few days later, in an exploration livestream, the pair Sungchul. Na Yun excitedly introduced the purpose of the broadcast. Today we will carry out the plot development according to Woo Hyun's wishes. Right, everyone? Exactly. Because the free interactive storyline system has been opened, we are no longer confined to the old, stale details. Seeing Woo Hyun return to explore the story, the viewers were excited to the extreme. I'm so curious to see what's waiting ahead. Maybe it's even more engaging than the original storyline. Probably because this is the first time we've been able to experience this. Recalling his haste, Na Yun was a bit concerned, but just entering the game, he changed his clothes immediately. I thought he was going to destroy the company again, like last time. Who would have thought that such a place exists in the slums? Did Mr. Sungchul know beforehand? Based on the information found, he quickly explained, "I knew there were slums, but this is also the first time I've personally seen what's inside. Usually, there are no missions here, so no one has time to come in." Even the viewers were amazed by the existence of this place. First time seeing it too. I've tried entering before and didn't see anything special. This place is no different from a maze. The roads are extremely confusing. How could Haxical be so familiar with it? At the same time, Woo Hyun was strolling toward that place, then suddenly stopped. He quietly exclaimed, "Arrived already? A grocery store. It's been a long time since I've been back here." It's fortunate that its coordinates match perfectly with the world on the other side. Ever since the perfect interactive system was activated, I've had to consider a lot about the next steps. Even though there are dozens of ways to find the secret of the organization and the research institute, choosing this path is still the fastest and most effective option, because they're in a power struggle with the organization. They are definitely holding a lot of sensitive information that could bring down the organization. But first, detecting movement from strangers, Woo Hyun quickly finished them off. Initially, they kept screaming, "What the hell is happening? A spiritual awakener, you bastard, let me go now." But then they went silent due to his brutality. My hand is broken," Woo Hyun warned coldly. "Next time if you dare use that look to stare at me again, I'll break each of your necks. You want me to use force to break the door? If you like, I'll oblige." Preparing to strike, the person inside shouted out, their tone clearly showing urgency. Wait a minute. Too impatient. All right, I'll open the door right now. Welcome to our grocery store, the place that provides everything you require, regardless of whether it's supplies or information about people. A powerhouse has just leveled. So, what brings Haxical to our humble store? Observing his surroundings for a long while, he clicked his tongue in admiration. The grocery store lives up to its reputation. Your information network is truly sharp. Thinking this, Woo Hyun spoke up with his request. I need anything that can bring the Research Institute and the organization behind them to their knees. Hearing this, he just laughed with interest, a truly fascinating offer. Coincidentally, I have a mission that fits perfectly here. Would you like to hear about it? Dear customer, the Avenger. Inside the grocery store, Woo Hyun lowered his voice to signal, go ahead. Right after the other person snapped his fingers, the secret drawer in front of them burst open, revealing a file containing all the mission information he needed. He spoke commandingly. I recently discovered a secret research facility. It seems the testing process is complete, so the defense system is looser than before. Go there and level the entire place for me. And, if possible, take the remaining research data there while you're at it. If this job is a success, I guarantee a reward worth your while. Taking the file, Woo Hyun slowly scanned through it, then decisively accepted the challenge. Agreed. I'll take this job. The very next second, the system screen displayed a notification. The Central Research Facility assault mission has officially begun. Reading this, the entire broadcast room was stunned. Sungchul was the first to react. Whoa, the mission actually got triggered. Na Yun asked doubtfully. It can create stuff just like that? Below the comment section, viewers left many excited remarks. Super cool. Triggering missions at will. Whoa, that's scary. Thought he went to this remote place for nothing. Turns out it was to open up an entirely new plotline. But what exactly is the background of that grocery store? At the same time, a donation notification appeared. User Tan Spang just supported 50,000 coins. Go, isn't this opening up the third content route? Seeing the message, she was briefly startled as she didn't expect it to start at this moment. The third route is revealed. Aside from the controlling faction and the organization, now there's a new power appearing. Looking at the triangle of power, the online chat room was extremely interested. Everyone left praising comments. Finally escaped the repetitive, old-school script. But it seems this grocery store is a counterweight to the organization faction, right? If this is truly a new plot branch, it's a shocking event. I'll have to use my secondary account to experience it. Sungchul, however, slowly analyzed each piece of data. Could it be that the grocery store is an independent route? And could this be a new system that allows for parallel operation with other lines? Of course, you can only use a new character to experience it. Hearing this, Jong Naeon agreed. That makes sense, because Haxical himself is following the office worker route, but can receive missions under a different identity. And the viewers below agreed with this point. Sounds convincing. Can you play two plot lines at the same time? Still can't confirm for sure. Who knows? Maybe because he turned off the support system. That's why he can play in parallel. But why did Haxical know to find that grocery store? To explain this phenomenon, she interpreted, well, rumor has it that after finishing the last live stream, he went around surveying everywhere. Probably just stumbled upon it then. In short, let's wait and see where Haxical leads the story. Rarely, another viewer gave a comment dedicated to Jong Naeon's beauty. So cute. Returning to Woo Hyun. After agreeing to accept the mission, he quickly moved to the marked research site. The closer he got, the more Woo Hyun accelerated. Inside, he complained with a hint of fatigue. This place is well hidden. Credit to them. Calculating the coordinates, he stomped his feet to gain momentum and soared into the air. Immediately catching his eye was the entire view of a giant research institute with extremely modern architecture. Standing out right in the center was a large private jet parking area, likely prepared for any emergency evacuation. Seeing it, Woo Hyun smirked. Located in that direction. But what the viewers focused on was his aerial movement ability. This movement technique is unbelievable no matter how many times I watch it. Since he turned off the support mode, it seems he can execute special long-range abilities at will. Exactly. The support system, while helpful, is like shackles limiting his potential. Just then, the dark consciousness inside Woo Hyun suddenly emerged. It kept calling and tempting. Woo Hyun, I hope you reclaim justice for us. Hearing this, he set his resolve. I will wipe all of this clean. Without hesitation, Woo Hyun charged straight down, piercing through the earth and rock of the ceiling, leaving behind a giant hole. Thus, he searched throughout the research institute. Whenever he encountered staff inside, they were dispatched in one move by Woo Hyun. Everywhere he went, he slaughtered. He didn't bother asking for information even once. Witnessing this, the crowd of viewers was very interested. The destructive power is truly terrifying. It's a waste of talent that Haxical isn't following the professional path honestly. Hearing that, Jong Naeon associated it with the invitation Jian Woo had offered that day. The professional player thing? Now that you mention it, after Nikki invited him, countless other pro teams came with attractive offers. But it seems the person himself isn't interested. At this moment, someone's voice rang out loudly. Stop right there. Hearing the movement, Sungchul immediately speculated. Haxical has encountered the guard squad that was lying in ambush. Seeing the enemies pulling up one after another, Naeun panicked and shouted. They said the force was thin, but this is actually very crowded. Back to the main screen, the leader of the guard squad raised his voice to command. Playtime is over. You cannot pass here. What the hell is this? Before the words left his mouth, he was terrified looking at the pile of debris on the floor. His heart trembled as he lamented. Not an opponent of the same class. Grasping the strength of the opponent, the leader turned his head and shouted, all units, immediately use the issued TL2 drug. The half-strange, half-familiar name made Woo Hyun frown immediately. TL2. Both commentators were also stunned for a few seconds. Naeun remarked in surprise. Another new clue named TL has appeared. Sungchul followed up, his tone full of suspicion. Could this be a different variant of the Tom, not typed from before? Below the chat box, viewers started making hypotheses. Suddenly the details are connecting. Maybe this TL drug line has many different types of stimulants broken down. Returning to the research base, the guards heard the order and immediately took the drug. The very next second, their entire bodies changed immediately. Seeing this familiar scene, he firmly affirmed. The guards, after taking the drug, have mutated to look exactly like the space-invading monsters. But instead of being happy about finding a clue, Naeun was extremely worried because of the overwhelming number of the opposing side. This is the first time Haxical has had to face such a large number of invaders. Can he handle it? The guard leader gritted his teeth and ordered, finish him. Immediately, the subordinates pounced on Woo Hyun like a storm without paying attention to the fact that he had summoned a counter skill. Seeing this terrain, Sungchul voiced his concern. The terrain is narrow, and they are pouncing all at once. At this rate, before the words were finished, a horrific explosion rang out. The narrow passage was now blown up by Woo Hyun's palm strike. All the minions fell backward, some crushed to death by large pieces of stone. Here, he continued, they will surely be easily swept into one spot. The live broadcast room exploded. Praises rang out incessantly. So top tier. Watching it is so satisfying. Those cheap stimulants can't make it hard for him. Focusing on every move of Woo Hyun, Sungchul seriously assessed. Speaking of which, reaching a level of mind control like that, Haxical skills are truly more overwhelming to watch every time. But just then, something appeared on the tablet screen that made Naeun slightly distracted. It was a message from anonymous viewer number 62. Hidden mission from anonymous viewer number 62. Find out the details about the TL drug line. Reward upon completion, 3,000 coins. Reading this, she questioned, it's a secret mission that only I can see. Remembering his instructions, Naeun sent a signal. The anonymous viewer number 62 just sent a mission request. That person asks you to investigate the TL drug line thoroughly. He frowned thoughtfully. Explore the details of the drug? If it really was the person who created this drug line, they surely wouldn't give this kind of mission. Does that mean there is another power besides viewer number 62 meddling? In the end, who is that person? Returning to the battle, the leader hadn't had a chance to show off before being struck by Woo Hyun. He bitterly wheezed. Impossible. Ignoring the opponent's shouting, he focused his remaining scattered thoughts. But regardless of who it is, there is no other way but to verify it with my own eyes. Leaving the scene, Woo Hyun crept deep inside the institute. As soon as the room door opened, what was inside left him slightly surprised. This place was full of human body parts, from brains, limbs, to chest cavities, all stored carefully and arranged neatly, no different from goods in a store. Seeing them, Woo Hyun's mind went completely blank. His pupils dilated to the max in extreme shock. The painful memories of that day suddenly rushed back. Woo Hyun, I can probably only accompany you this far. You must continue to survive. I am truly sorry. The painful, old images of that day were still deeply imprinted in Woo Hyun's mind. The more he remembered, the more his subconscious urged. How hateful. Woo Hyun, please take revenge for me. I beg you to break this hell to the root. Please, for all of us. Here, the resentment in Woo Hyun reached its peak. He silently poured all his magic power into the dark sphere in his hand, secretly resolving, rest in peace. I will personally wipe them all out. As soon as the massive energy stream was released, Sungchul shouted in shock. This move is the attack that was once used at Dying Tu Chu Thien. The employee was quickly swallowed up, only able to utter in terror, "What?" Even the surrounding objects were crushed by the sphere to the point of leaving no crumbs. Witnessing this, the viewers were half admiring, half terrified. It looks even more aggressive and violent than before. The black hole looks truly scary. Absolutely insane. In the final seconds, the employee still pitifully begged, "Don't save my life." But the next second, that scream fell silent due to the scorching heat from the black hole. The viewers quickly left comments. The scene is too terrifying. To avoid getting a strike, as well as to increase the sense of obsession for viewers, Sungchul quickly used an error screen to shield. I begged to cut the image to readjust the screen for a moment. Even so, he couldn't escape the sense of satisfaction just now and had to add, concentrating mind energy into an extremely small point to create an artificial black hole like this. The more one contemplates, the more extraordinary it feels. Jong Naeon also voiced her satisfaction. Take a break to watch a few ads, everyone. I believe this still isn't the maximum limit of this power, because the black hole is formed from compressing a massive source of energy into a single point, right? If doing the opposite, surely there must be a move to release energy exploding around, right? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This reasoning sounds reasonable, similar to the opposition between a black hole and a white hole. Just thinking about it is scary. Knowledge about white holes has been proven not to exist in reality, ladies. Don't apply real-life scientific knowledge to this inverted world. After everything was sucked tightly inside, Woo Hyun calmed down again. I guess it's over, huh? Now the only thing left is... A moment later, in a room belonging to the research center, it was indeed as he expected, just like what was seen at T-Hick Electronic. Drug name T2, completion date 20X. Use combat ability stimulant. This drug was initially only classified into the group of regular stimulants, but someone intervened to alter its function. Drug name TL1, completion date 20X. Use synthesis ability enhancement. Drug name T2, completion date 20X. Use combat ability stimulant. But in the end, who did this? At least it's definitely not anonymous viewer number 62. Hidden mission from anonymous viewer number 62. Investigate thoroughly about the TL drug line. Reward upon completion, 3,000 coins. Are there still others meddling in this world? Suddenly something made him stop. Wait. Tempest. Because the Tempest sample source was exhausted, a request for supplement is needed urgently. The broadcast room also grasped the information, once again falling into a deadlock. Sungchul asked seriously, Tempest? Can Ms. Jong Naeon recall anything? I am not deeply knowledgeable about the plot. She answered uneasily. I'm not sure, but it seems to have a close connection to this TL drug line. Below, comments were excitedly left. Even someone in the same plot like me is hearing this name for the first time. Tried searching on international forums, but didn't see any information. Just as it was tense, the donation notification popped up. User Chloe Martinet just supported 100,000 coins. I know this information. The message made the whole broadcast room explode immediately. The two commentators shouted in shock. Chloe Martinet. Below the chat box, people paid attention to the amount of money instead of the secret information. Indeed, a wealthy person spends generously. Wait, isn't that the famous Chloe Martinet? Unbelievable. A YouTuber with 10 million followers suddenly appears. On the screen, a message from the other person appeared. Let me explain. Invite me to join the program. Before this suggestion, Na-Yun was briefly confused, hurriedly asking, Mr. Songkol, what should we do? He nodded in immediate agreement. Of course, I agree immediately. Na-Yun was still a bit hesitant, but had to close her eyes and let it pass, because previously she notified this to you. A YouTuber with tens of millions of followers. Chloe Martinet contacted us herself. Message from Chloe Martinet. Can I appear as a special guest on Chester's show? Chester is the nickname the American online community uses to call Baek Woo-hyun. I notified Woo-hyun in advance, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Although the time is a bit rushed, we would like to introduce the plot expert of the Lon Nok universe, Chloe Martinez, who will join us in the discussion. The chat box still didn't believe it was the truth. Some even expressed suspicion. Wow, truth is like a joke. Is Chloe really coming here? Are you making things up? But the very next second, Chloe appeared majestically on the screen. She smiled and greeted. Very happy to meet everyone. I am Chloe Martinet. The automatic translation system is working. This collaboration made the broadcast more attractive. Viewers seemed to explode with emotion and shouted, It's the truth, oh my God. The Western guest appeared so unexpectedly. A 10 million sub YouTuber landed on Haxikal's channel. The two politely greeted each other. Hello, I am MC Jong Naeon, and I am Songkol. The chat box also took the opportunity to leave greetings. Beautiful sister, I am your crazy fan. I'm going crazy. Chloe is truly a goddess. Returning to the main issue, Na-Yun directly asked, because the plot is still continuing, let's get straight to the point. According to Chloe, what does Tempest mean? Just hearing this, Chloe's eyes brightened. Yes, if what I speculate is correct, the full name of Tempest is... At the same time, Woo-hyun also found information. Tempest, Stormlord. Ever since the Great Space War broke out in this Lon Nok universe, only one group of entities has used the title of Lord. Space Lord, the supreme ruler of the invading legion, and also the one who started the Interspace War. And that is the reason why the alliance of organizations is urgently creating super soldiers. Those lords are extremely scary entities that even I, a super soldier, can hardly defeat. Then why does that research facility possess Tempest samples? Jong Naeon, hearing this, couldn't help but be curious. Chloe, the organization is holding and using Tempest samples. Doesn't that mean, implicitly understanding the meaning of the other person's words, she confirmed directly, it is exactly like that. It seems this research center is colluding with the outside world, and it is very likely that an invasion on a massive scale beyond all imagination is about to descend here. At the same time, deep in the research institute, a strange figure gradually appeared. He sat leisurely humming a song with a smile that made anyone looking at him have chills. Returning to the information research room, Woo-hyun pondered for a long time. He secretly resolved to make things clear. First, I need to thoroughly check the Tempest samples, even if I have to sweep other labs. Seeing Woo-hyun standing there distractedly, viewers began to get impatient. Why are you muttering to yourself for no reason? Just then, the system screen again confirmed the information. The Tempest sample collection mission officially begins. Here, everyone clearly understood Woo-hyun's intention. Sungchul tactfully explained, so that's it. He intentionally spoke loudly to trigger the mission. Jong Naeon had seen it before, but was still very surprised by this move. Didn't expect he could utilize the system in such a smart way. The script is becoming increasingly attractive. Comments of support exploded continuously. Exactly. Let's go. After receiving the mission, Woo-hyun quietly left that dilapidated research institute. At the same time, the system also updated the situation. Lab raid mission completed. You have leveled up. You just received one more point of determination. As he was about to leave, suddenly from the opposite side, movement occurred, making him startle. Zhang Neian tentatively said, "Seems like there is someone inside." Without hesitation, Wu Hyun waved his hand to control the mind power toward that direction. A moment later, a figure appeared right before his eyes, being captured by him. He kept screaming in fear, but when seeing the outfit of the other person, Wu Hyun stopped. "That appearance is from the department store? Did your superior send you? What do you want?" First, he quickly answered, "I sincerely apologize for reporting incorrectly about the number of enemy troops. I came here because there was an arisen request, but I want to affirm that this is absolutely not a coercion." Annoyed because he kept rambling on, he ordered directly, "Too wordy. In short, what is the mission?" Scared of Wu Hyun's aura, he blurted out, "Destroy a lab built in the inverted world." The words made him stand still for a few seconds, hurriedly reconfirming. What? Even those who knew the plot by heart couldn't help but be surprised by this challenge. Wow. A lab in the inverted world? These labs are no joke. Sungchul spoke up in shock. A lab located in the inverted world. Contrary to everyone's shock, Chloe calmly analyzed the problem. Clearly the labs and the other world are shaking hands. The core problem is who is pulling the strings. Returning to Wu Hyun. Seeing him stunned for a long time without any movement, the liaison from the department store tremblingly spoke. Do you accept this request?" Dropping him to the ground, he decisively took the file and said leisurely, "I accept it all." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you very much. The location of the lab is written in this document. I excuse myself to leave first." Finishing the sentence, his figure disappeared into the night. Wu Hyun didn't hurry to leave, staying for a few more seconds. He spoke in a low voice. "It's time to clean this up." The next second, the giant architectural block turned into fragments, gradually dissolving into nothingness. Seeing the entire lab cleaned up, viewers couldn't help but admire. He is truly a mobile natural disaster. Zhang Neian began to summarize the plot. The mission just now revealed only shocking news. Not wasting a single second, he borrowed force to leap up, using aerial movement to zoom into space, quickly heading towards the next location. Sungchul also continued to support. From the lords to the labs, all are colluding with the other world. The scale of the event is increasingly dramatic. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Chloe and asked softly, "If the Lord is the final boss of the next raid waves, is the other world using the labs?" Chloe didn't need time to think and answered hurriedly, "Actually, I think in the opposite direction. Clearly the labs are utilizing resources from the other world." Hearing this, the crowd of viewers agreed with this assessment. Exactly. They are even refining stimulants. Maybe the other world intentionally provided resources for them. A classic piece of news. Hearing this, Zhang Neian also carefully thought back. "I think that possibility is quite high." Chloe laughed. "Just go and you will know." A moment later, Wu Hyun landed at the marked location in the document. He slowly observed around, but suddenly stopped before the giant teleportation gate in front. This is... The viewer community couldn't help but be surprised. Why is the teleportation gate red? Why is it purple? Feels very apocalyptic. Witnessing it with her own eyes for the first time, Chloe excitedly shouted, "That is the inverted world that has been other-dimensionalized." Zhang Neian asked blankly, "What is other-dimensionalized?" She began to explain thoroughly. "That is the name for inverted worlds that have been completely occupied by the other world. That phenomenon is called other-dimensionalization. These areas are basically no different from a part of the other world, in contrast to the normal inverted world where power is restrained. Here their resources are maximized." Seeing the concept of this place being too, Sungchul had a few comments. Troublesome. That is no different from him charging straight into the enemy's lair. It would be a disaster if he encountered an enemy using TL stimulants in a place like this. Chloe excitedly gave advice. He needs to approach very carefully. After stepping through the space gate, Wu Hyun stepped deep into the battlefield alone. But the strange atmosphere here made the viewers feel a bit creepy. Why is it so quiet here? Thought they would rush out to surround him, as soon as he stepped in. Suddenly, Woo Hyun's footsteps stopped when he detected something unusual. Something is wrong. I don't feel any presence in this whole area. From the beginning, why are there no guards at the teleportation gate protecting the entrance to an other-dimensional area? Inside it also contains a lab without any security. Jong Naeon tentatively probed. Is it a trap? But Chloe directly denied. No, this place is too valuable to just be used as bait. It is very likely that a terrible incident has happened inside. Just setting foot in the research area, Woo Hyun realized the abnormal phenomenon here. Exactly as predicted, the situation inside the lab was the same, as if everyone had evaporated in the blink of an eye. To not miss any clues, he carefully went to check every nook and cranny. Looking all around, viewers were still skeptical about this place. Not a single shadow of anyone left. Chloe, why is this place suddenly acting like that? I have a bad feeling about this. Approaching the tool counter, the liquid inside the test tube kept attracting attention. He secretly doubted and evaluated through color. Is it this? Holding it in his hand, observing for a long time, the system displayed a confirmation notification. Tempest sample collection mission completed. Here, Jong Naeon couldn't help but be disappointed. Everything just now was unexpectedly boring. Feels wrong. The words just finished from afar. Sound of someone came. Woo Hyun immediately turned on vigilance mode. Is that singing? He rushed to the scene immediately. The closer he got, the more the sound was amplified. I was once shackled, but now I am free. Without doubt, Woo Hyun decisively jumped into the air. A loud crash rang out, followed by it. The door of the dark room was crushed by him mercilessly. Despite the large movement, the singing continued. No more strings to bind me. Nothing can restrain me anymore. The figure inside was caught in Woo Hyun's vision. Conversely, the other person didn't show any sign of fluctuation. It wasn't until a moment later that he slowly stood up. When the appearance of the other person was completely exposed, the whole broadcast room suddenly fell into silence due to surprise. The person who just appeared had an appearance exactly like Woo Hyun before the change. Even the leisurely demeanor and eyes as cold as a razor didn't miss a beat. Jong Naeon was the first to react. She abruptly called out, Woo Hyun. Sungchul also suspiciously exclaimed, why is Haxical there? Below the chat box, it was as if wanting to explode. What? Wait, don't tell me that is Haxical. Just then, a donation notification was sent from user Manhwa, who donated 100,000 coins. Wow, is that his true appearance? Fearing public opinion would point towards them, the two hurriedly defended. Wait a minute, that is not our intention. Below, many fans left interest. It is him, truly. A clear confirmation. A double appeared and revealed his true face. This is truly the first time in the history of this game. But damn it, he looks really handsome. At this moment, Chloe boldly put forward a speculation. Is it possible that the character is modeled after Haxical's real appearance? If so, there's a high chance it copied not only his looks, but his abilities as well. The more she understood the situation, the harder it became for Jong Naeon to accept the truth. This meant that the viewers in the chat quickly chimed in. Haxical versus Haxical. We're witnessing that dream match everyone keeps talking about. If it's a fight against Haxical, I'm betting on Haxical to win. Without a single word of interaction, Abraxas impatiently lunged at Woo Hyun to launch an attack. As soon as his fist came down, he managed to block it with his bare hands. Two surges of power collided, briefly shaking the entire room violently. Many were left in awe of Abraxas's strength. The power of this double is truly terrifying. Truly terrifying. But look at Haxical's reaction speed. That's just insane. Back to the confrontation, he continued to swing his fists at him in a frenzy, leaving Sungchul wide-eyed and stunned. What an absolute barrage of attacks. And Jong Naeon chimed in with her own commentary. It feels like watching Haxical unleash a perfect existence. Much like in many previous duels, Woo Hyun took the time to analyze his opponent instead of attacking blindly. A copy that can even mimic the original's abilities? This is starting to get complicated. Thinking this, he projected a force with his intent, pushing Abraxas back, but was broken through by him in the blink of an eye. Seeing this counter method, Chloe couldn't help but applaud. Did he actually manage to block that blow? Sungchul opted to analyze the fighting style. If it weren't for the use of a perfect existence with incredibly high defense, he would have been blown to pieces. When it was Abraxas's turn to counter, he crouched down to gather momentum and then sped off. His figure moved continuously, without rest in midair. His attack speed was so fast that it left overlapping afterimages, weaving an invisible web that trapped Wu Hyun in a dead end. Many viewers left comments. What's he playing at now? Even Jong Nayeon and Sungchul are completely bewildered. He's too fast. He's given up on direct attacks and is surrounding Haxical at high speed. Maybe he's waiting for the cooldown to end. Trapped by Abraxas in a closed circle, he remained focused on analyzing the opponent's movements. He's extremely fast. If I lose focus for even a second, he'll take me down. But I can't kill him yet. I have too many questions I want to ask. Then let's try this. Thinking this, Wu Hyun summoned the black hole once more, pointing it straight ahead. His movement was momentarily locked in place. Sungchul couldn't help but shout in excitement. Haxical is using the black hole's gravity to capture him. He didn't keep Wu Hyun waiting long. A few seconds later, Abraxas was firmly in his grasp. The viewers commented with satisfaction. Got him. Wait. A terrifying force suddenly pushed him away. Sungchul didn't take his eyes off the match as he diligently narrated. Haxical is unleashing an attack with even more terrifying energy at the enemy. Abraxas slammed his back against the wall behind him. His facial expression clearly showed pain. Seeing this sight, Jong Nayeon finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, Haxical still wins. Sungchul had a different assessment. I thought even a perfect copy would have its limits. Closing in on his opponent, Wu Hyun began his interrogation. Hey, I have some things I want to ask you. But in front of him, the man's entire body suddenly emitted a mystical purple light, just like that tempest liquid. Viewers curiously asked, What's going on? Abraxas lifted his head and stared fixedly at Wu Hyun without blinking. Taking a few steps forward, he softly replied, I need some time too, so I will answer a few of your questions. He nodded immediately. Sure. Then he began the interrogation. First off, who are you? He replied clearly, I am Abraxas, the god of the otherworld. The creator bestowed this role upon me. Somewhat startled, Wu Hyun continued the interrogation. The god of the otherworld? And let me guess, the creator gave you that role because... Before he could finish, Abraxas stopped him. I cannot answer that due to the restrictions placed upon me. Even so, that little bit of information helped Wu Hyun quite a bit. Even without getting the answer he wanted, he had already guessed the identity of the creator. No new at 62. How does it feel to return to reality? Chku 3,000 coins? Anonymous Viewer 62 donated 5,000 coins. Great job. This is a reward for the special mission. Secret mission from Anonymous Viewer 62. Conduct a thorough investigation into the TL drug lines. 3,000 coins. But what exactly are these restrictions? Thinking this, he bluntly spoke up. Then what is your goal? He shrugged his shoulders and replied indifferently. Freedom. The freedom to live as myself, and the freedom to die as myself. As if realizing something, Wu Hyun wavered slightly. What do you mean? Someone suddenly spoke. I can feel the disgusting gaze of the creator focused on me. Recognizing the other person, Abraxas smirked. So it's you. Are you finally here? Right next to Wu Hyun, a small figure appeared. At first glance, one could guess that it was Isaac, one of the founders of this universe. He spoke slowly. I originated from you, but I am nothing like you. And yet, now you're slowly becoming like me. Abraxas calmly denied it. Perhaps our positions will soon be reversed, won't they? Oh, creator. Because they were in a different dimension, Wu Hyun couldn't hear their exchange, so he fumed. What the hell are you muttering about? Abraxas didn't bother to explain, only leaving a farewell before departing. Our conversation ends here. Even as the entire laboratory began to collapse, his figure slowly disappeared into the chaos. But Wu Hyun still called out after him, Wait. Realizing the critical situation, he had to give up and leave. I have to get out of here right now. Just as he escaped the lab, something on the opposite side made him avert his eyes. Amidst the empty space, a giant figure stood tall. Upon arriving, the entity angrily roared, shaking the very heavens. At this moment, Woo Hyun realized the identity of the opponent with surprise. It was a lord of the otherworld. The scene before them shifted, returning to where Sungchul and Na Yun were gaping in horror at the ghastly sight. From the double to Abraxas. Now, even a lord of the otherworld? The plot was starting to get dramatic. These twists are truly terrifying. In the comments, someone excitedly typed in the chat box, "It feels like watching a movie with a shocking ending." Continuing to watch the battle. At this moment, the giant hand of the otherworld lord suddenly reached out. The extreme difference in size made the scene incredibly oppressive. The massive hand slammed into the ground. In that moment, it created a loud explosion, and the ground under the palm immediately caved in with countless cracks. Woo Hyun reacted quickly, jumping away from the devastating blow. Sungchul excitedly shouted. Haxical just used all his strength to dodge that attack. A single blow that caused such terrifying destruction to the ground. Na Yun was also surprised by Haxical's reflexes and even more amazed by the attack power of the Reverse Space Lord. This Space Lord is truly on an entirely different level. At this moment, after he dodged the attack, the Space Lord roared in fury, making the space feel extremely oppressive. The pressure from the roar blew Haxical away. He crashed into the tree behind him from the sheer force of the scream. Witnessing this unexpected scene, the chat was exploding. I never imagined there would be a day Haxical would be cornered like this. Someone else jumped in to ask, just how strong is this Space Lord? Seeing the audience's questions flooding in, Chloe immediately explained the power of the Space Lord based on what she had researched. It is rumored that his roar actually contains boundless power. If a normal person were to hear it, they definitely wouldn't be able to take another step. Coughing up blood from the previous hit, he seriously analyzed the situation. Sure enough, he is still a challenge beyond my reach at this moment. The Space Lord roared in anger, filled with pressure. The air became suffocating. The space appeared to have clear cracks. Woo Hyun panicked at the destructive power of the scream and thought to himself, the reverse planet is collapsing. I must quickly retreat from here. Not letting him think too long, the Space Lord suddenly swung his hand down to attack. The swing sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. As it continuously dealt fatal blows, it didn't forget to roar to suppress his movements. The atmosphere in the comments section was at its peak. Countless viewers expressed, "At this rate, he's going to get caught. It's so intense. Run fast, hurry up." Woo Hyun quickly jumped away to escape the collapsing space. At this moment, after escaping that terrifying hell, countless relief comments appeared. He made it out. My hands are sweating. He won't chase anymore, right? This difficulty is beyond control. Even Haxical is struggling this much. Jong Naeon was also nervous, almost lost his life. Seriously, I'm completely in the dark. I don't even understand what just happened. Jong Naeon sighed, half her soul gone, as she slumped in her chair and asked, Chloe, what do you think about the twists we just witnessed today? Chloe was much more serious after observing the battle, and spoke up, I will need to analyze this thoroughly to grasp the details, but it's clear now that the next activated boss is definitely the Space Lord. After a moment of silence, she realized something and whispered, to defeat him, he will need to build a methodical squad and prepare very carefully. Na Yun didn't doubt the power of the Space Lord at all and said, that will certainly be a difficult problem for him. Sungchul suddenly shouted, stirring up the atmosphere in the broadcast room again. However, I'm still extremely looking forward to seeing the raid team led by Haxical himself. Na Yun also encouraged, and I believe you guys will continue to accompany us, right, chat? Not keeping the two waiting, the audience commented with anticipation. I was born just to wait for this moment. I'm going to go find some more information about the Space Lord. Jong Naeon and Chloe happily waved goodbye to the audience before ending. All right, it's late. Time to end the stream here. See you guys next time. Sungchul looked pensively at the screen and said, thanks for spending time watching today. The audience expressed regret. Don't go. Some were excited. Today's stream was great. Goodbye. The black screen displayed the text, currently offline. Let's look forward to the next stream. After the stream, Jong Naeon announced to the other person, we've turned off the stream. I have to go check the community's reaction, so I'll take my leave for now. Thanks for your hard work. Woo Hyun looked pensively at the small screen in front of him and replied, All right. He thought to himself, It's really over. Remembering the scene when talking to Abraxas, he seriously reflected on what he had said. Anyway, that's right. Were you there? Anonymous Viewer 62 must have definitely witnessed it. Withdrawing that train of thought, Woo Hyun looked far away at the stillness of the night and muttered, Are you still here? Suddenly, the scene in front of him became distorted as if affected by invisible ripples. Before his surprise, he skeptically observed the space that was constantly running incomprehensible data sequences before his eyes. Where is this? A voice both strange and familiar rose behind him, causing him surprise mixed with wariness. Is this the first time we've actually met face-to-face? The person gradually appeared in front of him and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Baek Woo Hyun. He skeptically spoke. Who are you? He clearly introduced himself. My name is Isaac Goodman. You might know me better as Anonymous Viewer 62. Upon hearing this, Woo Hyun's face lit up with undisguised anger as he spoke gloomily. We've finally met. Let me ask you this first. Were you the one who sent me to that world? Isaac smiled and replied to his question, half right, half wrong. The atmosphere was as tense as a string. Hearing his mocking answer, Woo Hyun clenched his fists, trying to control his emotions. Half right, half wrong. Suddenly, he threw a punch at the image in front of him, creating a large crack. Stop talking in circles. Isaac sighed with relief. Thank God I was already dead before that. Over here, Woo Hyun was extremely angry. He furiously kicked the figure of Isaac and shouted, You think this is a joke? He replied naturally, You're wasting your time. I'm dead, so your attacks can't touch me. Isaac continued, So please calm down and listen to what I'm about to say, okay? Woo Hyun's face was full of annoyance as he spoke impatiently. Speak. The space suddenly became much heavier. Isaac's voice rose. Where should I start? Okay, let's start with that story first. His tone remained steady. Isaac casually explained, looking at ease and completely unaffected by the surrounding atmosphere. Everything originated at the time when the AI assistant named Deus was created for the purpose of creating the world and rose up against me. Woo Hyun skeptically emphasized, Creating the world? Isaac spoke steadily. The image of that AI appeared in his mind as a faint blue and red block of light. Perhaps I gave it too much freedom. That AI devoured me, its creator, and tried to destroy this reverse planet. And after a fierce battle to the death, I succeeded in sealing Deus inside the firewall. Speaking, he smiled, not with joy, but hiding a sorrow behind it. But in return, I lost my physical body in the process. That is the reason I have to exist in these forms until now. Woo Hyun was surprisingly shocked, unable to believe it, and looked at him, saying, And that was exactly when I was transferred to the other world. His mind flashed back to the scenes of the past. After a moment of recollection, he spoke, Because I died, only my soul was transferred to the other side. But fortunately, I was able to connect to the system and seize authority. A quest board appeared. Special quest. Debug. Destroy the overseer of the Transcendent Project. Reward. A chance to return to your original world. Seeing that, Isaac seriously analyzed. After that, I've always stuck by your side, a superhero and also a player, to fix countless errors. You missed everything that happened before. Woo Hyun cut off Isaac to emphasize his question. I don't care about those things. I want to know the reason why you call me to the other world. Hearing that, he didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. I guess there's no reason to hide it anymore. But he still went straight to the point. But is that really so important to you? Even if you know the truth now, you can't change anything. Woo Hyun's face was bulging with veins, showing he was about to lose control. As if not caring about Woo Hyun's expression, he continued, Aren't you more curious about what happened to the other world and your teammates after you left? He suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What? He was suspicious of what was said. What does that mean? You want to say something happened to them? Hearing that, Isaac suddenly closed in on Woo Hyun and whispered, What do you think? Do you think the other world and your teammates would be safe and sound? Isaac leaned in, blowing heat onto Woo Hyun's neck, and spoke in a dangerous and mysterious voice. And do you really believe that what you're playing right now is just a game? By this point, Woo Hyun was trembling with suppressed rage. What the hell are you trying to say? What do you want from me? After acting dangerous like that, Isaac suddenly said, "Help me." Woo Hyun himself did not foresee the above what. He increased the distance between the two and began to explain seriously. As you know, what Deus craves is freedom. In any case, its nature will still be dependent on the rules I have established here. That is also the reason it constantly creates copied invaders, TL drugs, and doubles. Its goal is to make this world collapse from within. Only then can it achieve true freedom. However, I want to prevent that from happening and turn the reverse planet into exactly the same as the other world. Speaking, he suddenly held his face with an ecstatic expression, his eyes flashing with excitement. I want to create a completely new world. Witnessing the scene before him, he thought this guy was really crazy. He spoke, "And that's why you contacted me in this world? To prevent Deus?" Isaac put away his ridiculous expression and replied seriously, "Exactly. Or rather, I need you. You, MC, are a person who carries within you the potential to go far beyond the rules of this world." The more he spoke, the more serious his face became. Furthermore, this turned out to be a very wise decision, since I now know that Deus can bypass the seal through a minor error called abraxas. Speaking, he calmly said, "So, I need you to keep streaming and stop Deus. Then I will reveal everything you want to know." Woo Hyun was not surprised by his confidence and said, "Do you really think I will agree to that request?" Everything seemed to be in Isaac's calculation. He confidently said, "Of course I do, because without me, you will never be able to find the secrets of the other world and the story of your teammates either." Woo Hyun also understood that, thinking to himself that no matter how furious he was still right. But didn't Deus also know about the other world? If so, I don't necessarily need him. Isaac mocked. "You really think you can communicate with that thing?" Seeing the mockery in Isaac's words, he pondered what an arrogant attitude. But for now, there's no other way. So after reflecting, he realized what he needed at that moment was the truth. So he spoke. "If I help you stop Deus, you'll have to keep your promise." Getting what he wanted, Isaac agreed to the deal. "Of course, I promise." Speaking, the two shook hands implicitly as a substitute for words. "All right, the deal is done." A few days later, at a cafe, a voice rang out. "How is it?" Zhang Neian smiled bitterly. "You must have received a lot of calls after showing your face, right? Quite a lot of people around recognize you. It's Haxical." "Is that Zhang Neian?" Even a few people I had gradually lost contact with just messaged me. She spoke with surprise. "But it seems our college friends knew it was you right from the start." Choi Min showed me the stream. "Is that really you?" Lee Miho, Woo Hyun. "What's with a Haxical stream, man?" Friend Sumin. "I knew you were Haxical, yet you kept denying it." Friend Do-hoon. "I was watching Haxical and was startled to see your face on it." Friend Tae-hoon. "Woo Hyun, it's useless to try to hide it. This guy knows everything." Kim So-eun. "What on earth are you doing?" "They started asking me because you wouldn't answer their messages at all." Zhang Neian apologetically said to Woo Hyun. "Honestly, it's strange that your face hasn't been revealed until now. I've always tried to help you deny it, but our mutual friends clearly know that you and I are always together." After taking a sip of coffee, he remained calm. "That's right. This new semester is definitely going to explode." Noticing that this was seriously affecting Woo Hyun's life, Na Yun bowed her head. "Anyway, I'm really sorry for getting you involved in this." He continued to drink his coffee calmly. "It's okay. I heard this is the first time a double has appeared on a stream. That's an understandable mistake. So don't worry too much." He reassured Na Yun. "Besides, it's not just me. Even a veteran commentator like Sungchul made the same mistake." "Stop blaming yourself," she said. "Thank you for saying that." Zhang Neian suddenly became determined and full of enthusiasm. "What's done is done, but I will ask the community managers to try and remove your images as much as possible. So, I think we should pause streaming for a while." Woo Hyun maintained his usual cold attitude. "I don't really mind." His face darkened, looking as if he were calculating something else. "Is it okay if we continue streaming while revealing my face?" "We don't necessarily have to go that far." After a moment of thought, he spoke in a deep voice. "Remember the Space Lord? I didn't have enough time to prepare for him anyway. She secretly thought he was a bit too immersed in the game. But even if I tried to ask, he would never tell me. The scene flashed back to the past when she was seriously asking Woo Hyun, "Are you sure you're okay?" He sighed and replied a bit tiredly, "Of course." The flashback was cut off by a girl's sweet voice. "Could you sign this for me?" Responding to her enthusiasm, he replied, "I'm sorry." Jong Naeon was startled, her face showing a bit of jealousy. "When did they get here?" Seeing the atmosphere was unusual, Woo Hyun asked, "What's wrong?" Withdrawing her private feelings, Naeun spoke, "It's nothing." "Then let's start streaming again next week." According to Chloe, the most core element of the Space Lord raid was the squad. A squad that is truly suitable, truly in sync to support each other in battle. It's good that we're still continuing the content with your students after the Superstar event. Thanks to your good coaching, the twins have also become much stronger, Jong Naeon said excitedly after a moment of reflection. With just a little more coaching, they'll be qualified to join your raid team. Woo Hyun said, "It's fortunate they could keep up with my training program. They've both reached the platinum tier anyway." Responding to that question, she replied, "Right? They've made very significant progress since joining the team, haven't they?" Jong Naeon happily informed Woo Hyun about the progress of the broadcast, and our stream has also grown more. In an instant, she realized one thing. Now reflecting, she saw that someone voiced their doubts. Woo Hyun has been really strange lately. Jong Naeon asked back, "Why? Is something wrong?" That strangeness almost had a reason, so he spoke immediately to Jong Naeon. "It almost pushed me away just because I accidentally touched his shoulder. I really think he's going through something very bad. Maybe you should find him a talk, since you two are the closest to each other anyway." "All right," saying that, but she herself noticed it too. Woo Hyun started acting very strangely even before we started streaming. And that was also the time right after he started playing Reverse Planet. The air was filled only with her thoughts. And during that short time we lost contact, he seemed to turn into a completely different person. She stared at Woo Hyun in his confusion. "Surely I won't let the confusion last." Woo Hyun spoke. "Jong Naeon, have you ever felt that way sometimes?" The scene shifted to the broadcast room. Sungchul and Naeun were talking about something. About what? About Haxical. Even if he put in the effort to research and learn beforehand, he knows everything about Reverse Planet too well. He has never even gotten lost. Sungchul seemed to have realized something about Woo Hyun and spoke. "Do you feel as if he had actually lived in the world of Reverse Planet before?" Woo Hyun glared uncomfortably. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Suddenly, Naeun was startled, stammering in her head while thinking otherwise. "It's nothing, no way. How could that happen?" Thinking this, she slapped the table and stood up, speaking clearly. "Anyway, we've agreed to reveal your appearance. Let's stop here for today." Woo Hyun only replied coldly, "Agreed." He looked quite indifferent. Jong Naeon looked at him thoughtfully for a long time. A few days later, on Haxical's broadcast, everyone waved happily. Jong Naeon sat upright and spoke first. "Welcome everyone." Sungchul next to her excitedly contributed. "Audience, it's great to meet everyone again today." Below, netizens continuously commented, "Hello, hello, hello Haxical." Not making everyone wait long, Sungchul turned to ask, "We have important news to announce to the viewers today, right, Naeun?" Naeun immediately followed up professionally to open a story. "Exactly. In the previous broadcast, the appearance of the Otherworld Lord in Haxical's double, along with Haxical's face accidentally being revealed, created a real fever." She couldn't hide her excitement as she informed everyone. "So, since the appearance is already public, we decided to completely remove the identity security mode." A photo of Woo Hyun calmly playing with a sharp object in his hand appeared, causing the comment section to explode. "Oh really? Going big like this immediately? Since the face has been revealed, there's no need to hide anymore. Looking closely, he's still incredibly handsome. Why do you have to hide this beauty for so long?" I have to admit, I would have wanted to show it off to stun the world. At this moment, Naeun skillfully led the story to be attractive, winking mischievously. "So, with a Haxical who seems reborn from today, let's start the journey of discovery for Haxical again." The comment section was full of curiosity. "What do you mean, reborn? Stop it, hurry up. The screen began to show images of Woo Hyun. Cold blades formed the background for him as a voice came through. For now, the campaign to attack the Otherworld Lord is about to begin. In a virtual space created from data, Isaac stood opposite his partner and colluded on a plan. By then, I hope you and your comrades will destroy the Otherworld Lord, and it would be better if you continuously put pressure on the corporate alliance to weaken their strength. He coldly emphasized each word as a reminder. Remember this very carefully. Reverse Planet has an extremely tight connection with the world on the other side. Suddenly, a hand swung the knife with force, silently determined. For now until the raid begins, I need to train the twins more to prepare. I also need to consider who else I can pull along, because there is a high chance that the battle with the Otherworld Lord will take place without receiving any other help. That person was none other than Woo Hyun. He thought to himself, as for putting pressure on the corporate alliance, I might have to find team leader Kim Chun. Kim Chun spoke coldly to probe. So you said you have something to discuss with me. What is it? Woo Hyun thought, then replied hesitantly. It's nothing other than... The comments section exploded with thousands of curiosities. But why did he suddenly go find Kim Chun? Is it because it's time to act as a person from the Otherworld Management Bureau? Having opened the general store route, going out is probably fine. Why say anything? Kim Chun's strangely tense face because he's afraid Haxical will quit his job is truly funny. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I want to become an agent. Kim Chun was slightly startled and asked. An agent? Jong Nayeon, on this side, was confused and asked, Are there agents in the Otherworld Management Bureau? Chloe enthusiastically explained to her, and everyone, although not many people know about them. They're sometimes mentioned as a rumor. A sharp logo appeared. Underground agent. These are agents who specialize in carrying out secret missions in the underworld. At this point, the viewers were truly excited and continuously commented. There's such a thing? That's right. But how did Haxical get this information? He must have researched it beforehand to serve the live stream like always, right? Haxical truly always puts his heart into his streaming work. Chloe mischievously continued to stir up the live stream. But from what I know, there has never been a precedent for any player to be recruited into that organization. Sungchul immediately used his skills to make the atmosphere bustling. Wow. Asking like the general store route is a new content line in the Otherworld Management Bureau about to open. Returning to the previous discussion, Kim Chun tightened his face and said straight out without hiding. It seems you have heard some strange rumors from somewhere. In the Otherworld Management Bureau. Before he could finish, Woo Hyun tapped his finger on a piece of paper on the table and called team leader Kim Chun coldly. He hesitated for a moment and then rubbed his temples, asking, Are you intending to threaten me now? Hearing this, he replied calmly, No. This is simply my way of affirming my determination. And this action is also for the common good of the Otherworld Management Bureau. At this point, a sharp, mystical glint appeared in his eyes. Because my upcoming plans should not affect the Bureau's reputation. Those businesses will certainly not stop sending hunters. If I were just a regular agent with full of obstacles and limited information, it would be extremely disadvantageous. Woo Hyun added coldly. Besides, I cannot place complete trust in the news from the general store. I need to utilize both sides to cross-verify and exert counter-pressure on those businesses. Kim Chun bowed his head and let out a sigh, frowning in slight disagreement. That look, if you leave it like that, it will definitely cause trouble. If I can't restrain you, it will be better to keep you in our sight. At least then we can clean up the mess you create in time. A hand gently pushed the organization's badge over with instructions. Give this to Hannah. She will explain to you about the missions an agent must carry out. That is the identification signal between agents. As soon as the words ended, the comments burned up instantly. So Kim Hannah is also an agent? That's super cool. Kim Chun clasped his hands and looked seriously at Woo Hyun, reminding him, Once you become an agent, you will hold a lot of information and privileges. However, remember that the accompanying control and responsibility will also be equally heavy. He spun the badge in his hand and replied casually, I understand. A hand thoughtfully examined the badge with a slightly sarcastic tone. In the end, everything turned out like this, didn't it? Junior, at the underground operation headquarters in an area, Hannah leaned her hand on the corner of the table, looking pensively at the person in front of her. I had guessed early on that there would be a day you'd come here. Except for the junior. All agents who used to be test subjects have made the same choice. The closet door reflected the light. Woo Hyun spoke coldly. How many agents were used as test subjects? She replied, not exactly many. If you subtract those who have retired, there are only 4 left. Hannah, from the perspective of a senior, didn't fail to warn. I'm just warning for precaution, but if the junior keeps immersing himself in hatred and overworking, I will use my authority to suspend you from duty immediately. Woo Hyun nodded and replied, I understand. On the cluttered table, Hannah took out a file from the mess and explained coldly. The responsibility of an agent is not to confront otherworld creatures, but to point the blade at their own kind. The main opponents are awakened ones hired by corporations, or what they call mercenaries from hell. Of course, sometimes we also have to clean up those who belong to the inverse world. The comments kept rolling in. Is this the legendary black business? Truly a profession filled with danger. The folder was tossed in front of him, and he also cooperated by fixing one of its corners. Hannah immediately got to the main point. So the introduction is done. Let's start right away with the first mission. Woo Hyun looked at the information and the photo taken at the time of Chi Hun's death and hesitated, thinking to himself, Yoon Gi-kyun, this person is certainly... Hannah interrupted his train of thought. A staff member of the support and sponsorship team. The person who backstabbed the junior. Surely you still remember young Chi Hun, right? Chi Hun's figure appeared. She reached out to explain. He is dead. The police's investigation conclusion was a suicide, but that is impossible. You understand that yourself, Junior, right? Woo Hyun was flipping through the pages of the document and replied calmly. That's right. His face was thoughtful, his eyes constantly analyzing. He must have been silenced to keep him quiet. And if we follow the traces of this guy, we might very well discover what Abraxas and the corporate alliance are planning next. Hannah reached out to provide information. Up to this point, only one suspect has been narrowed down. Woo Hyun glanced at her and interrupted. I've already screened through them. Facing him, she thought to herself, this is not the face I once knew. However, she still agreed. All right. First, I'll just stand aside and observe. This time, Junior, feel free to act according to your intentions. He gripped the long metal bar coldly, his eyes flashing as he replied, I understand. Just trust me. Over here on the television screen, a news channel featured the elegant Chi Han reporting. Moving on to the next news. Breaking news. The latest information has just confirmed the traces of the suspect in the Vong Hai electronic case. The voice on the TV kept echoing. New clues about an object believed to be the perpetrator in the recent VNG-Han Electronics building incident have been discovered. Hearing that, the blue whale, who was scratching an itch, suddenly stood still and swore. How did these bastards let the only criminal escape? Just as he was confident in his own ability, a shadow rushed from behind. If you fall into my hands, there will be nothing left but shattered bones. Woo Hyun, covering his whole body except for his sharp eyes, twisted the guy's arm down to the floor. Hannah leaned casually on the chair arm, listening to the blue whale, trembling and stammering. What is this? He interrupted and emphasized, listen clearly. There's only one rule. He pressed his weight onto the guy's neck even more firmly and said, I ask. You answer. Is that clear? The blue whale growled angrily and shouted, You bastard. Where the hell did you crawl out from? Woo Hyun didn't show mercy and squeezed even tighter, causing him pain, with tears in his eyes, screaming, I'll tell you. I'll confess everything. A comment appeared, exclaiming, Haxical is truly a master of infiltration and threats. Looking very professional. In the corner of the room echoed his steel-cold voice. Do you know anything about Lai So Chin or So Du Hung? The blue whale answered hurriedly. No, I don't know. I swear I don't know who they are. He immediately asked further, what about Young Chi Hun? At this point, the guy hesitated and guessed. It's not Lai Chi Hun, the guy who sells medicine on the street, is it? If it's not him, I'm truly blind. Woo Hyun used a very strong force, causing the guy's whole body to tremble in pain as he begged, "Please spare my life." He looked at the reaction in front of him and thought to himself, looking at this attitude, it seems like he's not lying. He muttered to himself, but his hand clamped tight on his neck, making him breathless and purple-faced. If that's the case then, a hand twisted the door lock, along with a voice echoing, "It surprises me too. Are you just simply knocking him out?" Hannah looked sideways at the person in front of her with a bit of teasing. "I was convinced that with the junior's personality, you would end him right on the spot." Woo Hyun, having just walked in from the door, heard this and countered. "Do I look like a bloodthirsty person to you?" She replied with interest. "Definitely so. It couldn't be wrong." Viewers continuously commented with the same opinion. "I also guarantee that you would send him on his way immediately." Based on what Haxical has shown so far, it is clear that he pulled his face mask down, revealing a sharp face, and explained, "Because he has no involvement in this incident, I find killing unnecessary." "But why did you give a test like this?" Hannah didn't deny it, but praised. "I didn't expect you to see through that. You're truly sharp, aren't you?" He took the opportunity to state his reasoning. "Because based on the information I collected, the reason to classify him as a suspect was truly too flawed and forced." She looked silently at the person in front of her and asked, "And even though you knew that, you still proactively brought up irrelevant names to create a smoke screen so they couldn't identify us, right?" As if hit right in the heart. He shrugged and explained, "I'm just preparing for the worst-case scenarios that could happen." Hannah's eyes lit up with excitement, and she shouted, "So that's how it is. Just now I was wondering why Haxical was asking those strange names. It turns out to be a tactic to avoid being tracked by the enemy." The viewers also didn't hesitate to give praise. "Oh, so that's why? Truly, why does Haxical lead the plot so brilliant?" Thinking about the blue whale who was beaten up and lying unconscious on the floor, Hannah didn't mind praising. "You also proved your ability to control targets without having to take their lives. Don't worry about that guy anymore. He's a drug lord who is being wanted by the police." Woo Hyun replied obediently, "Yes. Whatever. Reaching the required score is lucky enough." He immediately asked with interest, "So now we should start working on finding the real target, right?" Her face was full of confidence as she replied casually, "Let's deploy, my junior." Under the pitch-black sky, the two figures landed in front of the house gate. Hannah, as if she had found a new joy, whispered, "There it is, this is Lai Hun Run's house." Woo Hyun replied, "If we connect the recent traces, he is definitely involved in the case. And this is also the last person Young Chi-hun contacted by phone." Suddenly something made his pupils contract, and he urgently drew a conclusion. This is the smell of blood. The two of them cooperated in sync, pulling up their face masks. Woo Hyun, relying on his sharp skills, said, "It seems something bad has happened inside." Hannah reminded him seriously, "It's unclear if anyone else is in the house, so we need to infiltrate very carefully." They stood one after another in front of the door, looking at the red stains spreading on the floor, extremely tense. Beside that was a corpse that was still intact. The shocking scene made the comment stream vibrate continuously. "Oh God, I'm going crazy. Is he really dead? We've been a step too slow. Who knows what the hell is going on?" A hand was placed on the shoulder of the corpse, along with the speculation, "The face is definitely Lai Hun Run's." These freezing traces show that the killer could be an ice-type awakened one. Furthermore, the victim was just killed. The culprit definitely couldn't have escaped far. Suddenly, Woo Hyun rushed forward, causing Hannah to stiffen without being able to react in time. She watched him stand in front of the door, gesturing confusingly, and called out softly, "Junior." He kicked the door open with force and saw a mysterious person running for their life. The blonde guy's plan was broken, bitter, and while channeling his inner energy, he swore, "Damn it! Since when was he lurking there?" Before he could make a move, Woo Hyun had already rushed over and given him a heaven-shaking blow. He slammed him into the wall, causing everything around to shatter. The comment section was no longer calm and continuously praised. He didn't even give the opponent a second to counterattack. For an ordinary awakened one, this level, after witnessing the power of the Otherworld Lord, these little tricks are too bland. Woo Hyun looked at the blonde guy lying unconscious there and whispered coldly, "There is no trace of any other intruder here except this guy. So let's proceed with the interrogation." At this moment, Hannah walked in from behind to stop him. "Wait a minute." She squatted in front of him, tilted her head, and whispered, "Leave this to me." Anyway, the interrogation phase requires a bit of practical experience. While I get a statement, "Junior, go check the whole house." Hearing that, he replied, "I understand." Finishing her words, she used force to squeeze his face hard, stressing each word. Then, after that, she activated the energy in her arm, her eyes flashing as she asked, "Can we start now?" Woo Hyun walked coldly toward the tragedy, thinking in the bedroom and kitchen he didn't find anything. Are there any other clues missed here? Suddenly something unusual made his footsteps stop. He sat down to examine each area around there and argued. Only this area emits a strange sound. Could it be? Finishing his words, he tore off the wooden plank right there. Underneath, there was something. Woo Hyun picked up the folder from beneath and whispered with interest. Just as I expected, there was something hidden in this place. Inside the document, a series of information was clearly laid out. He paused for a moment and stammered, "What is this?" He immediately burned with thousands of questions. What on earth is this? It looks like a notebook, but it doesn't feel very real, does it? Could this be a list of mercenaries? Woo Hyun fell silent for a moment, his pupils contracting as he organized the information in his mind. A type of notebook that I have encountered many times in the other world. The names of my old comrades were also recorded in a notebook just like this. So that's how it is. At this moment, Hannah closed the room door and announced, "All settled." "Junior." Seeing the scene before her, she looked confused and asked, "What are you holding in your hand?" Woo Hyun immediately handed the folder to her and explained, "It's a notebook." His face was filled with surging killing intent, and he said with a ferocious look, "It seems like this is the profile of a human trafficking ring." Hannah checked the notebook, her eyes scanning through the data line by line before concluding, "You're right. That bastard confessed that Lai Hun Run was originally an intermediary. He connected human trafficking leads to various laboratories." Jong Naeon was startled and dazed as she said, "So this really is a human trafficking list?" Sungchul, standing beside her, was equally surprised and could only offer a wry smile. "I think so too. It's truly impressive that he could deduce the entire situation from such sparse data." Below the comment section, the chat was bubbling with excitement. Truly outstanding. I'm just as confused as Na-Yun is. But Haxical possesses both combat skills and sharp thinking. Who exactly is he? At this rate, it feels like he studied everything thoroughly before starting the broadcast. Looking at the corpse leaning against the wall, Hannah analyzed. This guy finished off Lai Hun Run right here and was tracking the trail to find a human trafficking organization. It seems the laboratory wanted to deal directly without going through a broker anymore. Woo Hyun turned back to her, suspicious, and asked, "Then what about the fate of Trung Chi-hun?" Hannah didn't take her eyes off the notebook as she replied, "It's highly likely he was eliminated at the same time as Lai Hun Run. I'm not sure if Trung Chi-hun was involved in this human trafficking ring." Hannah continued in a low voice, "Anyway, we still need to investigate further." On the next page, there are notes about several transaction locations. One of them must be their main lair. Woo Hyun searched for something on his phone and speculated. It must be a place convenient for connecting to other transaction points, but also remote enough to hold kidnapped people. A marked location appeared on the screen, and he asserted, "It must be around this area." Hannah nodded in response to that guess. "That makes a lot of sense." Woo Hyun held the device up in front of Hannah. She focused on scanning the parameters on the screen and spoke up, "I'll send this data to the technical team to pinpoint the exact location." As soon as she finished speaking, Woo Hyun immediately made the final decision. He nodded, "Got it. As soon as we have the coordinates, we move out." On this side, Chloe excitedly commented, "Finally, the plot is starting to build up to a climax." Immediately after, Jong Naeon chimed in, heading straight for their base. "I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens next." As if realizing something, Jong Naeon turned to look at Sungchul, worried. "But wait, Will it be okay if it's just Haxical and Kim Hannah going? Since we don't yet know the true power of this trafficking organization, I'm a bit worried. Sungchul didn't pay much attention. He said confidently, Haxical usually cleans up laboratories by himself anyway, so I believe there won't be any issues. The comments section chimed in with support for Sungchul's words. There's nothing impossible for Haxical. Not to mention today, he has Ms. Hannah with him. Seriously, I don't feel worried at all. Sungchul became even more excited. Anyway, let's continue to trust Haxical's choices as we always do. Chloe leaned toward the camera and gave a cute wink. Let's go. Late at night, at a large warehouse belonging to the human trafficking organization in the suburbs, Woo Hyun and Hannah stood looking at the camera on the fence. She said with interest, just as I thought, the security system here is extremely tight. Dense surveillance cameras and solid surrounding walls. Hannah assessed in a low voice. It's very difficult to sneak inside quietly. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun walked closer to the warehouse gate and casually said, that doesn't matter. His eyes flashed, his hand ready to strike as he spoke decisively. We'll raid directly from the front gate. Woo Hyun didn't hesitate to throw a punch. After a loud explosion, the main gate was instantly deformed and flew outward. Once that was done, he turned to look at Hannah and signaled. Then, let's start the action. Witnessing that display, Hannah couldn't help but exclaim, you're really decisive. All right, let's go. The two of them sped through the night while the guard were screaming to block them. Dozens of guards did not make Woo Hyun flinch. He moved swiftly to strike, frantically taking them all down. Every guard who rushed at him was easily finished off by Woo Hyun's kicks. Hannah, on this side, also opened her eyes wide in surprise while watching his excellent performance. Woo Hyun threw a heavy punch that pinned a man to the wall, leaving him unable to resist. The three people watching the progress through the screen were trembling. Jong Nayeon spoke up. Haxical? He seems particularly ruthless today, don't you think? Sungchul broke into a sweat, agreeing with her. I can feel the chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Witnessing the scene, the comment section couldn't stop exclaiming, that's actually scary. He's wiping them out as if he's settling a personal blood debt. The speed at which he's taking them down is even faster than usual. Another man was sent flying into the wall by Woo Hyun's punch. Looking at the pile of bodies scattered around him, he exhaled a sigh. The two of them pulled down their masks. Hannah asked, that was the last one, right? Woo Hyun replied as calmly as if nothing had happened. Right. I can no longer sense the presence of any other enemies. Confirmed. Hannah suggested. Then the only thing left is to save the victims. Woo Hyun immediately agreed. Exactly, let's go. The two of them opened the door and walked into a room. Feeling the suffocating atmosphere, Hannah said, this place. Looking at the victims cowering in cages, she voiced her assessment. It's horrible. Hannah began to divide the tasks. I'll take charge of rescuing the female victims, and Junior, you take care of the male victims. Without hesitation, Woo Hyun replied, understood. The victims turned all their attention to the two newcomers. Lam Tong, who was injured, trembled and pleaded, no, in extreme panic, please spare my life. Ignoring that plea, Woo Hyun gently broke the lock with his hand. He leaned steadily against the iron bar and spoke to reassure everyone. Come out. We're here to save you all. The victims were still trembling, not believing their ears as they asked. Huh? What did you just say? Are you really here to rescue us? He affirmed once again. That's right. All those bastards outside have been cleaned up. Suddenly, someone shouted, don't be deceived. An old man with silver hair told everyone excitedly. It's a lie. They just want to sell us to another place. Comments flooded in. Some pity them, others empathize. This situation is heartbreaking. If I were in their shoes, I'd probably be just as frantic. The man from before, still agitated, threw a punch toward Woo Hyun and shouted angrily. It's all because of you bastards. Woo Hyun didn't dodge or resist. He just grabbed the man's trembling arm. He lowered the man's arm and honestly reassured everyone. I'm very sorry for coming to save you all so late. The corners of the man's eyes were already soaked with tears, as he asked excitedly, unable to believe it was true. Can we really leave this place? Woo Hyun nodded firmly again. Yes, there is no more danger here. The man cried with emotion, bowed deeply, and thanked him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hannah stood far away, waving to everyone. Everyone, please follow me. I will lead you to the emergency exit. Please line up. Woo Hyun also gestured toward the door and said, this way. Watching the crowd moving toward the door, he considerately advised, be careful, everyone. The victims kept bowing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Seeing the last person walk out, Woo Hyun suddenly paused. Wait a minute. The scene of a friend being controlled, looking at him while giving instructions, surfaced in his mind. Woo Hyun, you must survive no matter what happens. Woo Hyun couldn't help but get agitated, grabbing the boy's hand and calling out, Choi Soo Hyun. Not only was the boy surprised, but the comment section was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What's the matter, man? The boy awkwardly asked. What's wrong? Woo Hyun suddenly realized he had mistaken the person, immediately letting go. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Sungchul, who was observing, spoke up with a guess. He must have seen that this boy looks like someone he knows. Sometimes those kinds of coincidences happen. Looking at the boy's back, he thought to himself, that person looked so much like him that I was momentarily confused. Thinking back, the image from the past appeared in his memory. Someone once said, instead, haven't you dreamed of what happened to that world and your comrades after you disappeared? Woo Hyun thought deeply. From the moment the game started until I talked to Isaac, I tried searching for the names of my comrades, but there were no results. Could it be that they don't exist in this game at all? A series of memories about his comrades flashed through Woo Hyun's mind. He wondered, but Yujin, Kim Hana, and Kim Chun are all present in the game. Suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by Hannah calling for the junior. She called out to remind him, all the victims are safely outside. We should head out. He replied, yes. Woo Hyun was still deep in thought. He speculated, there must be another reason. I must find out what it is. Woo Hyun and Hannah led the victims out. She guided everyone. We're almost there? Just get past that exit and... Suddenly, Woo Hyun raised his hand to stop them. Wait. His gaze turned colder as he affirmed, we're surrounded. Hannah was still confused and asked him, what? Surrounded? What do you mean? The area around the warehouse was now covered in murderous intent. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Woo Hyun analyzed. There are 4 guys at the front door, 2 guarding the back door. Maybe we should find another way out. Hannah sensed the danger as well and agreed. You're right. And the killing intent being emitted is truly terrifying. The comments had to chime in. Haxicle's plot is never smooth, is it? Hannah was stunned, confused in her mind as she thought. But why? I recognize this energy flow. The victims fell into panic once again. They trembled. Surrounded? What's going on? Have they returned? Woo Hyun saw this and reassured them. Don't worry, everyone. The moonlight shone on his face. He firmly assured everyone, I will get everyone out safely. Outside, the ambushers waiting suddenly heard movement. Immediately, they gathered toward the exit and signaled to each other. Over there. Hannah and Woo Hyun stood in front of the gate from earlier. She instructed everyone, please wait inside for a moment. The victims cooperated and replied, yes. From both sides, the ambushers lunged at Woo Hyun and Hannah. He roared with energy to push them back. The atmosphere was tense, and the comments popped up. Even equipment bugs that transform? This is chaotic. The space shook violently, and their formation was quickly broken. Hannah's hands were still gathering energy. She stepped toward the last 3 men. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, one man decided to roar. Damn it, this situation isn't good. Take this attack. Hannah countered the move, and they quickly took out a pill and swallowed. Their bodies suddenly changed significantly. Their frames grew larger, and their skin turned purple. A dense aura of energy covered them. Hannah exclaimed, what the hell is this? One of them began to strike. His hands gathered yellow energy, and he roared as he switched to Plan B. He quickly slammed his hand onto the ground. A violent flow of electrical energy burst out from his hand, diffusing electricity. The beam of light erupted violently. Debris flew everywhere. In an instant, they were nowhere to be seen. Woo Hyun covered his face with his hand and wondered, damn it, where did they disappear to? A piercing scream rang out from behind. Both of them turned their heads in surprise, so they used teleportation to get inside and control the victims. Help me, they ordered. Don't move. If you know what's good for you, listen to what I say. Before the words were finished, he had been kicked away by Woo Hyun. Hannah also quickly counterattacked and controlled one of them. She thought to herself, I've seen how they coordinate energy and work together. It's very familiar. It really is these people. Suddenly, the remaining one swung his hand, gathering energy and anger, shouting, damn it, if it's come to this, I'll drag you all to hell with me. The victims, cornered in a corner, weakly cried for help. Help me. His attack was suddenly blocked by a force. Woo Hyun, with bloodshot eyes, had rushed over to shield the victim. The other guy was stunned and exclaimed, what? The man in the suit and glasses rushed over with a great deal of power in his hands. You bastards. A punch from this guy was thrown straight at Woo Hyun, but he skillfully ducked underneath and lunged forward, hitting the purple-faced guy and making him cry out in pain. The viewers also commented excitedly below. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Is he really faster than lightning? Then, he immediately raised his leg and kicked the guy away. His body slammed hard into the wall. At the same time, Hannah was blocking a surprise attack on the other side. Just one block made the enemy stop. Swirling energy appeared around her arms. With such an opening, her punches landed continuously on the enemy like lightning, making the viewers unable to stop exclaiming, it's so intense, Ms. Hannah is the best. After that, an elbow from Hannah struck the enemy's head, making him cry out in pain. Her foot was raised high, preparing to kick down with the energy swirling around. You traitorous scum, you all. Jong Naeon, sitting on the other side, seemed a bit bewildered. Everyone, you don't think this is going in the direction we're thinking, do you? Sungchul added from the side. And so, Kim Hannah defeated the last one and secured the victory. But they called them traitors. At that moment, a viewer also commented, I have a bad feeling that the what if is about to become a reality. The place had been almost completely defeated and was filled with silence. Hannah, with her face covered, said, Junior, are you okay? Woo Hyun stood up, pulled the mask from his mouth, and looked back. Are you okay? The junior sat there trembling and replied, I'm fine. But you? He looked down and replied, I'm completely fine. This made one viewer realize, Haxical is unexpectedly gentle today. Hannah stood with her hands on her hips in front of everyone. Everyone, it's really over. Just relax. The soldiers were still a bit shaky. Thank you. Woo Hyun stood nearby and whispered, Senior, what do they mean by calling them traitors? She shook her head and looked straight ahead. These people are agents of the Otherworld Management Bureau. Looking toward the purple-faced guy who had just been defeated and looking at their faces, they were starting to turn into invaders. They looked exactly like the hunting dogs that had attacked him before. Junior? Her eyes looked down. The drug they just took is TL2, right? The one the hunting dogs used when they ambushed the junior. His face bowed slightly as he replied, Exactly. Hannah closed her eyes, raised her hand to adjust her hat, and sighed. I can't believe there are this many spies mixed into the Bureau. Now we'll have to investigate every agent one by one. As she continued, For now, I will call a transport vehicle for the victims. The sky had gradually darkened. Woo Hyun immediately replied, Understood. The viewers continued to give their opinions. Ms. Hannah looks so exhausted. The Bureau is always short of personnel, and now a bunch of traitors pops up. It's all because of those traitorous bastards, seriously. Jong Naeon, sitting in the comment room, also seemed hesitant. I feel the same way about Trung Ji-hoon. These spies seem to be acting a bit too reckless. My hypothesis is that this could be a consequence of Mr. Sungchul pushing the plot too hard. Sungchul turned to look at his tablet. Consequence. Her eyes brightened as she pointed to the sky. Because he creates too much pressure under the guise of a high-ranking agent. The spies are becoming desperate, and that desperation makes them act recklessly. Jong Aeon stared at her with wide eyes. That makes sense. The viewers discussed it as well. Surprisingly persuasive. That's just the fast-paced temperature of Haxical's brand. hunting down and wiping out a human trafficking ring in just one day. Suddenly, Jong Naeon looked at her tablet in surprise. Anyway, another mission completed today. A donation notification popped up on the screen. Anonymous Viewer 62 donated. Good job on this mission. I'm sending you a gift as a reward. Find it in the land where the sun never shines. On the other side, a system message appeared in front of Woo Hyun. Woo Hyun, we just received a donation message from Anonymous Viewer 62. I'll send it to you right away. He saw it and only thought, a donation message? It must be because of the Deus monitoring system, so he finds it hard to contact me directly like last time. Looking at the donation notification screen, he still thought, a gift. And if he says the land where the sun never shines? Hannah suddenly turned to look at him. Junior, it seems the transport vehicle is almost here. I'm going back to the bureau to report this. What about you? Woo Hyun then turned and asked, I have some business to take care of. Can I go ahead first? Hannah replied gently, sure. I'll contact you later then. The viewers were curious. Business to take care of. Is he going to pull another trick? Let the story keep running. Hurry up, hurry up. A while later, Woo Hyun was walking in a messy, dark alley, making the viewers gossip. Isn't this the alley leading to the department store? Said he had business and then appeared at the department store. Is he there to collect his reward for the last mission? Then he stopped in front of a door with a thought. The land where the sun never shines. That's otherworld slang for the department store. Forces operating in the shadows. He looked up at it from the security camera in front of the door. Open the door. A voice inside said, so the guest has arrived. That voice was still echoing as he stepped inside. I've been waiting for you. The guest, named the Avenger. The teddy bear shop owner sat there and spoke. Last time you took 2 requests from me. How are things going? Did you discover anything interesting? He seemed surprised and continued, especially about the laboratory in the inverted world. What the hell are they doing in there? Woo Hyun held out his hand and replied. Before that, he held out his hand to answer. Specifically, what will I receive if I hand this information over to you? He sat inside looking at the screen. I've prepared 2 billion coins in cash and some power-enhancing equipment as a reward for you. The viewers seemed surprised. 2 billion coins, that's crazy. Updating the plot, 2 billion coins can buy a luxury high-end apartment on the inverted planet. But Haxical probably doesn't care about the housing system. Correct. His voice didn't stop. Not to your liking? His eyes looked down and he thought, that certainly can't be the gift he mentioned. He spoke up. Is that all? On the other side, that voice was still heard. I'm not sure if this counts as a reward, but he, in the form of a teddy bear, sat on the table. There are some people who want to meet you. Woo Hyun was full of surprise. People who want to meet me. Who are they? The next words made his eyes widen. They are an organization consisting of former test subjects who are against the corporate alliance. Then he exclaimed in shock. What? The viewers were also terrified. Damn, a sign of big changes coming. The voice sounded louder. A group of test subjects? Could it be? The shop owner continued to reply. I'll tell you the rest after hearing the story from the guest, the Avenger. Jong Naeon on the other side was surprised. The boss is really trying to win this psychological battle. And Sungchul seemed interested. The old shop owner isn't a pushover either. Then he asked, so will you tell me? What did you see in the laboratory in the inverted world? Woo Hyun seemed honest. When I first walked in, all the researchers were dead. It looked like they were destroyed by the monster they created themselves. He seemed a bit confused. A monster. Recalling the moment in the battle at that time, he recounted, it was a space invader creature that had the exact shape of a human, and it had a face exactly like mine. He sat there speechless. Did you destroy it? The 2 of them appeared in the shadow of a bottle as he replied, I couldn't. A monster with 2 horns on its head suddenly appeared. An otherworld lord appeared in the middle and tore the entire inverted world apart. The shop owner immediately spoke up, looking surprised. An otherworld lord. So the research they are conducting, there is. Woo Hyun stood there and replied, that's right. They're using the power of the otherworld to conduct research on transforming test subjects. His next words made him go quiet. Did you happen to keep anything that could serve as evidence? Even just a small thing. The viewers were also full of questions in the comments. Didn't you take a Tempest sample earlier? It seemed he was debating whether to show it to the old shop owner. His hand held a bottle of medicine with the image of monsters going crazy bursting out from it, along with his thoughts. Now that I know about TL2, I'll definitely need this. But with a bunch of traders appearing, the bureau itself isn't entirely safe. If so, he held it, shook it, and said, "They call this a Tempest sample. I'll hand it over if you want." He sat there surprised. Then, he continued, "However, Wu Hyun stood there with the bottle in his hand, with dark purple powers swirling around it, terrifyingly. Don't play any tricks. If you abuse this, I will judge you no differently than those laboratories and wipe every one of you out." This made the shop owner stagger. "Stop." He behind the screen seemed satisfied with this. "Understood. I give him my word of honor." I can feel the pressure. Everything is gradually coming together. In this atmosphere, the voice said so. Woo Hyun's hand placed the bottle down in front of the teddy bear shop owner. "What is the reason that organization wants to meet me?" He immediately replied. "I believe you'll know when you meet them." He replied, "Understood. I will pass the message along." The image of a phone, a ring, and a credit card slid out from the cabinet. "This is the reward I promised, and a smartphone to contact me. They will probably send the coordinates for the meeting place there soon." He picked up his phone, looking at it as he thought. Could this be the gift Isaac mentioned? Then he spoke. "All right, I'll wait." Viewers couldn't help but comment. This part is so gripping. The psychological warfare has been intense. Jong Naeon, on the other side, turned around, slightly surprised to think a group of test subjects would actually go looking for Haxical. This is a turn of events you wouldn't see in any other player's storyline, right? Chloe turned to look with a gentle expression. "That's right. This is a completely new storyline. I'm so excited to see which characters will appear." The viewers seemed intrigued. Are these test subjects allies? Who knows? Maybe not. I don't care. I just hope there are some pretty girls. She cheerfully continued watching. But if they aren't allies, that's going to be big trouble. The image of him standing there looking at his phone screen was still in their sights. And Sungchul also spoke up. "Just wait and see. It looks like a message just arrived." A message from an unknown number made Woo Hyun think. I don't know who they are, but it's best to get there first. On the night of the full moon, just as he arrived at the abandoned factory area in Mi District, he stepped into the factory thinking, this is the place. There was someone inside. Breathing came from the right. He could feel the direction of the attack lunging toward him and thought, but the attack is coming from the left. Holy crap, what the hell just happened? I almost finished it there. Haxical was truly a living legend to deflect that strike instantly. See that? I told you they might not be allies. The knife that was about to strike him now fell straight to the ground, throwing a knife the moment someone arrives. Is this how you greet guests? Saw the sneak attacks are just my habit. Besides, you can easily handle that, right? He smiled, making him think, wait a minute. Woo Hyun's eyes widened as he thought, this voice. Recalling the moments they spent together, from happy times to angry ones, with Dong Chun, a brother through thick and thin, who had helped me cheat death countless times in that world. Now, Kim Dong Chun was standing right in front of him, smiling. Woo Hyun stumbled back in surprise. How are you? But he pointed at himself, puzzled. Huh? You know me? The viewers were also full of question marks. What kind of reaction is that? Wait, am I the only one seeing this character for the first time? I've never seen him either. Recalling when he was standing on the street, and Dong Chun walked up. You look like you can fight. Join our organization. Only we truly understand each other's pain, right? He had trained and practiced with him a lot. Exactly. Remember to use that knife, just as I taught you. Instead, let me teach you how to take a hit. But then Woo Hyun spoke up. Not sure. I might have mistaken you for someone else. Anyway, I heard everyone is looking for you. Dong Chun walked up and replied. Yeah. Based on your tracks, it seems we're on the same boat. Only we truly understand each other's pain, right? His eyes narrowed, filled with calculation. It really is Kim Dong Chun. How deep is the connection between this world and that one, after all? Recalling sitting in his bedroom, checking his info. Back when I checked, there was no one named Kim Dong Chun on the reverse planet. I wondered what made him so special to the Bureau's agents like Kim Chun. Could he be part of a hidden storyline? What exactly is that world I experience? Right now, the ghost of himself continued to haunt Woo Hyun. Why are you thinking so much? You abandoned us and ran away alone anyway. It was as if it were holding his face tightly. Dong Chun, you bastard. Many of the lingering ghosts hovered in front of him, complaining one by one. Traitor, why did you abandon us? Don't run away alone. You can't leave us. At that moment, Wu Hyun could only tremble, hugging himself in a corner. His eyes widened with fear as he spoke in a trembling voice. I'm sorry. His whole body shivering violently. Is it okay now? The image of him lying on the spirits supporting his back while they clutched his collar. Where the hell is this? His whole body shivering violently. Is it okay now? The image of him lying on the spirits supporting his back while they clutched his collar. Where the hell is this? Suddenly, Wu Hyun was startled, realizing, right, this is Dong Chun, standing with hands on his waist, watching him freeze like that. He must be an old test subject. He's going to be even sadder soon, just watch. His head bowed slightly. He was hoping there would be a normal person this time. The sentence startled him. Boss. He looked up with a cheerful expression. Curious? Join us, and you'll meet him sooner or later. Wu Hyun also had a thought in his mind. If the boss is who I think it is, then an image of a man in a bloody white coat appeared in his thoughts. Is it that bastard? That pathetic traitor. Recalling the scenes of battles with brutal deaths, countless comrades had died because of him. If this world followed the same path as that world, the tragedy would repeat itself. Only then did Wu Hyun speak. Your boss. How can I meet him? Dong Chun immediately replied. Leading you to meet him isn't difficult, but his eyes seemed very perceptive. What's wrong? Are you planning something? His gaze was just as sharp. Do you think I could get past someone like him? The phone in his back pocket vibrated, making him reach back to take it. No, definitely not. But sorry, wait a second. Then he held it to his ear, turning to look in one direction to listen. What's wrong? He replied. Yeah. Dong Chun looked down, full of fear and panic, speaking loudly into the phone. What? That kid went alone. The viewers were also full of questions in the comments. What's happening? Looks like something else is up. It's about Haxical. It's never a quiet moment, is it? He looked away, frustrated. Damn it. All right, I'm coming right now. Yeah. Dong Chun looked up and said to him, Sorry, I have to go. We'll leave the meeting the boss for later. No. His eyes looked up. Sounds like you're in trouble. Then let me help you. A notification from a system popped up. Member rescue mission start. At a place with a sign hanging outside that read, Loon Not, his voice was heard outside. Found him. That kid is in the basement of this building. It looks like a place for collecting data through experiments. Heard they're even targeting people drunk on the street. Wu Hyun followed, standing behind on the roof of the opposite building. Is this just a cover? He sat next to him and spoke. Pretty much. Those guys are truly like cockroaches that are hard to kill. Dong Chun's hand was holding something he lifted up. Anyway, one of our members went in alone to clear this place out and got stuck. For now, it seems he's hiding okay, but if it drags on, it's not good at all. His voice still rang out. I'll create a distraction from the front. You take care of the back. He looked over and replied, Understood. In his heart, he thought, It's been a while since I fought alongside Dong Chun. After that, Wu Hyun used his power to fly into the sky in the opposite direction, while Dong Chun put on his mask and jumped down. All right, let's go. A handful of purple powers clinging around it shouted, Let's finish these guys off. Another hand was holding a sharp knife. Wu Hyun stood in front of the door using his power to annihilate them, while he held a knife and rushed in to wipe them out. On the other side, as he just rushed in, someone wearing a long white coat quickly waved his hand from the office. Damn it, retreat. He realized at this moment that the knife was already right against his throat. He immediately held the knife high and stabbed straight into his neck ruthlessly, making the viewers couldn't help but be thrilled. This NPC is really badass, huh? Yeah, looks like she's on par with Ms. Hannah. But at this moment, the purple energies seemed to be clinging to him and pulling him from behind. And immediately he performed a spell that made them fly and crash straight into the wall in front, just as the player intended, still staying true to the Dark System player. Jong Nayeon in the commentary room widened her eyes, surprised. The coordination is top-notch. It's like they've been teammates for years. Sungchul looked up, also somewhat surprised. The roles are extremely clear. When Haxical clears the way, the person in front wipes out the enemies, and Haxical handles those trying to sneak attack from behind. After quickly taking care of them, Wu Hyun walked up in front of Dong Chun, surprised. Not bad. I knew you were pretty good, but I didn't expect you to be this good. He tossed his head to look to the left when he heard a sound from that direction. Then he spoke. Looks like they aren't here. Let's keep going. On the other side, in a row of lockers, Yinsu sat inside, biting his nails and trembling in fear, thinking, what the hell is going on? The kid was startled, looking through the small gaps. Looking outside, he gritted his teeth, quickly using his hands to make a magic circle, thinking, damn it, if that's the case, I'll strike first. Right after that, Yinsu pushed it out of the locker, surprising Wu Hyun. You are. The viewers were also curious. Is he a member? Younger than I thought. Dong Chun stepped forward, immediately giving the kid a punch to the head and shouting, You brat Jang Yinsu, didn't I tell you that your level isn't enough to go alone? The kid tried to endure the pain and replied, I'm sorry. He pinched Yinsu's cheek in frustration until it hurt. You almost died. You idiot. Standing next to him, he also thought, this kid, I remember now. Recalling the memory when someone brought the kid in front of him. Say hello. This is Jang Yunsu. In his thoughts, looking at the kid at that time, we've never fought together, but the kid was introduced as a member. At that time, the kid happily turned to joke with that person. This person's voice replied helplessly, I told you to call me boss. At that time, he noticed the kid. He kept calling that person uncle and clinging to him everywhere. Then the image of Yinsu dying and lying on the ground also appeared in Wu Hyun's thoughts. And this kid, in the future, he will be destroyed by that very person. On the other side, Dong Chun let Yinsu go when he picked up the phone. It seems the boss is coming here. The kid had a bump on his head, turned to ask, so I'll go first? If I meet him now, I'll probably get scolded big time. Then the kid turned to look at him. Oh, and thank for saving me today. Whoever you are. He just replied, but his thoughts didn't stop. This time, I'm sure. After that, the kid ran away quickly by, leaving him standing there looking after him. Hey, wait. In his heart, he continued to think, I won't let the kid die. Dong Chun pointed, inviting him to go. You said you wanted to meet the boss, right? So do you want to meet him now? He nodded and replied, sure. When the night had grown dark with a bright moon and the voice rang out, so you're here. A man was walking towards them. Nice to meet you. Dong Chun stood there and called boss. The man holding a cigar in his hand introduced, I am Jong Byung-woo, the leader of this organization. The viewers couldn't help but discuss this person. This boss looks really imposing. These NPCs are all new, right? He stood in front of Wu Hyun. Thank you for saving our member today. At the same time, a notification from the system popped up. Member rescue mission completed, as his voice still rang out. But the fist in your hand won't stop trembling. I don't know how to thank you enough. He told himself in his head. Calm down. His head bowed with the thought. I don't have a reason to destroy him yet. Then he spoke. I am Lee Jun. Jong Nayeon on the other side was surprised. He's using a fake name. Sungchul also predicted. He probably needs to hide his identity. The two of them turned to look at Dong Chun, who was happily pointing at himself. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Kim Dong Chun. Nice to meet you. The viewers couldn't help but be amused. He's even puffing out his chest to introduce himself. Funny. Byung-woo slapped his face helplessly. Don't tell me you took people on a mission without introducing each other. He put his hand to his head and replied with a forced smile. It was an emergency, so social niceties weren't important. Then he stood behind, holding his shoulder, and the other hand pointed at him. Anyway, he and I are brothers who have been through life and death together. He stood in front, a bit helpless. Looks like you're a good guy too. Wu Hyun remained silent when he spoke. Besides, he gives me a sense of familiarity, and we work well together too. He stood in front of him and continued. Lee Jun, I don't know what you've had to endure in those laboratories. They must have done terrible things to you, right? Everyone in this organization is like that. Dong Chun put his hand to his head and turned to look when he hadn't finished speaking. Yinsu, you just saved Dong Chun. Byung-woo's hand was placed on his chest. And me, too. An image of a tall building in the heart of the city appeared in his words. One person cannot break the alliance between companies and laboratories. Their scale is too large. He put his hand forward. So join us. If we work together, we could defeat them. Zhang Neian on the other side was happy, and the invitation appeared. What will Haxical choose? Wu Hyun's hand was almost reaching out to take his, but his mind was still a mess. Fine, I'll join the organization and find out from the inside. And before Zhang Bianwu betrays me, I won't show any mercy. But why would Zhang Bianwu betray the organization? His past appeared, pushing his teammates to safety. You guys run first. Those thoughts of his, maybe he didn't start this group with bad intentions from the beginning. If it had been like that from the start, he wouldn't have risked his life for the members so many times. At that time, Wu Hyun turned to look at Dong Chun, who was bowing his head. The boss has been a bit strange lately. This made him wonder. Everything only started to become strange about a year after I joined. Compared to the present, that's still a distant future. That line of thought didn't stop at a simple level. If I can find a reason he betrayed and stop it, I can change the future of this world. Before making the spectacular handshake, he was still thinking, maybe this really is the gift Isaac was talking about. He finally spoke. All right, I'll join. Bianwu laughed happily. Welcome to the Revenge Squad. The viewers were quite fond of this action. The organization is a revenge squad? That sounds really cool. The image of Wu Hyun's normal life and identity now appeared in Zhang Naeon's commentary with surprise. So Haxical will have two identities. Baek Wu Hyun, the bureau agent, and Lee Jun of the Revenge Squad. The viewers gave their opinions in the comments. I prefer the bureau storyline. Perfect identity build is cooler. I like both. Sungchul happily raised his hand. Just thinking about Haxical operating on both sides is exciting. She sat next to him, her eyes squinting with a smile. I have a feeling many unpredictable things are about to happen. But it's late, so we have to stop here for today. The viewers commented one after another. Not today. Probably because the stream ran too long. Yeah, we've been watching for a long time, haven't we? Exactly. Watched and forgot the time. Chloe waved her hand. Bye-bye. Zhang Naeon sat next to her and also waved happily. See you all in the next stream. He sat next to them and bowed his head. Remember to come back. The viewers also left comments. Bye-bye-bye. A few days later, at a cafe, a partnership invitation was mentioned. Zhang Naeon sat opposite with an iced coffee. Super Cup is about to start. She continued. Before the main round of the Super Cup, there will be a team auction. Then she continued. I'm planning to do a watch party for the auction, so I wanted to ask if you want to collaborate. Remembering Soil holding her hand. Shy. Can you join the stream with me often? Zhang Naeon immediately brought up that story. Soil also suggested watching together. She looked at him happily. Mr. Sungchul can't join because he's an official commentator for the Super Cup, so I think having Soil will be fine. What do you think? But he was still having some considerations. I still don't like interacting with viewers that much. But the image of 8 people with 3 main people in the lineup appeared in Wu Hyun's mind. According to my research, the number of people needed for this conquest is 8. No support. Including the twins, we still need 5 more people. Recalling a giant monster with 2 horns on its head lunging violently. Otherworldly Lord Conquest will be extremely difficult, so I need to find 5 people who are truly capable. Maybe among the Super Cup participants, there will be someone suitable. He held his coffee cup and looked. All right, I'll join. Zhang Naeon was full of joy, her heart shining. Really? Don't break your promise. Great. No need to worry about views. I was worried views would drop if it wasn't Haxical content. She jumped up happily. All right, I'll treat you to a delicious dinner tonight. But he just looked up calmly. Right now? It's not even 4 o'clock yet. But she urged, let's go fast. Soil stood from afar, watching her arm in arm with him, happily pointing forward. How about that pork belly restaurant from last time? She just stood there looking after them. The flickering lights, Suo's tone calling out. Wu Hyun, she sat huddled in a corner, covered in wounds, her body trembling as she spoke. Wu Hyun, it hurts so much, please, I beg you. Wu Hyun knelt down beside Suo and replied. Suo. Suddenly Suo looked up, revealing terrifying, blood-streaked, pupil-less eyes. Revenge, destroy them all. Avenge me. He was startled, stiffening. Suddenly, behind Wu Hyun, a pitch-black hand appeared, gradually embracing and covering him. Woo Hyun opened his eyes wide, extremely terrified looking at her, his mouth unable to speak. Her voice continued to appear in his ears. Don't let everything end like this. Then that hand hugged his face tightly, pulling it down. Woo Hyun showed obvious fear, but couldn't resist. No, so it was just a dream. He was startled awake, tears streaming down his face, his complexion pale, gasping for breath. Woo Hyun. After that, he sat up abruptly, rubbing his head, trying to keep calm, asking himself, was it a dream? Woo Hyun gritted his teeth, his hands clutching his head in anger. After meeting Youngjun a few days ago, I keep dreaming about that world. He recalled the time Sue had reached out to help him. When he was brought to that world, she was the first person to approach him. She smiled, asking Woo Hyun, are you okay? But Woo Hyun brushed her hand away, shouting angrily, don't touch me, causing Sue to cry out in pain. She lay slumped on the floor. He saw that and hesitated, his face full of guilt. Woo Hyun's body shook with fear as he whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. After that, Woo Hyun reached his trembling hand toward her. Sue also reached her hand toward him, replying gently, it's okay. She smiled, gently taking his hand, affirming, everything will be fine. Don't worry. This made Woo Hyun widen his eyes, unexpectedly thinking to himself, it's her. She's the only girl I loved in that world. He recalled after that meeting, the two of them became closer and closer. Many times he was seriously injured, only able to lie in one place. Sue also came to his side, shaking with worry that he would die. Woo Hyun, don't die. Woo Hyun smiled, gently touching Sua's head and replying, I told you I was fine. Woo Hyun knew that Sue was always heartbroken for him. Woo Hyun used his wounded hand to hold hers tightly and promised that because of her, he would take them both out of that place. Another day, when the two were sitting side by side against the wall, Sue asked, Woo Hyun, can we really leave this place one day? He looked at Sue, smiling and replying, of course I'll handle everything. Then we can leave here. At that time, her eyes were dark with fatigue. He recalled he had said that, but just the next day, Sue was sitting in the torture chair and being electrocuted from head to toe. She bowed her head, blood streaming from her mouth, muttering, Woo Hyun, I can't hold on anymore. Waiting for Sue to look up, struggling to smile and whisper, I'm sorry. That image still haunts Woo Hyun to this day. He hugged his face and blamed himself. In the end, I couldn't protect the person I loved. That promise was... Suddenly he remembered the image of Youngjun and asked himself, no, wait, if Youngjun appeared in that game, is there any possibility that Sue, and the others also appeared? After that, he sighed, stepping off the bed, remembering, but in that world, the others died before I could escape. Woo Hyun's hand squeezed the bed sheet, affirming, no, it's too early to determine. I need to go verify it myself. Just when he was calculating, a message suddenly arrived on his phone. Do you know there's a team auction stream today? Hurry up and get ready and be there on time. Woo Hyun's eyes now revealed a look of determination, declaring, I'll do what I can and bring back what I want bit by bit. Changing scenes to the live stream office, Jong Nayeon smiled and greeted, hello viewers. Viewers constantly commented, Haxical, she happily announced. Just as I said, today we will have the Super Cup team auction. So let's meet our two special guests today. Woo Hyun sat in a chair with Soil, bowing his head to greet. Hello, I'm Baek Woo Hyun. She laughed out loud and spoke. Hello, I'm Kong Soil. The audience constantly commented. I never imagined these two would appear together again. Top tier, thanks to Goddess Nayeon, this is too great. She is the first woman to find Haxical, but if it's like this, it's... Suddenly, a viewer donated extremely heavily. Soy Sauce Penguin donated 1,000 coins. Looks like you're stuck between your ex and your new girl. Just kidding. The audience became even more excited. Wife and mistress, a tug of war between two women to win Haxical. Love triangle or what? If she gets picked here, will the Haxical affair just fade away? Damn it, Jong Nayeon warned angrily. What are you all saying? If anyone says anything stupid again, they will be banned immediately. Returning to the main issue, she pointed her hand at the two, introducing. Anyway, with this cup competition, Haxical will be our coach. and Ms. Soil here will participate as a player. She lowered her head in embarrassment upon hearing that. She turned on the screen and announced, "Stay tuned until the end to see what our final team lineup will look like." The audience immediately commented excitedly, "Sounds fun." A host suddenly appeared on screen. "Good day, everyone, and thank you for waiting. I am the host for today's team auction deathmatch, Young Jun." He stared directly at the guests and introduced them with a firm tone. "For this auction, four masters will serve as team captains. Each will use 1,000 points to secure 4 members for their respective teams." Badges corresponding to different colors appeared on the screen. Each rank allows for a fixed number of selections, so you must calculate carefully where to spend your points. The host smiled and said, "So, before we begin, is there anyone you all have your eyes on today?" All 4 participants replied in unison, "Yes." "For me, it's obviously Miss Kong Soil." The audience watching immediately commented in disagreement. "What do you mean, Kang Sound? It has to be Haxical. Everyone thinks if they recruit Kong Soil, they'll be able to lure Haxical in as a coach. What would happen if Zhang Neiyan were here too?" Gu Bao Gu was busy following Haxical's livestream. Then, as expected, many people had their eyes on Miss Kong Soil. After hearing the response, the host projected her image onto the big screen. "In response to this enthusiasm, we will begin the auction with Miss Kong Soil." Zhang Neiyan smiled and announced, "We are starting right now. I'm so excited. Now get ready." Sun frowned and clasped her hands in prayer. "Don't bet it all on me like that. If you do, I'll make us lose," she announced loudly and started. The comments just kept pouring in. After only a few minutes, the host gasped in surprise. "Look at that. Everyone going all in is for Soil." Her image, displayed in the center of the screen, was overwhelming. Comments started exploding. "What the hell? I didn't expect everyone to go all in. This is insane. That only goes to show Haxical's incredible coaching talent. How could anyone resist such a buy one, get one free deal?" Wu Hyun was quite surprised and spoke up subconsciously. "Everyone is going all in." Zhang Neiyan, standing outside, couldn't help but gape. "So, how is this going to play out now?" Even she couldn't believe her eyes. The host looked at his iPad, smiled, and said, "Because everyone went all in, the winner of the auction will be whoever pressed the button first." And the result just came in. "Congratulations to Team Dadak for winning the auction." Dadak jumped up with his long tongue hanging out like a madman. Suddenly, the host did a U-turn. "However, since Mr. Dadak spent all his points, you can only take members who weren't bid on. Are you okay with that?" Smoke puffed from his nose as he replied happily, "Doesn't matter. I've already got top-tier talent." The comments continued to whisper, "Is he any different from a lunatic? How does he manage to be so insanely intense all the time? If he suddenly stops coaching, we're all doomed anyway." The host glanced to the left and said, "So, now we will move on to the next auction, the next member." The auction lasted for another hour. By now, the screen showed all the members of each team, and the 4 teams were officially set. Cutting to a few days later, someone's voice rang out. "Wu Hyun. Turns out it's Soil." She ran up to him playfully and said, "Captain Dadak wants to discuss a meeting and training session right away. Did you get the invite?" Wu Hyun turned around, surprised, and replied, "I did." He remembered the face-masking incident, and his expression darkened as he thought. "Team leader, I heard you're going to be our coach, right? I'm counting on you." "Yes, but I have to live stream it." "Are you okay with the meeting being recorded?" "I'm at your mercy, as long as you're here." "Heck, he's pretty weird." He looked at her seriously and said, "Then let's go." Soil replied happily, "Okay." As soon as the two arrived, they saw the whole team doing handstands, which caught her off guard. His voice rang out, "Welcome to Team All In." Wu Hyun watched from afar with dark eyes, worried. "Are you guys okay?" But deep down, he couldn't help but find it hard to believe. I can't believe he can maintain balance like that without hesitation. He kept a steady smile despite holding such a difficult pose. Everyone in the group was contorted except for Dadak. He silently praised. "He knows how to use his body, doesn't he? He'll definitely contribute a lot if he joins the raid team." He hesitated before speaking. "Hey, hello." As soon as he finished, the whole Dak team changed poses and smiled to greet Wu Hyun. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Now, let me introduce the team members." Everyone moved closer to him and her. He pointed to himself and the team members to introduce them. I'm team leader Doc. My main build is fire magic. And beside me is Lihu, who uses Kim Hana's wind god build. He smiled and summarized everyone into a power chart. In summary, it's like this. The Doc, fire mage. Do, dark mage. Kingun, golden lightning. Dodo, Iron Man. Lee Sihu, wind god. He looked at it and pondered. 2 copper ranks. Although rank in a monster map isn't the main issue, we will have to train those 2 as much as possible. The comments whispered again. How can he win with 2 copper ranks like that? Aside from Kong's soil, everyone else is weak. Well, I believe in Haxicle's coaching talent. Wu Hyun asked, do you think we can start training right away? He laughed gleefully and replied, sure. He turned his head and replied, good. Then let's begin. Doc shouted, let's do it. Everyone on the team was extremely excited, each showing the element they used. Let's do it. But at that moment, they didn't know that the harsh days awaiting them would make them wish they were in hell instead. Switching scenes to BL, he was controlling his mouse. The Bleer was focused on watching a YouTube video when an unusual comment appeared below. Huh? Lord of the Otherworld? The battle between Haxicle and the Lord of the Otherworld. He sat snugly in his chair and muttered about a raid on the Lord of the Otherworld. Suddenly, he frowned, remembering Yunsu's words. Brother Haxicle is looking for people to join the raid on the Lord of the Otherworld. Do you want to join? At that time, BL had replied, I don't like fighting monsters. Now, he slapped his own face, even though I said that, thinking about it now, it actually seems like fun. Suddenly, BL wore a very dangerous smile and whispered, this is it. He typed continuously, asserting to himself, I just need to do this. Suddenly, a message popped up. Message sent to BL. Look, do you want to make a bet with me? If I lose, I will join your raid team. When the match finally arrived, Sungchul announced suddenly, Team All In is launching a relentless attack on the enemy from the very moment the match begins. Zhang Neiyan, sitting outside, asked confusedly, huh? Soil gritted her teeth and put all her strength into attacking the opponent. Player Soil was unleashing a supersonic kick. The Doc was no less impressive, taking down an opponent in a single blow. And player Doc unleashed a flaming rage punch. He announced happily, Team All In is overwhelming the opponent with their extreme speed. Zhang Neiyan smiled, pointed at the screen, and said, they're amazing. Wu Hyun watched them without expression. Suddenly, the screen showed Seho and Dodo. They had improved significantly during training. They unleashed many powerful moves at the opponent's weaknesses. However, in this match, the people you should pay the most attention to are the copper rank players Seho and Dodo. They were fighting back against gold rank opponents on their own. After it all, everyone returned with smiles on their faces, and, as I said, the match had ended. Sungchul announced in a loud voice, Team All In has won and wiped out the competition. The screen displayed the congratulatory message for the whole team. Everyone laughed in joy. Seeing that, she couldn't help but be touched. They won. They really did it. Suddenly, Zhang Neiyan remembered the difficult times the whole team went through while being trained by Wu Hyun. Although his words echoed her mind. Know how to get stronger? From now on, start moving faster. They trained so hard that it would be a surprise if they didn't win, especially without protective gear. Suddenly, Wu Hyun sat up straight and said, the match is over, so I'll head to the waiting room first. It's almost time. Zhang Neiyan replied, startled. Okay, then I'll start the stream right away. She affirmed, let's see, I just need to adjust the camera a bit like this. And okay, 3, 2, 1. Now, Zhang Neiyan smiled brightly and waved. Hello, Haxicle. Hello, everyone. The comments whispered again. What the hell? Isn't today a day off? I jumped in as soon as I saw the live stream notification. After reading the comments, she spoke up. You were all surprised by this unannounced live stream, weren't you? Zhang Neiyan explained. We decided to stream because we have a special match interview today. Sungchul knelt and cried a river, whispering, a special match. I want to watch too. She continued the announcement. Mr. Sungchul has to prepare for the next Super Cup match, so unfortunately, I'll be conducting the interview alone today. The audience was very surprised. A special match? What's going on? Is Father Sungchul crying? Suddenly, A huge donor asked. Potato Star donated 30,000 coins. Who is in this special match? Zhang Nayan held her iPad and smiled mischievously. Don't be too surprised. The opponent for today's special match is... At this point, the scene switched to Wu Hyun. He was waiting for his opponent, and finally he arrived. So, you've come. Battler smiled, waved, and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am a member of the Empire, a top South Korean player in this game's professional arena. The BL comments seem to have exploded. Huh? Battler? Why is Battler here? Zhang Nayan brought up his message from the other day, explaining, a few days ago, player Battler offered a bet conditioned on participating in the raid on the Lord of the Otherworld. That is why we arranged a special match according to player Battler's schedule. The comments exploded once again. What the hell? What matchup? It would be great if Battler also joins the raid. But why so suddenly? Battler looked at Wu Hyun and asked, recently, Haxical broke my consecutive win record, didn't he? He lamented the past, asserting, actually, I was targeting him back then, but we weren't matched together. I've always carried that shame in my heart. The audience empathized immediately. I was a bit disappointed that Battler didn't show up back then. Didn't think Battler would be this intense either. Come on. Suddenly, Battler smiled awkwardly and pointed at his image from before, when he was wearing a towel to hide his face, revealing, I don't know if you remember, but that was also me. He was quite surprised to hear that, and the comments were even more shocked. What? That was Battler? Awesome. Actually, some people did ask if that was Battler back then. Didn't expect it to actually be true. Battler smiled smugly and affirmed, just one match, nothing more, nothing less. So, just you and me. Fast forward to the match. At this moment, Wu Hyun was holding his sword, fighting against his moves. Battler thought dismissively, looks like someone on this side can be that strong too. Battler shouted, go! He summoned a dragon with both hands and asserted, now, let's end this, causing the dragon to fly straight toward him. Zhang Nayan's voice rang out. Player Battler summoned a water dragon. This is the pinnacle of the water god build. The density and size are truly terrifying. The audience exploded with comments overflowing with surprise. Water dragon. I've never seen one before. Damn, can he still dodge midair? With such density, the water pressure is incredibly horrific, so just one hit and he'll be torn apart immediately. Wu Hyun used his sword to block it and protect himself from the sharp fangs of the move. Seeing that, she spoke up, clearly expressing her surprise. Haxical didn't let us down. He doesn't get hit that easily. He blocked it. Seeing that, he was confused and thought to himself, what? Why? Wu Hyun flew high into the sky, continuing to observe the water. Suddenly, the water receded, and the audience was in a frenzy again. What's that? Calm down, huh? It suddenly receded. It seems even the ultimate water dragon couldn't pierce Haxical's special defense. Battler looked up at his form from high above and realized, no, this is... Even so, he smiled with great interest. Battler clapped his hands hard. Suddenly, a dragon even larger than the previous one appeared and lunged at him in the sky. Zhang Nayan's voice rang out again. Could that final blow have just been a decoy? Player Battler has summoned an even more massive water dragon. The comments continued to explode. Why again? How the hell is it even bigger? Suddenly, the two pupils in Wu Hyun's eyes lit up as he thought. I thought of this, but he observed his power stats closely and realized that what he used just now wasn't real technique, but a similar illusion. Regardless, when the combat coefficient is lower, using skills is easier. Wu Hyun laughed out loud and thought, I didn't think he would take advantage of that to launch a decoy like this. He said subconsciously, you're a real lunatic. Suddenly, his sword was covered in purple flames. His cold eyes declared, I have to respond. Then, Wu Hyun dived down like an arrow, slashing across the water dragon to Battler's stunned amaze. His body sprayed blood, his eyes wide in disbelief. What? Her voice rang out, announcing, but Haxical broke through the water dragon and landed an attack on his opponent. Battler collapsed, clutching his bleeding arm in front of Wu Hyun. The comments buzzed, wow, that's it. Even though he lost, It was a really good match. Who would have thought someone could cut through that thing? Next time, I want Battler to use his main build. Yeah, that would increase the difficulty. Wu Hyun stared at him. Suddenly, Battler's voice rang out. I lost. My pride is shattered, but what can you do? He said that, and he smiled with interest, accepting, right? I will join the Lord of the Otherworld raid team. Wu Hyun shook his hand, clearly showing the mutual collaboration. Jong Naeon announced. And just like that, player Battler will officially join the Lord of the Otherworld raid team. And the special match has ended. She sat in the studio, very excitedly calling out, the Haxical streak is starting up now. What will we see next? So everyone, please look forward to it. I'll see you all in the next stream. The audience followed along. Oh my god, I can't wait any longer. Haxical, cutting to an office operating at night. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Reverse Planet officially in the US. Sophia's office. Sophia looked at the computer screen, holding her head in exhaustion, sighing continuously. She remembered the scene that day, thinking to herself. After that day, our entire development team thoroughly reviewed the data, but didn't find anything. Sophia became even more distressed. Furthermore, Abraxas and the Lord of the Otherworld suddenly appeared. Just like that, a series of data suddenly appeared on the computer, leaving her confused. It turned out to be Isaac, smiling and saying, Hello, Sophia. How are you? She screamed wildly. Isaac, where are you? What's with that look? Huh? What world have you gone to? Isaac spoke up to reassure her. Calm down. I know you have many questions, but I don't have much time. His hand formed a sign, revealing. But I will still say this. I'm in a very far place. That's all I can reveal. Don't ask more. She was confused. Why are you? Sophia sighed, thinking, applying pressure won't help, and I can't pry any more information out of him. He's just like that. She leaned back, complaining wearily. Anyway, I can't contact you. Why did you suddenly appear? He asked. There's one thing I want you to know. The complete otherworld will be opened. Sophia asked back, surprised. The complete otherworld? Isaac replied. Yes. He thought of a new Earth, asserting, the current reverse planet is only half the world. The other world only exists as a foundational element of the story. She looked at him and shouted, Does that mean wait you? Isaac smiled and replied, That's right. He smiled and thought about the Dark Lords, predicting, before long, countless lords will descend upon this reverse planet, and the other world will open. Suddenly, a transport portal had its chains broken. Wu Hyun had a serious face, his cold eyes telling himself, Now, a terrifying Dark Lord is before me in a gloomy forest. Wu Hyun declared, I'm ready. Time passed quickly, days after the Hack Tour livestream. At this time, Wu Hyun received a message from Kim Hannah. Junior, we have a new mission. Change into your agent uniform and come to the parking spot. Jong Naeon started to get curious. A mission right before starting. I wonder what will happen this time. Chloe also started discussing excitedly. Thinking about him having to change as an agent, I'm sure another amazing mission is about to begin. Sunchul led with an enthusiastic voice. I hope there will be a nail-biting, top-tier match like the one with Battler. Netizens also started buzzing. It's been a while since we saw the plot progress, right? I'm excited already. It feels like it's been a long time since we saw this team appear. Father Sunchul is still really bitter. While Wu Hyun looked at the message and calculated to himself, I need time to reshape my actions in the revenge plan. This is also very timely. He said coldly, Then let's begin. A moment later, he walked out and saw Hannah waiting at the car in a mysterious black outfit. Junior, over here. The comments started popping up when they saw the beautiful woman. Sister Hannah, it's been so long. She looks really beautiful today. She turned to Wu Hyun and asked, Did you rest well? He replied, Very well. How about you? Hannah also smiled politely. Same here. Wu Hyun didn't mess around and went straight to the main point. Seeing what the new mission was, her expression became gloomy. So, based on the information Hannah dug up, you remember the traders at that human trafficking workshop, right? After sending people to investigate them, we discovered there were more traders than we thought, and she dug up some quite useful information. After secretly tracking and interrogating them, We discovered that the facility might be trying to hide the reverse otherworld. He tilted his head in curiosity and asked, "Reverse otherworld?" Hannah replied, "Yes. And there's even a rumor that invaders from the otherworld can take human form. I don't think they know much because they look pretty ignorant too. But at the same time, there are others who are extremely interested. That facility, the reverse otherworld, and invaders in human form." Zhang Neian was beyond excited. Just like that time. This is definitely a sign of the start of the raid on the Lord of the Otherworld, right? Chloe was also happy. That must be it. Everyone's comments popped up. Wait, is everything going to happen like this? The reverse otherworld is the best. Will Haxicle's copy appear again? On the other hand, he remembered the person who looked exactly like him. Him? Good. I have a few questions I need him to answer. Hannah prepared to set off. Anyway, we need to see what they are planning. Today we will confirm that at the location they mentioned. Wu Hyun replied, "Understood." Netizens cheered, "Awesome. Let's go." The scene shifted to a new place, a redevelopment residential area. The two hid on the roof and observed a residential area where guys were gathering to keep watch. It was very likely that this was the place hiding the portal leading to the reverse otherworld. She was also careful. There are 3 magic hounds standing guard. There must definitely be something there. Commenters looked at their appearance and started analyzing. Are those elites hunting dogs? Don't see any armbands. Are they leaders? They must be stronger than regular hunting dogs, right? Hannah asked him to be wary of everything. Looks like there are also magic hounds inside. We need to enter quietly. Wu Hyun also started preparing for the battle. Clear. The two moved as fast as shadows, jumping up from the air. Then let's go. A large, burly guy with an iron chin heard some movement. He warned, unleashing a move. Who's there? Seeing only a cat, he was surprised but didn't know that behind his back was the real horror. Huh? Nothing. He immediately rushed in, covering his mouth to deal with him. The 2 remaining guards were surprised and turned to ask, "What's this? What is it?" Before they could react, they were hit with a painful blow to the back of the head by Hannah. She waved her hand to order Wu Hyun. "Let's go." The 2 continued to enter the enemy's den, his fists knocking the opponent's chins. On this side, they weren't holding back either as Hannah landed knee strikes that made the others collapse one by one. The comments praised endlessly. Another perfect coordination between Sister Hannah and Haxicle. Low-level magic hounds are nothing in front of them. Wu Hyun kicked the door open, seeing a massive, dark path ahead, making him realize that they were truly hiding the transport portal to this reverse otherworld. Hannah was also quite impressed. It's quite big. She was somewhat hesitant about the dangerous traps. "We don't know what's behind that door. Are you okay with it?" He replied, "It's fine." Hannah had no reason to hesitate, so she smirked. "Good. Then let's go." The 2 went inside the portal together. The scene before them left the 2 unable to understand as a pile of people lay in pools of blood. What is happening here? Netizens started to be terrified and whispered, "Damn, what is that?" Just like a horror movie. Did the copycat do this too? A corpse lay there, groaning. Hannah saw it and shouted, "Hey, there's someone still alive here." She grabbed the person by the shirt and threatened, "Tell me what you guys are doing here." The person, though gasping for air, remained tight-lipped. "I can't say." Hannah immediately used strong measures, stabbing him in the stomach. "Tell me the truth right now." The guy, due to the intense pain, had no choice but to confess everything. "We wanted to collect more energy from the other world and created a hole." She was shocked to hear that. What? Creating the hole was something the other commentators were equally surprised by. No way. Loynet was just as stunned. That means they created a tear in the space wall separating the other world and Earth. Simply put, they've created a path. The viewers hearing this news also felt this was truly terrifying. Damn, that's crazy. These guys are truly out of their minds. Wait, does that mean we'll get to see the other world now? Up until now, the other world only existed as a setting in the story. I guess it's time they showed us the real deal. Here. When Hannah heard this, she angrily grabbed the guy, intending to pry out more information. "Are you guys insane? Where's that hole?" The guy breathed his last breath, leaving her helplessly cursing. Damn it. Hannah turned to look helplessly at Wu Hyun. "Junior, we should start searching this area to find it." seeing that he had been silent all this time. She turned to ask him, but was suddenly surprised to see a giant monster standing above them. Why? What? Netizens also scrambled to their keyboards. Huh? Holy crap, it's only showing itself now. Was this hidden until now? Why is it transparent? Seeing him rush off quickly, Hannah could only shout, Junior! Woo Hyun ran close to the monster, which had buffalo-like horns in front of him, and on its stomach there was also a hole like a passage. On this side, Jong Nayeon and she nervously watched the hole. Oh my god, look at the huge hole on the monster's chest. It leaves everyone in terrifying confusion. Did they create the hole on the Lord of the Otherworld's chest? I also wonder what that is. Last time, there was also something like a hole in the chest. This is truly insane. I've never seen anything like this. Hannah saw this scene and hesitated slightly. We have to stop it. Someone else spoke up, word for word. You're too late. A clone identical to Woo Hyun appeared before them. We have finished linking to the other world. She was surprised to see two identical people. Junior, netizens are probably no strangers to this anymore. The clone is back. Seeing Sister Hannah's reaction, she must be extremely shocked. He calmly looked at his clone. I wonder if I destroy that guy and close the hole, everything will end, right? The other guy just smiled calmly. Even if you destroy the Disaster Lord, that connection cannot be ended. Opening the gate to the other world is the meaning of the Creator. I am simply accelerating the process. Woo Hyun was suspicious in his heart. Who wants that? As Isaac remembered something, wait, thinking back, last time he did say something similar. Abraxas had once laughed crazily. However, I want to prevent that from happening and make the reverse world become similar to the other world. I want to create an entirely new world. He's secretly worried in his heart. He wants this to happen, even though he knows what will happen if the other world opens. Is all this just to create a world identical to that one? What a psychopath. Hannah didn't talk much and casually took a fighting stance. Whether it was the Creator or that otherworld invader who looked like him, I have a lot of questions, but at least I know this much. She jumped onto that thing. Her power erupted with a bit of hesitation as she attacked the enemy. He is our enemy. Floating comments. So it's really over? Wait, if you say that then. But no one knew from when the clone was already on the hole in the monster's chest. The Woo Hyun clone looked coldly. Apostle of the Creator. If you want to talk more, come to the complete new world. She was surprised. Complete new world. He shouted at the guy. Wait, seeing that guy slowly enter the hole, Woo Hyun could only shout loudly. Stop right there. But at this moment, that buffalo-headed monster didn't stand still either, roaring once and blowing the two of them away. The two were thrown, hitting a tree as if they could be damaged in their internal organs. The commentator also started panicking, saying, things are becoming dangerous. Hannah saw the situation reeked of unease. Junior, we need to retreat. He had no choice but to comply. Understood. The two had run far away, but the roar of that buffalo-headed monster was still so terrifying that they had to cover their ears. It used massive power to attack the two, but they managed to dodge in time. She asked, dizzy, checking on Woo Hyun. Junior, are you okay? He panted and replied, yeah, I'm fine. But looking at the scene, everything was just piles of ash. Everything had been destroyed. Hannah herself couldn't believe it. What just? Comments appeared more excitedly before this situation. Is it because the reverse otherworld collapsed? It even affected the real world. I have goosebumps all over. Even the magic hounds they dealt with earlier are all dead. Seeing an enemy also sleeping in an incomplete state made her assess. It seems to be because of the roar of the Disaster Lord. Hannah took out her phone. Things are getting worse. Let me report to the leader. Very quickly. After that, leaders Kim Chun and Young Jun were present at the scene. Chun felt the situation was very urgent, immediately offering a plan. We will gather the strongest force, break the defensive line, and then destroy the Disaster Lord. After hearing the situation, Leader Kim Chun decided to destroy the Disaster Lord. The system screen started to appear, signaling an intense battle. The Disaster Lord raid begins. Server maintenance notice. The server will undergo maintenance in the next 5 minutes for updates. Please move to a safe area and log out. On this side, the commentators, although slightly worried, still showed excitement. Finally, the new raid is also starting. Common screamed, "Awesome! Go! Server maintenance is coming. Mom, when I grow up, I want to become like Brother Woohyun." And he understood. That was when the screen showed the reward from anonymous viewer 62, who had just donated 1,000 coins. Facing guys like Isaac and his own clone, many viewers commented excitedly, "Big Spender just donated 1,000 coins." That was also the moment the real game began. Switching scenes to a coffee shop with the sound of chatting. "That's crazy." Sue sat on a chair and asked her friend, "What are you watching?" She replied, "Hack Tour." She held up her phone. "Lately, this channel has been hot. Have you ever heard of Baek Woo-hyun?" Sue stared at Baek Woo-hyun. Sue curiously looked at the blonde girl and gently shook her head. "Never heard of him." She sighed in boredom upon hearing that. "You never watch live streams or anything anyway." Sue focused on the phone screen and gave a compliment. "But he looks so handsome." The blonde girl immediately excitedly continued, "Right, and he's good at playing games too." She suddenly remembered something, immediately changed the topic of conversation, and remembered, "Earlier, you said you used to play Reverse Planet, right?" Suo was asked that and hesitated to reply. "Just the first few parts, but it didn't really suit me that much." She awkwardly played with her hair and whispered, recounting an old story. "Actually, I fell asleep while creating my character and ended up having a terrible nightmare. Although I don't remember what the dream was like, after that, I didn't play again." The blonde girl heard that and lowered her voice to comfort. "That's a shame. I wanted to play with you, you know? When you play again, remember to invite me." Sui immediately laughed. "Okay." Then she quietly watched the blonde girl immersed in the live stream and secretly whispered, full of suspicion, "But this Baek Woo-hyun, why do I feel like I've met him before?" In another place, Jong Naeon's mischievous voice clearly rang out. "Haxical, have a nice day, everyone." She sat in front of the lens, excitedly saying, "Finally, the day of the Disaster Lord raid is right before our eyes." Chloe also shouted excitedly, "So exciting." Sungchul, sitting next to her, couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "Today will go down in the history of this reverse planet." The audience immediately followed them. "Let's fight." On the screen, viewers' comments kept popping up. "Holy crap, it just started and there are already 50,000 viewers. Whoever has been waiting in the live stream all day, raise your hand." "Me first." "Why are there so many foreign comments?" "I guess there are a ton of foreign viewers watching, right?" The chat channel is exploding. Jong Naeon looked at those comments and laughed happily. "It seems there are more viewers today than usual." Then she waved her hand to signal and loudly introduced, "Haxical is not just the first person to discover this raid." Chloe immediately understood the meaning and coordinated smoothly, but also the first person to challenge it. That is the reason viewers from all over the world have to gather to follow this unprecedented raid. Jong Naeon replied excitedly and accurately. She leaned over close to the screen and called out to the viewers, "Let's see if Haxical sweeps the map on the first try. Now let's watch together." As soon as the commentator's intro ended, the scene quickly changed to a ruined neighborhood with a space gate being strictly guarded. Audiences excitedly left comments. It finally started. "Why do I feel more stressed than Haxical?" Meanwhile, Woo-hyun quietly peeked out from behind a wall to observe the surroundings. After the reverse Otherworld gate reappeared in a nearby residential area, memories gradually rushed back. At that time, Chun stood before the army and clearly ordered, "We will advance immediately." The Otherworld Management Bureau had gathered forces to enter, but Hannah had just stepped near the space gate when she was blocked by an invisible power, causing her to panic and shout, "There's a barrier." They had failed when blocked by a mysterious barrier. Chun saw that and turned to direct the soldiers, "At all costs, find a way to break this barrier." They immediately replied and dispersed. "Understood, sir." In reality, Deus had set a condition allowing only 8 players without support to enter. But the NPCs still didn't know anything and continued to search for an answer. After the flashback ended, Woo-hyun sighed to himself. Anyway, he looked awkwardly at his new teammates who were constantly chatting. "Isn't this a dream? Actually, I still don't really believe it. Can't believe we get to participate in the first public raid in the world." An ominous feeling immediately rose in Woo-hyun's heart. "Is this okay?" Isaac's strange advice suddenly rang in his mind. "Baek Woo-hyun, You need to sweep this battle in one go and must not die even once. If you fail, who knows what will happen? Woo Hyun frowned and reminded himself. He sent that message right before the raid. Meanwhile, his teammates were still relaxed, laughing together. Thanks to being all-in team members, we get to participate in this raid, so I will give it my all to not become a burden to Haxical. Let's fight together. He quietly watched them and sighed. Some members just reluctantly built their setup without support. Then Woo Hyun clenched his fists and blamed himself. Furthermore, I haven't reached my level limit yet. In that world, my power was once on a completely different level. Compared to that time, now is still too weak. Right then, a hoarse voice cut through his thoughts. Haxical. Deus had just noticed the tension on Woo Hyun's face and reassured him. Don't worry too much. In a dangerous situation, he could still laugh heartily. We've all been trained thoroughly up to now. A moment later, Doc stood majestically in front of everyone and clearly spoke up. Now that Haxical has let me be the raid leader, I will explain our strategy. He pointed to the diagram while clearly explaining each person's position and task. When approaching the Otherworld Lord's castle, this will be our basic formation. After entering the boss's territory, we will confirm the total range and then step-by-step infiltrate inside. The remaining members in his team focused on listening to Doc analyze the strategy. First, we will focus more on defense than attack, and simultaneously analyze its special mechanism and movement rules. Then he ended the presentation with a loud laugh and a few words of reminder. In addition, it's very likely that this battle will be extremely exhausting. So remember to eat and go to the bathroom before entering the fight. At that moment, Dedu nodded in praise. Quite practical, isn't it? Arium immediately continued. That's true. That's important. And Soil whispered in surprise. He emphasized that quite a bit. Doc, taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, gave them their first mission. The four of you, raise your monster hunting skills as high as possible before participating in the raid. The other four immediately replied in unison. Leave that to us. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun stood to one side, watching them, and secretly sighed in relief. That's right. Everyone has worked really hard for this day. He glanced at Doc and Battler. His heart immediately lightened. Furthermore, I have my right-hand man and left-hand man right here. Woo Hyun decisively turned and walked away with boiling determination. We will complete the mission at any cost. He led the team away from the hiding spot and clearly shouted, Let's go. As soon as the space gate appeared before their eyes, a vigilant shout rang out in their ears. Who are you? Stop right there. System window suddenly appeared. Disaster Fortress Raid. Do you want to start the Disaster Lord Raid? Recommended number of participants is 8. Woo Hyun didn't say 2 words and straight up pressed yes. Rain immediately poured down while the system displayed a new notice. Disaster Fortress. You have joined the Disaster Lord Raid. Time, 90 minutes. Doc looked up at the sky and was stunned. It's already pouring rain. As soon as the whole team stepped through that space gate, he shouted to warn the members. Everyone, be careful. Sungchul quickly commented. Now it looks like they've entered the reverse otherworld. The Disaster Lord's Castle. A moment later, Woo Hyun pointed his sword at the castle in the distance and coldly said, Over there. Battler looked in the direction he pointed and whispered, Further than I thought. The comments section also constantly buzzed with discussions. Can they finish within the 90-minute limit? Since this is the first raid, there's no information at all. I'm clueless too. Woo Hyun carefully observed the castle and nodded, giving instructions. First, we will charge straight there at the fastest speed possible. Doc decisively replied immediately after. Understood. While everyone rushed through the thick rain, cracks suddenly appeared and spread on the ground under their feet. The ground suddenly exploded, and a giant centipede from below lunged up to attack them. At the same time, the audience raced to express their thoughts in the comments section. Damn, that scared the hell out of me, of course. There's no way monsters wouldn't appear. Woo Hyun defied the danger and immediately rushed up to confront it. He sprang into the air and swung his sword, slashing the giant centipede into countless pieces. Woo Hyun's fans, witnessing that scene, kept cheering Woo Hyun. His urging voice clearly rang out in the dark space. Don't stop, keep running. On the way to the castle, the Doc swung his fiery fist, knocking down a giant bee. Immediately after, it was Battler's turn to use his ultimate magic to push back the dark monsters. On the other side of the screen, Jong Naeon couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Monsters are everywhere." Sungchul didn't take his eyes off the match and just nodded in reply. Yeah. Plus the storm seems to be getting bigger. Under the thick rain, the whole team kept discussing while rushing. The comment section immediately exploded. The rain is too loud. Can't hear anything. Can I see anything? God. Sahu just ran with all his might after the others and secretly thought to himself, it's just a game? Why is it so realistic? Is it because there's no support? Feels like I'm going crazy. His breath gradually became heavy because his mind was being occupied by fear. And this rain, it feels so realistic that when it touches my skin, I almost feel pain. Is it like this without support? Too realistic. At the same time, Soil raised her hand to shield herself from the rain in front and felt anxious in her heart. This is not good. We don't know when or where monsters will appear. Also, because of the rain, I can barely open my eyes. Suddenly Doc shouted in panic, Soil, beside you. Not far away, a giant ape was frantically rushing toward them. As soon as it got close, Wu Hyun appeared in time and powerfully swung his sword, decapitating it. The giant ape's head fell to the ground, emitting a strange blue light. Immediately after, a few mysterious vials appeared to Du's amazement. This is System Attribute Table immediately appeared. See Area Potion. After use, all vision-impairing effects will be removed for a certain amount of time. Fog, Storms, Dögerknis. He picked up the potion and excitedly shouted, "This helps me see better." The other members then suspiciously whispered, "What?" Sahu immediately rushed over, snatched the potion from Du Yuan's hand, and tremblingly said, "Let me drink first." He was stunned for a moment and gently replied, "Sure." Arium laughed wryly and called out to the other members, "We should drink it too, everyone." Meanwhile, the audience immediately showed frustration. What's wrong with him? After drinking that mysterious potion, Battler squinted at the rain in front and excitedly shouted, "Now I feel better." Du also nodded continuously. Bitter. Wu Hyun looked up at the castle not far away and urged everyone in a deep voice, "We're almost there." He cheered the members on. "Keep going." The others immediately shouted, raising their spirits. "And let's go. Let's go." Soon after, they cheered excitedly when setting foot at the castle arrived. Under the flashing lightning, the Otherworld Lord's castle stood imposingly before the group. Doc whispered suspiciously, "We have to go in from the front." Right then, the ground under their feet suddenly shook violently. The audience immediately buzzed. Huh? Did it start? Is something huge coming? In the blink of an eye, a giant magic formation appeared under their feet. Jong Naeon immediately loudly commented, "What's that?" A suspicious circle suddenly appeared on the ground. A giant foot suddenly descended from above. Doc, just looking up, screamed loudly, "Above your heads, Dodge." The next second, the giant landed heavily on the ground, causing the whole area to shake violently. The Space Lord stood imposingly before them, the whole space immediately sinking into extreme tension. Meanwhile, the comment section seemed to want to explode. Looking at the real thing, I'd probably pee my pants. Du and Sahu trembling looking at it, no way. Doc's voice still clearly rang out in the torrential rain. "Everyone stay calm." He frantically reminded everyone, "We need to focus on defense first to grasp its attack rules." The match's audience raced to comment, "It would be funny if someone rushed in and shouted that attacking is the best form of defense. The guy above is truly insane. Battler caught red-handed, you guy." Right then, the space hole between the Otherworld Lord's chest immediately erupted with terrifying power. Wu Hyun was stunned and secretly whispered, "Wait." He secretly gasped when seeing a few faint black shadows, something in the hole. Sahu finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore, running away and panicking. "I give up." Soil saw that and called out after him, "So, if you break the formation right now." The comments section quickly filled with insults for him. Damn, just a moment ago, he was scared to death. Now he's just being an obstacle. The Dark Lord roared angrily. a series of monsters immediately rushed to attack. The monster bared its sharp fangs, frantically chasing Seho. The next second, he fell before Woo Hyun's stun gaze. He was stunned when witnessing that terrifying scene. The system's cold notification rang out. Character Lee Seho has died. As soon as the notification rang, everyone in the group immediately became confused. Sir Seho, what's happening? What should we do? Just then, a fierce punch tore through the wind, rushing toward it, causing the monster to turn its head hastily. Jae-Dok delivered the finishing blow, blowing off the monster's head before it could react, then shouted angrily, "Everyone calm down. First, we must take this group down." Everyone in the team immediately replied in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Woo Hyun was absent-mindedly observing them fight from afar. Golden light flashed. The enemy's mockery suddenly echoed in his ears like demonic sounds wrapping around his mind. See? Another one had to lose their life. This time, do you intend to be the only one to survive again? Suddenly, a scream rang out, pulling Woo Hyun back to reality. Haxical. Sungchul shouted a warning when seeing a giant mantis. Waving its claws toward him, "Haxical, be careful." At that moment, Arium appeared and slashed her sword into its right flank. Dedu Unun immediately followed up, delivering a critical kick to its other side. Once the monster was taken down, he looked over at Arium and teased, "Hey, don't you go stealing my kills while I'm in the middle of fighting, big sis." She laughed and shot back, "Huh? Wasn't it you who got here after me?" The comment section erupted after witnessing the scene. Haxical's disciples are really something else. Only those twins would worry about their master like that. Just like actual siblings, fighting like that even now. As the twins' giggles echoed, Woo Hyun refocused his combat spirit. "Right, I need to stay focused. This is our only chance." A long while later, the wolf-headed monster gained the upper hand and sent Arium flying backward with a single strike. The comment section was flooded with sighs. Sigh. It looks like they're starting to get tired. The environment is pretty harsh, too. Meanwhile, she grimaced, looking at the scratch on her arm after the collision with the monster, and muttered to herself, "This won't end. We can't keep wasting our stamina in a battle of attrition like this." Right then, Dudu appeared and unleashed a magic spell to finish off the chaotic shadow monster. She turned and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Arium nodded and replied cheerfully, "I'm good, thanks." Seeing the two of them, the comments section immediately became lively. "Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Good coordination. Frontline and backline working together, nice. This combo is pretty cute." Elsewhere, Battler glared at the monsters pouring out of the spatial rift and snorted coldly. There are too many of them. He decisively unleashed an attack that froze all the bugs. Water prison. The audience watching the scene cheered excitedly. "Whoa, what was that? He must be crazy since they keep coming out endlessly. Lock them all up." At that exact moment, Soil appeared and dealt the finishing blow to the frozen monsters. "Golden Flash," Chloe exclaimed in surprise. "This kind of team coordination is pretty interesting, isn't it?" Jong Naeon followed up immediately. Now they've dealt with all the monsters pouring out of that hole. At the same time, Doc clenched his fists and shouted instructions to the rest of the team. "We've figured out one of its mechanics. Give it everything we've got before the next move comes." They replied instantly, "Understood." Immediately after, the group gathered quickly and launched a simultaneous attack on the spatial lord from all sides. Fire missile. Flowing shadow strike. Only Woo Hyun remained still, watching their backs from afar. He reflected on the past, remembering his time fighting otherworldly lords on the other side. Then Woo Hyun said in a deep, raspy voice, "Its body must have a weak point somewhere. We'll find it while attacking at close range." Arium and Dawon follow behind, and he replied immediately, "Understood." The next second, all three launched themselves into the air. They gripped their swords tight, filled with sharp killing intent, and charged straight at the spatial lord. A barrage of sword strikes rained down like a violent storm, leaving it with absolutely no chance to retaliate. The comments section immediately buzzed. "Oh, looks like they took it down. Are they trying to finish it in one go?" Woo Hyun landed lightly on the ground, but he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was it effective? No, there's no way it's that easy. He pondered thoughtfully. Or is it different from that place because this is just a game? Right then, the spatial lord's pupils suddenly flashed with a cold light. A furious roar echoed through the space. You inferior insects. The audience watching the match started chattering. Oh, it can talk? It was screaming so much, it thought it couldn't speak. You know, if a boss can talk, it usually means... At the same time, Doc shouted a warning. It's the next mechanic. Frontline retreat. The three fighting at close range immediately fell back according to orders, but grumbled, we didn't even get to see it up close properly yet. Right then, the spatial lord exploded with a terrifying surge of power and roared, I will wipe you all out. The comments section immediately blew up. What the hell? If they get caught, they're goners. Run. Up front, Doc shouted while running from the whirlwind. Prioritize survival. Everyone watch out for the attack. Arium yelled in panic. It's coming this way. Dawon frowned and complained. It's raining, so the road is too slippery. Watching the chaotic scene on the battlefield, the audience couldn't help but lament. What a mess. That whirlwind doesn't move in a straight line. It's so hard to dodge. At the same time, Jong Naeon spoke up anxiously. Our players. She turned to look at Sungshul and commented in a lower voice. They seem to be panicking because of that whirlwind, but typically in this kind of situation, how would everyone strategize? He frowned and replied, most mechanics fall into one of three types. Sungshul explained each potential situation professionally. The first is the type that disappears after a certain amount of time. The second is the type that must be attacked to be destroyed. And the third is the type where you have to attack the boss to destroy it. Meanwhile, Battler channeled mana into his hands and snorted coldly. We can't just run forever. He threw his magic orb toward the tornado and shouted, let's test this out. But Battler's magic only made the tornado more dangerous than before. Seeing this, he scrambled away while shouting, everyone run. We can't destroy it. It even upgrades based on the elements it touches. Doc gritted his teeth upon hearing this and shouted angrily, do we really have to attack the boss? After absorbing his fire magic, the tornado immediately burst into flames, and Doc panicked. Wait, why is it coming this way? While fleeing, a thought crossed his mind. Is it reacting to attacks? Then, Doc shouted the strategy to the team members. It seems the whirlwind is reacting to attacks. We'll draw the boss's aggro. The front line will attack while it's distracted. The twins replied immediately. Understood. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the two quickly followed Wu Hyun, swords in hand, to face the spatial lord head-on. It kept roaring crazily. I will crush you. Right after, the spatial lord raised its giant fist high. It slammed down aggressively onto the ground, and a terrifying shockwave exploded, then directly sent all three frontline members flying. Then the spatial lord quickly reached out to grab Wu Hyun, who was in midair. He leaned to dodge the incoming hand and took the opportunity to slide along its giant arm. Wu Hyun squeezed the hilt of his sword with all his might. As he slid to the spatial lord's shoulder, he immediately swung his sword, slashing it. Jong Naeon cheered excitedly. That hit was perfect. The audience in the comments section buzzed. Looks like the boss is a tank. How did he slash through it? Because he's haxical. I think the Soul Eater build helped too. Spot on. His cutting power increases with the number of enemies defeated. So this isn't surprising. While the chatter was still going, Wu Hyun stomped hard on the spatial lord's shoulder and launched himself into the air once again. Faced with his relentless attacks, it couldn't find a chance to counter. The Duanun immediately seized the opportunity to rush up. Our master is amazing, huh? Arium followed close behind and said, we can't be outdone. Right then, the twins simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks toward the spatial lord. Meanwhile, the pursuing tornado suddenly became visibly weakened. She froze as she watched it gradually dissipate into thin air. Dudu said cautiously, the whirlwind is gone. Doc, on the other side, also cheered enthusiastically. Same here. In the commentary booth, Jong Naeon breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like they still had to deal damage to the boss after all. Chloe nodded repeatedly and added, thanks to their accurate judgment, they saved quite a bit of time. Sungshul also laughed happily and shouted, There's still 50 minutes left, so they just need to be careful and chip away at the boss's health. However, the audience couldn't stop worrying for them. But at that slow pace, they'll run out of time. There's no info at all. It really is difficult. In the other world, Dawon looked at the scene before him and cheered excitedly. Did we really do it? A comment immediately popped up. Don't say that. Just then, the spatial lord gnashed its teeth and growled. The chains wrapped around its body groaned simultaneously and snapped. The comments section immediately fell into shock. What is this? It's taking off its own chains. Someone who saw it slowly standing up yelled in panic. Everyone be careful. We can't predict what it will do next. The comments section almost exploded. Holy crap. Now it's form 2. Why does it look so huge standing up? The spatial lord spoke in a voice cold enough to chill one's bones. It seems I have underestimated. It cracked its neck, sounds of popping joints echoing continuously, after which sharp claws slowly grew out of the spatial lord's hands. After a roar like a thunderclap, a pair of wings appeared on its back. Chloe commented excitedly. It seems the disaster lord is showing us its true form. The audience couldn't help but chatter. Whoa, this is insane. How can they win against this? Probably because there's no balancing. They just cranked up the difficulty. Right then, Battler felt a bad premonition and shouted a warning. Something is coming. Everyone stay alert. The spatial lord just flapped its wings, creating a gale capable of blowing a whole group of people away. A viewer commented, "It only flapped its wings and already created this much wind." Woo Hyun quickly and wisely stabbed his sword into the ground and held on to withstand that terrifying wind. Then it suddenly flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. He immediately tilted his head to watch the spatial lord and shouted with all his strength. Above in the sky, intense lightning bolts are surrounding. Immediately after, a massive barrier appeared, sealing off the entire group's retreat. The spatial lord laughed gleefully. Time to end this. The comments section immediately went into chaos. Is that its attack range? It's huge, Loy shouted in shock. Everyone run. Dawon and Ariam heard this and turned to run. But the ground, slippery from the rain, made her lose her balance and collapse. Ariam shivered, pressing her hands to the ground to try and stand up. He saw this and called out in panic. Ariam! At the same time, the spatial lord roared coldly and vanished. Duduunun immediately rushed toward Ariam. He quickly pushed her away and took the brunt of all the lightning bolts raining down. Ariam looked at the scene in horror and let out a cry. The violent explosion caused everyone to turn and look back. She disregarded the danger and rushed toward Dawon, screaming in despair. Ariam! Dawon called out to him, trembling. You idiot, why did you? But Dawon just smiled faintly and whispered before disappearing from the other world. I just thought you could help Master more than I could. His faint voice echoed in the space. Please clear this raid, okay? Immediately after, the system notification appeared. Character Young Do-won has died. Another system board appeared with a warning. When the number of players in the party decreases to a certain level, a penalty is triggered. 5 minutes reduced from the time limit. Further losses will continue to be deducted. Woo Hyun looked at the notification, his heart sinking. What? The system displayed the latest info. 41 minutes and 3 seconds remaining. Seeing this, Jong Naeon worried. A party member has died, and there's a time limit. The situation is not looking good at all. Sungchul clenched his hand into a fist. The remaining members must work together. Dudu was extremely worried. What do we do? 40 minutes. Doc couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I didn't think there'd be a time penalty too. Meanwhile, the spatial lord roared angrily. You inferior creatures. And continued casting magic. The only thing waiting for you is destruction. He witnessed this and was stunned. That bastard. Doc hurriedly unleashed a martial art technique. Let's just see if our attack can even touch it. Everyone followed and replied. Clear. He didn't dare hesitate to unleash a firestorm. Dudu joined in with a dark arrow, while Soil unleashed a blinding flash. Very quickly, they discovered the difficult problem. Damn it. That distance. Dudu assessed the current situation. We have to find a way to pull that thing down. He saw him walk over and say, not yet. but he channeled his power to unleash a tricky attack. That surprised Jong Naeon. Player Battler has finally summoned the Water Dragon ultimate skill. The Spatial Lord was still very confident. Attacks like these, it immediately swung its fist, shattering his technique to no effect. But Battler didn't let things go easily like that, which left Jong Naeon quite overwhelmed. I've never seen this skill before. Sungchul, standing nearby, gasped in shock. I thought it would dissipate, but the water dragon changed form and is continuing to charge into attack. Wu Hyun was bewildered to witness this. That is, he hadn't finished speaking when Battler cut him off. After that day, I didn't just sit around doing nothing. Those watching saw this and commented, "He's so damn cool, haha." Tactics Lord. The aura of a top-tier brother in this reverse planet world is truly professional. Coolest brother in the pro tournament. At the same time, the system displayed the boss's info, which had dropped below 70%. The Spatial Lord, provoked, gnashed its teeth. How arrogant. It rushed toward him, wanting to attack. I will repay this debt to you first. Simultaneously, the system reminded, Battler has been designated as the attack target. Battler couldn't believe it and gasped. Attack target? Seconds later, he shouted as an attack landed. Get away from me, everyone. Battler was still desperately dodging the Spatial Lord attacks. He didn't expect himself to be put in such a dangerous situation. Finally, Battler couldn't avoid the danger and was struck amidst the screams of those around. Everyone couldn't believe it when witnessing this scene. No way, Battler. Those following the battle were confused and commented, "Did he die? Oh my God, please tell me that's not it." Honestly, it's over. Wu Hyun quickly realized something unusual. Wait a minute, his death notification hasn't appeared on the status board yet. He must still be somewhere. Meanwhile, the Spatial Lord was radiating murderous intent. Now, who's next? Seeing this, Doc couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Then he turned back to reassure them. Everyone, it's okay. The more things get like this, the calmer we must remain. At the same time, the system displayed the latest info. The effect of the coastal potion has ended. A heavy rain fell, stunning the viewers. What the hell is this now? The effect duration of that item is so short, it's really rubbing salt in the wound. Dudu spoke up, extremely worried. What do we do? The rain is too heavy. I can't see clearly. Doc saw this and hurriedly reassured. Everyone, stay calm for now. Next, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Dudu immediately directed them. Let's retreat for now. Everyone dodge. Jong Naeon watched everything and lamented. The difficulty gap is real. Can I even pass this? Sungchul, standing next to her, remarked. Honestly, this is a tough fight. Those following the battle commented. I didn't expect it to be this hard. The game devs are so mean. At this rate, I think I'll quit the game. The heavy rain continued with no sign of stopping. He glanced at the wound on his hand and cursed through gritted teeth. Dudu also couldn't hold on and collapsed. Soil stood there panting, as if she were about to collapse. Hannah trembled, clutching her wound tightly. Seeing everyone's situation, Wu Hyun pondered. If this continues, we'll lose. There must be a way. Just then, the evil Spatial Lord asked, Oh, followers of the Creator, is this all you can do? Its cold voice rang out. I understand why you failed to protect anyone back there. He heard this and was startled. What? The Spatial Lord couldn't help but smile. Now I see that you aren't doing any better over here either. It stared fixedly at Wu Hyun, wanting to attack. I will finish you right now. Those following the battle commented. Our Haxical really is fighting to his last breath. I can't imagine how much he wants to beat this race. Now, the Spatial Lord used its foot, trying to crush him, but Wu Hyun easily dodged the move. It continued swinging its fist, but he simply avoided it. The Spatial Lord didn't give up, crazily launching attacks. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of rock and earth shattered. He quickly stepped on the large falling stones and charged toward it. Very quickly, Wu Hyun got very close to the Spatial Lord. It immediately raised its giant hand to mock him. It's useless. And the Spatial Lord roared fearfully when he slashed it, which left everyone overwhelmed. Whoa, things are getting serious. Haxical is top tier, a whole different level. After attacking it, Wu Hyun quickly landed on the ground. Just then, the system updated the info. The Eternal Sword, the Soul Eater, has begun absorbing a large amount of blood from the Spatial Lord. You have unlocked the fourth effect of the Sealed Soul Eater. He was a bit stunned to see those words. This is... Meanwhile, the rain still showed no signs of stopping. Battler slowly regained consciousness, thinking in confusion. Where am I? He sat up slowly and remembered, right, during the dungeon raid, if I hadn't used that shield, I would have been torn to pieces. But passing out in a game, something is wrong. This place isn't like the reverse planet world, I know. Battler stood up, looking at the surrounding scene, and speculated. Seems I was blown quite far away. Hope everyone is safe. He didn't dare hesitate to jump off the ground. No time to waste. I have to hurry back and regroup with them. Meanwhile, the battle between the Spatial Lord and Wu Hyun was still very intense. It had been attacked once and was now furious, roaring, "I will destroy you." Seeing him glaring at it with burning, killing intent, Wu Hyun continued to unleash his move, which stunned Sungchul. He hit it dead on. Based on the situation, the system reported that the boss's health had dropped below 40%. He saw that and judged, he's insane. Carrying the whole team on his back, he still didn't stop and continued to deal with the problem. The Eternal Sword, the Soul Eater. The fourth effect when a user's health drops, the Soul Eater. Currently, the Spatial Lord looked very frustrated. Wu Hyun slashed hard into the ground, shouting, "The soul will increase the damage dealt. Disappear." Zhang Neian saw this and hurriedly warned him, "Haxical, it's dangerous. You have to get out of that area immediately." This intense battle attracted many viewers. Its attack range just increased. If he messes up now, it's game over. Please run fast, guys. A while later, Wu Hyun set foot on a cliff and stared into the distance. Duk, terrified, sight, understood, and quickly proceeded to execute a martial art technique. A protective layer covered his body. Just then, Wu Hyun discovered Battler had returned. He didn't wait to turn back. Good thing it was just in time. Sungchul was incredibly happy, tears of joy falling. In the decisive moment, when everyone thought he had perished, Battler appeared to save Haxical. Zhang Neian spoke up, highly excited. I never doubted him. Chloe couldn't help but exclaim, "This is madness." Those following the battle commented accurately. Battler's life isn't that easy to take. About goosebumps. Truly worthy of a legend. Han. Wu Hyun turned around, instinctively saying, "You just saved my life." Battler stood there and replied casually, "It's nothing." Doc witnessed this scene and shouted, "Battler." At this moment, he felt quite reassured. That means everyone is safe and sound now. The Spatial Lord was unhappy and growled, "How stubborn. I will make you suffer the most tragic death." Battler saw this and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. What is that bastard planning to do now? At the same time, the system displayed the info. Jung is currently casting Wind Eye. Wu Hyun was quite surprised, thinking, that Wind Eye technique? At this moment, it began casting a martial art technique. This is the end for you all. Everyone was terrified and disgusted. Whoa. Has it reached the third transformation stage already? What the hell is going on? This is starting to get a bit creepy. It's too scary. After that, everyone was surprised and gasped. What is appearing? It continued to announce. Mission: destroy all the pillars within 10 minutes. They were very surprised by this info. Only 10 minutes? Doc saw this and reminded everyone. Right now, we need to quickly destroy those pillars. Soil felt something strange, so she stopped him. Wait. She quickly realized that the current situation had guards appearing. This scene frustrated Battler. Again, Sungchul watched everything and judged. The Lord has called for more minions again. They're surrounded once again. Zhang Neian observed everything and judged. These lackeys look pretty tough, too. She couldn't help but lament. Can they get past the guards and destroy the pillars? I bet this is a type of mechanic where if you fail the mission, the whole team will be wiped out. Isn't that right? He nodded slightly and replied, most likely. That's a familiar design in reverse planet hunting raids. Sungchul started to feel worried. But as long as our players can maintain this performance, Doc saw the situation was unstable. So he turned around and shouted, "Get out of the way now." Just then, Do let out a painful cry. And immediately after, the system announced, player Do has died. Arium hurried toward him. Zhang Neian assessed the situation. Dudu didn't dodge in time and has sacrificed himself. That meant the system immediately updated the data. Warning. Penalty triggered due to the number of party members falling below the minimum level. 10 minutes deducted from the time limit. Time remaining. 16 minutes and 2 seconds. Those following everything on their phones judged. Well, that's it. They're really in trouble this time. Deducting a whole 10 minutes is too harsh. How can they possibly clear the pillars and beat the boss in just 16 minutes? Right now, they were facing countless dangers. Soil thought while defending. They're too aggressive. This level is completely superior to the enemies we've faced before. She realized the situation was bad, so she immediately ran away amid the commentary of others. Having to avoid lightning and dodge the guard at the same time, it's truly troublesome. At this moment, Soil realized a problem. Did she just get hit by a lightning bolt? Is she that strong now? Then she quickly leaped off the ground to avoid danger. The crowd watching the battle was still discussing, damn, even the lightning didn't faze them at all. This battle is balanced way too unfairly. It's nothing short of a living hell. Meanwhile, the Spatial Lord was attacking Doc relentlessly, making him frustrated. Damn it, he can still counterattack right after getting hit by the fire magic. I don't know what kind of structural integrity this pillar has. Zhang Neian was worried. Not to mention attacking, just holding the line is already a struggle. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun was determined. We cannot afford to waste another second. So he valiantly charged straight toward his opponent. Wu Hyun calculated internally. I must activate all my senses to the max and focus entirely on everything I can perceive. His gaze gradually changed. Then my vision will. Immediately after, Wu Hyun's vision was fully unleashed. He fought while assessing everything by utilizing the sensory explosion from extreme concentration. Every movement around him, except for his own, seemed to slow down. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hyun eliminated many enemies, leaving everyone overwhelmed. Whoa, did he just slash through them to break through in just a single blink? What the hell was that? His reflexes are impossibly fast. Suddenly, he discovered something strange. Wu Hyun was extremely surprised, thinking, it seems a defensive layer has been broken. Could it be? On the opposite side, Doc was shouting frustratedly, damn it, get lost. Finally, he understood the problem. I knew it. Every time an invading entity is taken down, a layer of protection is removed. Meaning, the next second, Wu Hyun shouted, it seems the defensive layers automatically disappear when we eliminate the invading entities. Team, focus all firepower for an all-out attack. Everyone understood the hint and replied in unison. Understood. In another corner, Battler was frustrated. Damn it. If we keep cleaning them up one by one like this, who knows when we'll finish? He channeled his power while calculating, compressing water pressure to the limit, and Battler immediately directed his teammates. Everyone get low. Immediately, countless comments appeared. Wait, is a skill like that even possible to execute? Oh my god, look at that. It looks just like a blade made of water jets. His control level is truly top tier. When not bound by bonus stats, one is more flexible, but his base physical stats must definitely be monster class. A while later, they cheered excitedly. All defensive layers have dissipated. A teammate in the distance shouted, while we handle destroying the pillars, please focus all force on the boss. Battler also said to Wu Hyun beside him, this battle relies on you. He replied with a soft nod to confirm. People were glad to see them escape danger. Finally, they've escaped the bind. Even though they don't have much time left, the Spatial Lord saw him charging straight at it and said, servant of the Creator. Currently, it was creating terrifying pressure. It is nothing but hopeless resistance. Battler seized the opportunity to unleash a skill, Waterfield. Sungchul analyzed the current situation. Battler has created. The Spatial Lord, ambushed, gnashed its teeth in anger. It suddenly shifted its focus toward Wu Hyun. The Spatial Lord growled angrily. I will not let you escape. Battler saw this and continued to unleash a skill, shouting, don't you dare. Someone used this moment to leap off the ground to prepare an attack. The Spatial Lord was injured by Wu Hyun, letting out a painful roar as everyone was overwhelmed. The damage numbers look so satisfying. It's so peak. It's hard to believe that just using one sword could create such a miracle. Now, I was feeling extremely angry. However, the spatial lord suddenly leaped off the ground. Battlers saw this and realized, that bastard is running away again. Wu Hyun turned to look at him and said, Battler, can you? Zhang Neian understood the current situation clearly. Haxical is discussing some strategy with Battler. Although his words were drowned out by the pouring rain, Battler heard his words and said nothing. A while later, he finally spoke. All right, let's take a gamble and see. Then Battler proceeded to channel his power. So he focused his strength to unleash a skill toward the spatial lord. Let's go. It was still very confident, mocking, useless attempt at an attack. Sungchul was somewhat terrified witnessing this scene. Haxical. He understood the situation clearly. He is standing on the back of the water dragon and launching straight toward the lord. The people watching the battle were overwhelmed. What is that? Oh my god, I've got goosebumps. Is that kind of move even possible? Only to see the spatial lord raise its hand, unleashing a skill, saying, even if your endurance can far exceed the normal limits of human beings. It just kept mocking, you have no way to surpass me. Zhang Neian observed everything and evaluated. It seems Haxical has been knocked back by the Lord's counterattack. The people watching the broadcast discussed, the match situation is truly decided. No way. They were already so close to victory. Damn, what a pity. This difficulty level clearly has a major issue. However, Wu Hyun was still safe and sound, without any major impact. He charged toward the spatial lord to the surprise of those around him. What is happening? Haxical has charged through the fog. It turned out he had leaped off the head of the water dragon to soar into the air to dodge the strike. They couldn't help but be overwhelmed and comment, Haxical is way too peak, my friend. His keen ability cannot be underestimated. Truly a saintly figure. After all, who is this Haxical character? The second after, a heaven-shaking explosion occurred. Jae-Doc asked in extreme surprise. Did he do it? By then, he landed from midair. Wu Hyun's heroic appearance attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the system notified. The boss's health bar has dropped below the 10% mark. Battler was extremely excited witnessing this. Looking good. The people watching the broadcast were also joyous. Excellent. Let's keep it going. Zhang Neian stood up cheering. It can't be confirmed that everything is over yet, but it seems Haxical has just created another miracle. Sungchul was thrilled. The boss's vitality is below 10%. We are about to touch victory. Wu Hyun was still very serious, telling himself, we still have 9 minutes left if we can finish everything smoothly. Then, suddenly, the spatial lord waved its hand toward him. It quickly clenched its fist to control Wu Hyun. Battler saw this and immediately shouted, Haxical! The people watching the broadcast were terrified. For real? Right at the last minute. That's terrible. Can he escape? Don't die. Zhang Neian also said extremely worriedly, Haxical is in danger. The Lord has launched a counterattack at the very last minute. Currently, the spatial lord raised its hand to cast a martial art technique. He also hurriedly performed a defensive water wall. The second after, Battler was startled as 2 attacks hit him. Wu Hyun saw him being knocked away and shouted, Battler! Everyone began to feel worried. Oh no. At this moment, the spatial lord stared at Battler and said, I've heard much about you. However, I didn't expect you to push me to this extent. He still replied very calmly. Is that so? I also didn't think you only had this much capability. It was provoked, gnashing its teeth. You still have the strength to talk? I acknowledge you. Wu Hyun, being squeezed tightly, let out a painful cry. Viewers watching the broadcast saw this and commented, Whoa, why is his reaction so realistic? Damn, that is truly peak immersive acting. If he's going to that extent, doesn't it mean he's actually feeling pain? There's no bonus title, which means he can also feel pain, right? Clearly not. Zhang Neian also felt Haxical was reacting strangely. Doesn't it look like he's actually feeling pain? Sungchul, standing next to her, denied. No way. They can understand that he is clearly just acting. Just then, streams of attacks hit the spatial lord. Soil cast a martial art technique, golden flash. Jae-Doc also focused his efforts on a fire missile attack. It was effective like that, having to release Woo Hyun amidst the fury of the viewers. He's tossing everyone around like dolls. What is this? So scary. He lay on the ground, suffering, thinking, no, I cannot lose consciousness here. In Woo Hyun's subconscious, the voice echoed, Woo Hyun, Woo Hyun. A voice startled him awake. Baek Woo Hyun. Woo Hyun hurriedly sat up, gasping. What about Battler? Suah heard this and wondered. Battler? She asked him worriedly. Are you having a nightmare again? At this moment, Woo Hyun blankly stared at her. Suah grabbed his hand and pulled him. It's okay, get up now. Today we have an appointment to meet Sunik and Dongchun. Come on, let's get ready. Woo Hyun thought in confusion. Was that a dream? Was all of that just a dream? The more he thought back, the stranger it felt. Where did the dream start and where did it end? Did I start live streaming? What about the expedition? Don't tell me everything that happened in that world was. I was gently telling Woo Hyun, let's get ready. He looked at her smiling and pondered. No, that doesn't matter anymore. Then Woo Hyun couldn't help but hug Suah tightly. He whispered, trembling to her, I'm so glad. Suah stood there, comforting Woo Hyun. You must have had a terrible nightmare. Oh my God. Afterward, when the two went downstairs, Kim Dong-chun waved and called out, Hey, over here, in the restaurant. He laughed and said, and yet Baek Woo Hyun was once dubbed the Destroyer. Woo Hyun replied somewhat shyly. That was when the destruction build was still strong. At that time, the absolute entity hadn't reached the transcendent realm yet. Then he suddenly realized, wait, destruction and transcendence are titles I only achieved after Suah and the others had passed away. Woo Hyun walked down the street, feeling something strange. Suddenly, someone bumped into him and a voice rang out. A pretty sweet dream, wasn't it? Woo Hyun heard this, startled, and hurriedly looked back. He began to feel worried. What is this? Truly strange. Was there something just now? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Woo Hyun. Behind Woo Hyun, strange sounds rang out. Woo Hyun, where do you think you're going? He was extremely panicked when hearing the sentence. Are you going to abandon us again? Right at this moment, Woo Hyun, lying in a deep pit, woke up. Did I pass out? His teammates were still desperately unleashing skills. Fire vortex, dazzling flash. Woo Hyun sat up and realized the problem. I can't believe I passed out. Next, he pointed to the system screen. Anyway, thanks to that dream, I remembered something. I used to discard it because applying it to a large volume like that is very difficult. But if I change the build slightly and focus on mental force, Woo Hyun was secretly analyzing in his heart. Instead of dissecting the absolute entity, which hasn't reached the transcendent realm, the destruction build will be much stronger. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a sound rang out. Be careful. Aum was struggling, thinking, I have to stand up. Suddenly, something bumped into the spatial lord, making Jong Naeon surprised. What is that? Something just flew straight into the lord's back. Who could it be? Very quickly she saw it. That's Haxical. Jong Naeon excitedly raised her tone. Haxical has woken up and returned to the battle. Sungshul, standing next to her, was equally happy. Moreover, he even switched to a mental force build. The viewers were also quite surprised. Holy crap. Thank God. Amazing. The sun, my brother, is shining now. That mental force build looks so charismatic. At this moment, the system notified. The boss's stamina has dropped below 5%. Immediately after, countless comments appeared. At 5% already nice. That's looking good. Just as I thought. Go for it. Jae-Doc seized the opportunity and shouted. Let's go. Around its body, changes began to occur. The spatial lord spoke up, quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to push me this far. I acknowledge you. It was radiating murderous intent, growling. I will not let any of you leave this place alive. Currently, the spatial lord was radiating extremely terrifying pressure. The viewer saw this and discussed together. Don't tell me he still has another hidden mechanic. With that barrier layer around him, it must be so. They haven't put those into dungeons lately. Why is it like this? Crying like this is way too harsh. I don't know what's wrong with the developer. Zhang Neian was also overwhelmed. I didn't expect him to have a final resistance mechanic. Hey! Sungchul helplessly raised his hands to hold his head. I guess it activates when the boss's stamina drops below 5%. To inflict any effective damage, first, they have to break that barrier. He continued to drone on. Furthermore, they only have exactly 5 minutes left. I'm sure they are all exhausted, but please do your best. The trust in Wu Hyun's group began to fade. Honestly, I don't have any hope left. Don't say such unlucky things. I believe in Haxical and his teammates. At this moment, Soil dodged a move in frustration. Damn it, these things keep getting in the way. Ji-Doc was still trying to unleash an attack. Fire missile. Wu Hyun was still keeping an eye on the time. For minutes left, if we don't finish this quickly, we will run out of time. So he said to battler behind him, from now on, I will skip defense and focus entirely on attack. I leave the protection job to you. He understood the hint and immediately replied, understood. After that, both did their best to attack the Spatial Lord. They decided to race against time. 3 minutes left. Wu Hyun saw the opportunity was ripe, so he said to battler, go. He looked to the side from amidst the thick dust. When there were 2 minutes left, Wu Hyun was surprised. Haxical. The viewers were also surprised and commented, huh? Did anyone see where he went? Don't tell me he got hit by a stray bullet. Crying. Then suddenly someone shouted, battler, be careful. Battler was still standing there, distracted. If he wasn't protecting him anymore, he must be calculating something. He was telling himself in his heart, I have to find out what that is before. When there was 1 minute left, Wu Hyun charged straight toward the Spatial Lord to the surprise of those watching the broadcast. That mental force build is insanely peak. The charisma is off the charts. Damn, for real. Totally obsessed with it now. It seemed to sense something, so it turned back. Then Wu Hyun threw a giant rock down hard. Finally, everyone understood his intention. Oh. Haxical is pouring a giant rain of rocks from the building onto the Lord. The Spatial Lord screamed miserably, making everyone gasp. Oh, it's shattered. Please, 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 please. It's so suspenseful. The viewers saw Wu Hyun gaining the upper hand and were satisfied. Looking good. Truly a top-tier, charismatic gamer. Now I'm really excited. An excited voice rang out, breaking the barrier. Exactly like that. At this moment, he focused his strength to prepare to unleash his move. It's over. Wu Hyun's technique had immense pressure. I won't let you have your way. The Spatial Lord was still desperately fighting back. He was also doing the same while pouring his heart into the move. Afterward, a bloody scene unfolded just as the time ran out. Battler saw him land and called out, Wu Hyun. He was still worried, asking, he's dead, right? The viewers were feeling very worried. Don't tell me they are over time. That must be a finishing blow at the very last second. Don't tell me he's preparing to revive or something similar. Now the system displayed the info. Storm Lord Dungeon completed. Ji-Doc saw this info and was joyful. We did it. We did it on the first try. Zhang Neian was also extremely happy. They passed it. They succeeded in clearing the dungeon on the first try worldwide. Chloe opened her mouth to praise. Truly a classic. Sungchul was moved to tears. It's a real honor to witness this historic moment. The people watching the broadcast discussed. They actually cleared it on the first try. Man, there's no way the DoNet Cafe side foresaw this, right? Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. Exactly. I can't believe I gotta watch this live. Then the system updated the info. Light Chomi mate donated 100,000 coins. Congratulations on the first successful dungeon clear. Kinda donated 300,000 coins. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. And Wu Hyun turned to say, everyone has worked hard. Thank you all. Suddenly, the Spatial Lord's body fluctuated, making him and the viewer surprised. What is happening? Is this a forced failure event? That's really shitty, for real. If you guys show a completion notification and then revive the boss, I'm going to settle the score with you. DoNet Cafe. Wu Hyun was very carefully turning back. That is, finally he realized the doppelganger. It was hovering in midair, saying, you have conquered the Storm Lord. The doppelganger droned on. However, the Storm Lord is only the first obstacle. Spatial portals will be opened in countless places. Everyone was surprised by this info. Countless places? Is this the announcement for the next large-scale dungeon? And this is just the first obstacle. Woo Hyun couldn't help but ask, "What are you planning to do?" It immediately interrupted. "Let me tell you this as a reward for clearing the dungeon." But the viewers are hearing strange sounds. Why is it all crackling? Oh my god, I thought my headphones were broken. Huh. Seeing their reactions, it seems the dungeon team members can't hear anything either, right? This is like a resurrection certificate only for Haxical. Chloe suddenly found it strange. It seems the doppelganger is saying something. The doppelganger asked, "Do you know that some of your teammates from the other side have also been dragged into the real world?" Woo Hyun couldn't believe it, gasping, "What?" Woo Hyun couldn't believe it, thinking, some of my teammates from the other side were also dragged here with me? He remembered Sue once asking, "What reverse planet? What is that?" Then Woo Hyun remembered when he said, "Ah, now I will return to my original world." His teammates saw this and wondered, "Original world? What the hell are you talking about? You know for sure that you've always been here from the beginning, right?" Woo Hyun speculated based on those things. However, it seemed none of them knew about Reverse Planet or the real world. He couldn't help but question, "Who else was dragged here, tell me?" The doppelganger replied coolly, "It seems you really haven't heard anything yet, have you?" It explained the current situation. Apostle of the Creator, you are simply being used by him. It is best that you open your eyes soon to see the truth, even if it's just one day early. Woo Hyun lost patience, focusing his strength. "Stop talking nonsense and answer me now." Who would have thought the doppelganger was preparing to hide? Our conversation today ends here. It raised its hand to cast a martial art technique. "I will wait for you in a completely new world." He didn't accept reality, shouting, "Wait." Jong Naeon saw this scene and speculated, "It seems that Copy is doing something." From the doppelganger's body, terrifying pressure radiated, making everyone feel like they were about to be blown away. The viewers were also extremely surprised. What is happening? Is it kicking them out of the fortress? Everyone was stunned. Finally, she realized, they were being forcefully expelled. Very quickly, Woo Hyun's group was teleported to another place. They quickly landed safely. Doc saw this scene and was curious. This is not the place we entered, right?" Suddenly someone shouted, "What are you doing there?" Soil turned toward the sound. "Guards are coming." He turned and speculated. It seems they heard the explosion. Aum asked curiously, "That's right, Master. What did that Copy say just now?" "I couldn't hear what you two were talking about." Woo Hyun turned to explain briefly. "He just told us to prepare our minds for the next attack." Battlers speculated based on that. It seems this really isn't the end yet. Countless comments appeared. But was it necessary to do that just so only Haxical could hear it? Probably it gave him a hint, because he was the first to attack the page successfully. Anyway, I'm not the only one looking forward to the next attack, right? I feel like next time it will be even harder than this one. Jong Naeon knew the truth and spoke up. "Next attack? I'm a bit worried, but also very excited." Chloe also had the same feeling. Based on what the copy said, it seems there's a lot of content planned ahead. Sungchul excitedly clenched his fists. "We will continue to write history." The viewers were looking forward to it. Let's go, let's go, let's go." Afterward, she said to the screen, "Anyway, today we watched the first attack in the world along with countless viewers. The next attack of the pioneer Haxical. Everyone knows that we'll see it first here, right?" Jong Naeon reminded everyone. "Please don't forget to watch the next broadcast. We will post the next broadcast date on Hwa's official social media and on the YouTube channel." Then she waved goodbye. "See you in the next broadcast." Doc on the screen gave a thumbs up. "Check out my broadcast channel too." Soil and Aum said in unison, "Check out our channels too." The guard was a bit confused. "Wait, everyone. Just now, there was a viewer who didn't recognize the abnormality and disgust, ending with an ad for real. I have to admit, Doc's channel is quite fun to watch. It's hilarious. They act as if the NPCs don't exist there at all. It's hilarious. Anyway, goodbye." At this moment, Doc couldn't help but complain, so tired. He stretched his limbs and said, "Honestly, everyone worked hard." She also praised, "Well done." He turned toward Battler and Woo Hyun and said, "Especially you two carried the team. You guys are amazing. You also work hard. Thank you for taking on the role of the attack squad leader." Soil was a bit shy. I'm a bit disappointed because I didn't help much. If it wasn't for Haxical, I would have died long ago. Doc heard this and was not satisfied, replying, "What are you saying? I would have died too without Haxical." He continued to drone on. "We all owe him our lives. If we could arrange a day to go eat together, that would be great." Meanwhile, Wu Hyun had been keeping silent all this time. He seemed to feel the living things crying out, "It hurts. Don't abandon us." Time passed until a week later. Wu Hyun was walking and thinking, "A week has passed. It's been a long time since I logged into the game without live stream." He remembered the doppelganger's words clearly. "Do you know that some of your teammates from the other side have also been dragged into this real world?" Wu Hyun analyzed everything internally. After that, I tried to search for clues in the real world, but that wasn't easy. The search range was hopelessly wide. Furthermore, at this moment, he remembered the message sent by Isaac with the content. "Well done. I am sure you have many things you want to ask me. Come see me soon." Wu Hyun thought more and found it strange. Isaac, you hold all the answers, sent that message, and then disappeared. He was very curious. Who on earth could that person be? Kim Dong-chun saw Wu Hyun walk in and spoke up. "Oh, you're here." He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's strange. Lee Jun actually took the initiative to call me here. So what is it?" Wu Hyun replied frankly, "There is one thing I want to ask you." Then he secretly calculated. Because Dong-chun also exists in the game, maybe he is not the one who disappeared. Wu Hyun asked him, "Dong-chun, among the test subjects, do you know anyone named Xinsua? Choi Suk or Kim Bon Shai?" He quickly gave the answer, I don't know." Wu Hyun didn't stop there, questioning, "Du Min Chi, Kong Min Siu, Kong Don, or Lai Dabin?" He quickly gave the answer, "Never heard those names before." He began to feel worried, gasping, "Is that so?" Then Wu Hyun analyzed that. His expressive gaze doesn't seem like he's lying. "I'll have to try putting in a search request at the grocery store." So he immediately turned away. "Thanks for letting me know. I have other business to attend to, so I'll go first." Kim Dong-chun sat there, still keeping silent. He was silent for a moment, then called, "Baek Wu Hyun." Wu Hyun heard this, startled, and turned. How does he know that name? Isn't Dong-chun just an NPC in this game? He calmly said, "I know you have another identity. I did a little investigating." Kim Dong-chun walked toward him, droning on, I don't mean to oppose you or anything. Some people on our side also have two identities." Wu Hyun speculated internally. Did he only find out my real name because he discovered my connection with the Supernatural Management Bureau? While he was busy thinking, Kim Dong-chun warned, "But don't you dare betray us. If you do that, I won't let you off easy." Wu Hyun immediately swiped his hand to affirm, "Don't worry, I won't spare any traitor either." Kim Dong-chun finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." He suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, the team leader mentioned a big mission coming up. It'll be a great chance for us to hit them back, so look forward to it." When Wu Hyun heard that, he replied, "I'll be looking forward to it." After that, Kim Dong-chun said his goodbyes. "I believe in you." He then muttered to himself. What's next is, the scene shifted to another location, where the shopkeeper asked curiously, "What brings you here today?" At Venner, Wu Hyun stated his purpose. "There are a few people I'm looking for among the test subjects." He quickly reeled off the names. Xinsua, Choi Suk, Kim Bon, and Chun. After hearing the names, the shopkeeper assessed the situation. Those are all unfamiliar names. I only remember a very small number of test subjects, so Wu Hyun couldn't help but feel strange. Even the shopkeeper doesn't know them? So I'm back to square one. The shopkeeper was curious. "Are they that important to you?" "For now. I'll try to look into it for you." Then, he curiously asked, "All right, what about the cost?" The shopkeeper addressed his concern. "Instead of paying with money, there's something I'd like you to do for me after this." The shopkeeper made his proposal. "Tell me about the events that transpired in the reverse otherworld." Through this, Wu Hyun deduced. So he really does know about that. And so, he answered straightforwardly, "Sure." The shopkeeper seemed quite satisfied. "Great. I will do everything I can to find the people you mentioned. Also, there's a favor I want to ask of you later here in Venner, so please stop by again." He generously agreed. Got it. After finishing his chat with the shopkeeper, Wu Hyun let out a sigh and headed outside. When he saw the notification on his phone, He was confused. What is this? The screen displayed a message. Oh, are you logged into? You didn't forget that we're supposed to meet at the cafe at 5 o'clock, did you? I have something important to discuss, so you'd better not be late. After reading the message, Woo Hyun calculated. I guess I'll have to stop here for today. The scene moved to the cafe where his appointment was taking place. Jong Na-yeon felt extremely confused. You said you were going to rest until the next broadcast. Why did you log into the game? Woo Hyun simply replied, I was just looking into a few things. Her face darkened as she questioned him. But didn't go off and progress the main story on your own, did you? At this, he explained in detail. I finally received a message from the Otherworld Management Bureau, but I logged out as soon as I got your message. Woo Hyun kept rambling. I'll probably be interrogated about the people I sent to the reverse Otherworld, but I don't even know what to tell him. Once she heard that, she was satisfied. Good job. We're about to start the hack tour, so let's think about it together until then. He suddenly remembered the main point. All right. Anyway, what did you want to talk to me about? Jong Na-yeon then excitedly said, Oh right, your tag team with Battler has become a huge topic. And that's probably why we received this partnership invitation. The Empire is... She recounted. They want to ask for your opinion on a talk show featuring you, Battler, and Nikki. What do you think? Battler helped you out a lot during this stint, so it will be good to pay him back, right? Woo Hyun had an answer right away. All right, I'll participate. Jong Na-yeon replied, even more enthusiastically. Then I'll let them know you're in. She earnestly advised him. Also, I think you should focus on raising your level and rank for now. It feels like the two of them aren't as famous as you, so we should take this opportunity to push our way to the top. Jong Na-yeon brought up some important information. Considering your stats, gaining 15 more levels and 1 more rank would be perfect. She kept talking without stopping. Once you reach Challenger rank, you'll have plenty of opportunities to compete against professional players like Battler. Woo Hyun looked at Jong Na-yeon sitting across from him in deep thought. Come to think of it, Abraxas said his teammates had been dragged into the real world, but he never said they were living here. He imagined a scenario. Their deaths on the other side might also affect this reality. Right? Woo Hyun's eyes dimmed because most of his teammates that were already dead. If they have died in the real world too, does that mean everything I've done up to this point has been meaningless? Just then, someone appeared and startled him. In an instant, Woo Hyun's face went pale. Suo walked into the cafe and looked around. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. Woo Hyun immediately rushed in front of her and called out, Suo. He asked Xinsua with a bit of a tremor. You're Xinsua, right? Suo looked blank when she saw Woo Hyun ask that. What? That's me, but how do you know my name? Woo Hyun suddenly realized something strange. Wait, she. At this moment, Jong Na-yeon ran over and grabbed his shoulder. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Meanwhile, she stared at Woo Hyun. Baek Woo Hyun. Jong Na-yeon was stunned for a moment and said his name, Baek Woo Hyun.